Chapter 202. Boom! As the youth neared, he sent a palm strike towards Du Xiaofu. His profound energy surged, causing the surrounding space to tremble violently. Then, the palm strike appeared right in front of Du Xiaofu. I'm not being arrogant. It's just that you're not qualified for me to take you seriously. Du Xiaofu moved. Looking at the incoming palm strike, his expression did not change at all. He waved his hand slightly. It seemed slow, but it was actually as fast as lightning. Then, he stretched out his palm and landed it directly on the youth's palm. Bang! Sand and pebbles flew everywhere, the ground cracked, and a powerful shockwave swept out. Du Xiaofu did not move an inch. Crack, crack! The youth looked as if he had been struck by lightning. His body staggered backwards, and with every step he took, a crack would appear on the ground of the square. The stone tiles around him would shatter when he landed. Poochie! The youth staggered back a dozen steps. His eyes were filled with shock and fear as he spat out a mouthful of blood. Then he collapsed to the ground. Wah! What powerful strength! Among the 3,000 new students, many of the girls could not help but exclaim softly. LV Jiaxue, Zhangyu Liangdong, and the rest of the 7 were all petrified. They were all shocked. Du Xiaofu had actually injured the youth so easily with a single move. They knew that Du Xiaofu was still injured. If he was at his peak, how powerful would he be? Many of the young male and female instructors were also shocked. They looked at Du Xiaofu in surprise. The young instructor who had been looking down on Du Xiaofu just a moment ago also had a look of shock in his eyes. What a powerful brat. I can't see his cultivation level. He probably hasn't used his full strength yet. The several burly men and elders around them also looked at each other. This result had exceeded their expectations. Elder Liao's eyes moved. When he saw this result, his somewhat frozen and gloomy face twitched a little without leaving a trace. The youth struggled several times before he could get up. He felt as if his palm had hit the hardest rock. At this moment, his palm was in so much pain that it felt like it was going to break. If his opponent had used just a little more strength, his hand would have been crippled. The youth in the youth's eyes could never have imagined that the purple-robed youth before him would be so powerful. Du Xiaofu still had a faint smile on his face and ignored everyone, after which his gaze turned towards the 3,000 new students. His eyes moved slightly on his resolute and handsome face as he asked, "Are the 1st to 10th ranked amongst your 3,000 new students present?" The 3,000 freshmen were completely silent. Their gazes landed on Du Xiaofu in unison. What is this, brats? LV Jiu Zhang, Lu Zhang and the rest. The few burly men and old men who were also elders of the Sky Martial Academy had doubtful expressions in their eyes once again. The young instructors also looked at the elders. When they saw that the elders did not say anything, they did not know what to do. What's wrong? Don't tell me that the dignified new students of the Sky Martial Academy don't even have the guts to step out? I'm afraid that the Sky Martial Academy's reputation is exaggerated. Du Xiaofu looked at the 3,000 new students with a calm gaze. Chi. Finally, a figure walked out from the 3,000 new students. There were a total of 8 males and 2 females. The 10 of them were originally standing at the front, and after a few steps, they were not far away from Du Xiaofu. Among the 10 of them, 8 of them had outstanding auras among the 3,000 new students. The 2 young ladies were delicate and pretty. One of them was dressed in a long dress. As she walked out, her light blue dress fluttered, making her look like a light blue flower. Her rosy face had a pair of watery eyes. The other young lady was also delicate and pretty. She had 2 short braids, and under her long eyelashes, her eyes were large and sparkling like black gems. Her figure was round, and she looked adorable. The short-braided young lady glanced at the 9 people beside her before looking at Du Xiaofu. We are the top 10 in this year's freshman assessment. Do you have any business with us? Du Xiaofu looked at the young lady before him. His gaze rippled, and he asked curiously, "You are the top scorer in this year's freshman assessment." "That's right." The young lady nodded her head and said to Du Xiaofu, "If you can't give us a reason, I don't mind teaching you a lesson on behalf of the Sky Martial Academy." That freshman was too weak, and I'm not interested in him. Thus, I want to test the strength of the 10 of you. Du Xiaofu looked at the young lady with doubt in his eyes. For a moment, he was unable to detect the young lady's cultivation, after which he asked, "I wonder if this reason is sufficient." "Second sister, don't waste your breath on this brat. Does he think that he can be arrogant just because he defeated a Xiantian realm consummation trash? Tianwu Academy isn't a place where anyone can behave atrociously. Just teach him a lesson." A young man walked out. His appearance was somewhat similar to the young girl who had just spoken. He looked very beautiful, with distinct eyebrows and a straight nose. It was just that his body was slightly plump. He looked at Du Xiaofu with a slightly cold gaze. At this moment, the young man in tight clothes, who had been forced back by Du Xiaofu with one move, heard the words of the chubby young man. His face immediately turned ugly, but he did not dare to say anything at this moment. He could only be filled with hatred. "What's your ranking?" Du Xiaofu looked at the plump young man and asked with interest. The aura of the plump young man was similar to that of the young lady, and it was difficult to detect. However, it wasn't as well hidden as the young lady. Thus, Du Xiaofu was able to detect that the young man's cultivation was around the peak of the pulsating realm. He was probably not far from the pulsating realm. This young man and the short-braided girl should be brother and sister. He also guessed that the chubby young man and the girl should have cultivated the same mysterious and extraordinary cultivation method, which was why they were able to conceal their cultivation aura. Hearing Du Xiaofu's words, the plump young man raised his head and revealed an untamed aura. He replied to Du Xiaofu, "Remember, my name is Qing Chao, and I'm ranked 4th. You don't have the qualifications to be arrogant in front of me. You're the one who isn't qualified." Du Xiaofu smiled faintly. After that, he no longer paid any attention to the chubby young man. He gazed at the other 9 and said, "All 10 of you can come at me together. Although I'm still injured, it should be enough to deal with the 10 of you." As soon as he finished speaking, Du Xiaofu's hand seals suddenly changed. At the same time, waves of rune energy started to fluctuate around his body. In the blink of an eye, formation flags started to condense one after another between his hands. There were a total of 10 formation flags, and all of them gave off astonishing fluctuations. A spirit symbol master. Not good. He's going to set up a symbol array. The short-braided young lady's expression suddenly changed. She was the first to emit profound energy fluctuations. That kid is a formation symbol master. The other 9 people's expressions immediately changed as well. Waves of profound energy started to surge out. Spirit storm array. Du Xiaofu smiled and quickly waved his hand. Just as the 10 people moved, 10 formation flags immediately flew into the sky and wrapped around the 8 boys and 2 girls who were ranked in the top 10 of the new students with a lightning-like speed and trajectory. A 3-star mysteries array. This kid is a 3-star mysteries formation symbol master. At this instant, a few elders and old men in the surroundings revealed surprise. They never expected that the violet-robed young man before them was actually a spirit symbol master, and he was even a formation symbol master that was extremely rare amongst spirit symbol masters. Swish! Swish! In a short instant, the 10 formation flags had already vanished in the air. Space suddenly fluctuated while violent winds whistled through the air, causing sand and rocks to fly and spread throughout the sky. The moment the symbol array appeared, its pressure spread out and enveloped a large area of space. It directly enveloped the top 10 freshmen within the symbol array. Rumble. Space was in chaos. Violent energy was like a terrifying storm around the symbol array, and it whistled and swept through the square. Symbol array, it's a symbol array. The 3,000 freshmen were shocked. Those who were closer instantly retreated explosively. No one wanted to be swept by the symbol array. Instantly, the orderly square formation fell into chaos. The gazes of many instructors and young men changed abruptly, and those who were closer directly flashed and retreated. 10 formation flags. This fellow is a 3-star mysterious level spirit, symbol master. LV Jiashue, Zhao Yu, Liang Dong, and the rest were stunned. They never expected that Du Xiaofu was actually a 3-star mysterious level spirit symbol master, and he was also the most terrifying formation symbol master among spirit symbol masters. It was no wonder that he did not place the freshman in his eyes. Quickly think of a way to break the symbol array. The astonishing energy within the symbol array caused the freshmen outside to be alarmed. The 10 people within the symbol array also shouted and immediately joined forces to break the symbol array. Low and deep sonic booms continuously sounded, but they were unable to break out of the symbol array for the time being. If there was no one who understood symbol arrays, it would be extremely difficult for the 10 of them to forcefully break out of the symbol array after a long time. A 3-star mysterious level spirit symbol master, and a formation symbol master at that. The symbol array he set up is so clean and neat. It's not ordinary. The few large men and old elders were unable to remain calm and were secretly shocked. Even among the freshmen, the purple-robed youth was definitely one of the younger ones. Based on the current situation, if he could participate in the freshman assessment, it would not be a problem for him to obtain first place. Compared to his age, his talent was even more frightening. At this moment, if the elders knew that Du Xiaofu was actually holding back and had directly set up a 3-star perfect symbol array with 12 formation flags, it would be enough to make them suck in a breath of cold air. Thank you, smiling beauty, for your bounty. Chapter 203. The formation covered a large portion of the square. Du Xiaofu turned around to look at Elder Liao and asked, Elder Liao, how long do you think it will take for the top 10 new students to break the formation? Elder Liao's eyes twitched when he heard Du Xiaofu's words. His face turned ashen. As a martial lord, he was naturally able to tell that the 10 new students were all extremely extraordinary existences. Their talent was also absolutely terrifying if they were to seriously fight one-on-one. Even if the purple-robed youth before him was extraordinary, he would absolutely not be able to easily condense a symbol array. Earlier, when the youth condensed the symbol array, he also took advantage of the 10 new students being caught off guard. By the time they discovered it, it was already too late to escape. Even so, Elder Liao knew that even though the purple-robed young man had taken advantage of the fact that he was a talisman master, he was definitely not an ordinary person. So much so that if this youngster by the name of Du Xiaofu was able to smoothly participate in the new student assessment this time, he would absolutely have a 99% chance of obtaining first place. After all, there was a trace of uncertainty in the test and one's own strength. However, based on the strength that he had displayed so far, if one were to talk about true strength and talent, this young man would absolutely be hard to compare with even among the 3,000 new students. The burly elder and the old man glanced at Du Xiaofu before turning to look at Elder Liao, after which the burly elder turned to Du Xiaofu and said, "Lad, remove your formation. You have already won. Elder Liao will promise you that he will make an exception and allow you to join Tianwu Academy." Du Xiaofu continued to look at Elder Liao as he asked, "Elder Liao, does this count as my victory?" "You have indeed won. I can make an exception and allow you to join Tianwu Academy." Elder Liao clenched his teeth. His ashen face returned to normal. His originally gloomy eyes even revealed a smile at this moment. However, his smiling eyes caused one to feel uncomfortable. Du Xiaofu's hand seals changed one after another. White divine light appeared around his body, rippling with waves that could make people dizzy. Then the runes within the astonishingly large talisman array moved. Finally, 10 array flags were condensed out of thin air and returned to Du Xiaofu's hand, turning into rune energy and disappearing into his body. Crash! The talisman array disappeared, and the violent energy storm swept out. After reaching a certain distance, it abruptly stopped and disappeared. Dang dang, among the 10 boys and girls, there were a few who staggered back. They seemed to be in an extremely sorry state. They must have suffered a lot inside the glyph array. On the other hand, the 2 delicate and pretty girls and the tall and slender youth seemed to be at ease despite the slight change in their expressions. They were able to deal with the glyph array with ease and didn't seem to be in a sorry state. Ching Chao, who was ranked 4th, had an ominous glint in his eyes. After making a fool of himself in front of all the freshmen, he wanted nothing more than to use his strongest trump card to send that purple-robed brat flying with a single slap. He thought that if he had made preparations earlier, the other party's glyph array wouldn't have been able to trap him. Little bastard, what's the point of launching a sneak attack? I won't let you off. After shouting, Cheng Chao didn't immediately use his strongest trump card. Instead, he went all out. His cultivation at the peak of the pulsation realm burst forth, and his profound energy surged, causing the space to tremble violently. The runes on his body flickered, and his aura was terrifying and extraordinary. It was obvious that his cultivation technique wasn't ordinary. His aura was much stronger than other cultivators of the same cultivation realm. Extraordinary. When the burly and elderly elders saw Cheng Chao making his move, they couldn't help but nod in approval. Boom! Accompanied by a terrifying aura, Cheng Chao instantly arrived in front of Du Xiaofu. His eyes were filled with coldness as he condensed a fist that was wrapped in the light of runes. The wind from the fist whistled, causing the surrounding space to tremble violently. The ground under his feet cracked continuously. This fist was terrifying and astonishing. It was difficult for people of the same cultivation realm to resist. It was probably enough to deal with opponents of a higher cultivation realm. Which eye of yours saw me launching a sneak attack? Now, you're the one launching a sneak attack, right? I hate people who launch sneak attacks the most. You're asking for a beating. Du Xiaofu raised his head, his deep eyes unwavering as he looked at the incoming punch. It was as if the punch was about to shatter the ripples in the air, but he did not retreat in the slightest. With a shake of his arm, he spread out his 5 fingers and lightly blocked Cheng Chao's fist with one hand. Rumble. The air waves collided and the space rumbled. Cheng Chao's fist fell directly on Du Xiaofu's palm. A powerful force swept out, causing the surrounding air to tremble like a storm. However, Du Xiaofu, who was in the center of the storm, didn't retreat half a step. His body didn't even tremble. He directly resisted Cheng Chao's fist that was powerful enough to fight against opponents of a higher cultivation realm. Oh my God! This time, all the elders, mentors, and even those extraordinary young men and women among the new students saw clearly that the purple-robed young man didn't use any defensive martial skills or secret techniques. He only used his physical strength to resist Cheng Chao's fist. How terrifying was his physical strength! It was simply shocking. At this moment, Cheng Chao's face suddenly froze. Then, a look of shock appeared in his eyes. He felt that his fist had hit an indestructible rock. His opponent was unharmed, and the rebounding force was about to shatter his fist. He immediately felt uneasy and wanted to retreat immediately. Oh no! At this moment, Cheng Chao's face changed. He realized that his fist was trapped in the other party's palm, and he was unable to break free. There seemed to be a huge suction force in the other party's palm, causing him to be unable to break free. Do you want to retreat? I'll send you. Du Xiaofu smiled faintly, a faint golden glow gushing out from his body. His palm directly grabbed Cheng Chao's fist, and a tyrannical and sharp aura was suddenly released at this moment. It was as if a ferocious beast had suddenly awakened, and with a sudden jerk he lifted Ching Chao off the ground. With a wave of his hand, Du Xiaofu viciously threw Cheng Chao into the air, as if he was using Cheng Chao as a horse harness. This time it wasn't difficult for everyone to see that the aura of the purple-robed young man was definitely not that of a spiritual talisman master. That terrifying physical strength and overbearing aura definitely came from a martial cultivator. Martial cultivator. This kid is not only a spiritual talisman master, but also a martial cultivator. Another genius who cultivates both martial arts and talisman Taoism. Everyone was shocked. That kid wasn't only a spiritual talisman master, but also a martial cultivator. Although there were people who cultivated both talisman Taoism and martial arts in Tianwu Academy, there were only 2 of them. Those 2 were terrifying existences on the martial ranking, but they were unreachable existences. Bang! Bang! Dozens of meters away, Cheng Chao's slightly plump body fell to the ground like a bird with broken wings. The ground trembled from the impact, and shattered rocks shot out. Cracks appeared on the ground around him one after another. After struggling for a while, Cheng Chao struggled to get up. The arm that he had thrown out earlier was spasming, and the sharp pain caused him to let out a groan. Then the blood in his body surged, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Puchi! As the blood spurted out, Cheng Chao's body retreated once again. Then, as if his body had suffered some kind of impact, his body fell to the ground again. Everyone looked at Chin Chao. They wanted to laugh, but they held back their laughter. Their gazes were filled with pity. This was especially so for the freshman, because Chin Chao was extremely arrogant during the test. Many freshmen were delighted to see him being trampled on. The other freshmen in the top 10 were also looking at Du Xiaofu. Their gazes were filled with shock. The tall and straight young man, who had been rather carefree in the glyph formation, and the young girl in the blue dress, other than the short-braided girl, looked at each other. Then, their gazes fell firmly on Du Xiaofu. Gu Gu, Zhang Yu, LV Jeshua, and the others sucked in a breath of cold air. They were petrified and were speechless. This was too shocking. This fellow is actually so strong. Zhang Yu was dumbfounded. He recalled that not long ago he had patted his chest and promised that if Du Xiaofu was a freshman, he would definitely protect him from having his point snatched. But at this moment he realized that with Du Xiaofu's strength, there was no need for him to protect him. It should be the other party protecting him instead. The freshmen of Tianwu Academy are indeed strong. This is an eye-opener for me. Du Xiaofu clapped his hands with a smile. Hearing Du Xiaofu's words, many of them had ugly expressions on their faces. However, they could only sulk. Lad, you're Du Xiaofu, right? You can stay in Tianwu Academy. I believe that Elder Liao will make an exception for you. The burly man recalled that the purple-robed young man before him had introduced himself. He seemed to be the cousin of Ouyang Shuang, a disciple on the martial roll. They definitely couldn't miss out on such a talented disciple. If they were to miss out on this opportunity, the inner elders would definitely question them. Du Xiaofu shook his head and said to the burly man, I'm not interested in joining Tianwu Academy. It's fine if I don't join such an academy. I'll leave after meeting the 2 of you. Who? Hearing those words, the burly man and the old man's faces changed. They couldn't help but take a deep breath. If this lad didn't join Tianwu Academy, the inner elders would definitely settle the score with them. Humph. What kind of place is Tianwu Academy? Do you think that you can meet anyone you want? Elder Liao looked at Du Xiaofu and spoke in a deep voice. Du Xiaofu's eyes flickered, and he replied in a deep voice, I've already won. You promised me. Are you going back on your words? Elder Liao sneered. Why would I go back on my words to a lad like you? I said that if you won, I would make an exception for you to join Tianwu Academy. I didn't agree to let you meet anyone in Tianwu Academy. If you aren't willing to join Tianwu Academy, you can leave. Chapter 204. This old fellow is clearly trying to cheat. Du Xiaofu thought. After pondering for a moment, his gaze flickered. So what if he were to join Tianwu Academy? It wouldn't be too late for him to leave after visiting his elder sister and that tomboy Ouyang. Would Tianwu Academy be able to stop him then? Who? Thinking of this, Du Xiaofu took in a deep breath. He had to find out more about Ouyang and Dai Xingyu. He couldn't just leave in a fit of pique. Looking at Elder Liao, a smile appeared in his eyes, and he said, "All right, Tianwu Academy it is. I agree to it." Hearing those words, the burly elder heaved a sigh of relief. Changming, bring him to the Miscellaneous Affairs office. He will start from there once he joins Tianwu Academy. Elder Liao sneered coldly as he instructed a young man who seemed to be an instructor. It was the young instructor from before. Yes. The young man nodded at Elder Liao. Then he glanced at Du Xiaofu with a malicious look in his eyes. He took a few steps forward and said to Du Xiaofu, "Kid, come with me to report to the chore office." Miscellaneous Affairs office? Du Xiaogang was taken aback. Hearing the words Miscellaneous Affairs office, it didn't seem like he was heading to a good place. Elder Liao, this Du Xiaofu's talent is quite good. Wouldn't it be a little inappropriate to place him in the chore department? The man in short clothes and the others immediately said to Elder Liao, "Everyone, this lad has missed the registration and examination. According to the rules of Tianwu Academy, he is no longer allowed to enter Tianwu Academy. There are no exceptions. Seeing that this lad's talent isn't bad, I made an exception and allowed him to enter the Miscellaneous Affairs office. This is already a violation of the rules of Tianwu Academy. I will head to the enforcement hall to receive my punishment later. If he were to become a student directly, it would be against the rules. The rules of Tianwu Academy cannot be broken," Elder Liao said to the other elders. His standing seemed to be higher than the other elders. Hearing that Elder Liao was going to head to the enforcement hall to receive his punishment and even mention the rules of Tianwu Academy, the other elders were at a loss for words. "Kid, why aren't you coming with me?" The young man named Changming had already walked to the front. After a few steps, he saw that Du Xiaofu did not follow him, so he immediately turned around to urge him. "Let's go to the chores department then," Du Xiaofu thought to himself. In any case, he would leave Tianwu Academy after meeting his elder sister and ensuring Ouyang and Dai Xingyu's safety. Thus, it didn't matter where he went. With such thoughts in mind, Du Xiaofu shook his purple robes and followed the young instructor into Tianwu Academy. He was actually sent to the chore house. No matter how strong his talent is, he won't be able to display it. His talent is indeed strong, but he has offended an elder. That's the end of his life. Hearing that the purple-robed youth was actually arranged to enter the chore house by an elder, many of the 3,000 new students had regretful gazes. With such talent, it wouldn't take long for him to be destroyed in the chore division. They knew what kind of place the chore division was. "Bastard, I'll teach you a lesson sooner or later in the chore division." Seeing that Du Xiaofu was sent to the chore house, Chen Chai's blood-stained lips curled into a cold sneer. Arrange for all new students to report to the academy. Elder Liao waved his hands to the young male and female instructors. Then he turned to look at Du Xiaofu's back, and a slight ripple appeared in his eyes. Tianwu Academy was simple and unadorned. The limestone flooring, the buildings, and the continuous mountain peaks made the place look like a painting. From time to time there were Meridian Spirit Realm cultivators flying in the air, shuttling through the mountain peaks. Bang, bang, bang. Sonic booms could be heard in the distance. Looking through the gaps between the mountain peaks, it seemed as though there were students diligently practicing their battle techniques. Walking into Tianwu Academy, Du Xiaofu felt a heavy and boundless aura assailing his nostrils. It was as though he could sense the aura of the experts of Tianwu Academy. This was also the place where his drunkard father once stayed. I wonder what my drunkard father was like when he was here. Du Xiaofu's heart couldn't help but tremble when he thought about the path he was walking on. He didn't know where his drunkard father was at this moment. Suddenly, Du Xiaofu raised his head and looked over. Not far from the entrance of the academy, there was an enormous jade stone that was over 30 meters tall, standing on a flat square. The jade stone was simple and unadorned, resembling a heavenly ruler that pierced into the ground. It was cyan in color, and runes could be seen on it. A majestic aura could be felt from it. This majestic aura caused Du Xiaofu to feel suffocated for a moment, following which Du Xiaofu looked up and saw many names neatly arranged on the jade stone. It was like a ranking board that every student who entered Tianwu Academy could see. On the jade stone, Du Xiaofu saw the name at the very end. It was Ouyang Shuang. The 3 words flickered like runes, looking as though they were alive. It was extremely profound. Then Du Xiaofu looked up and saw the 5 names at the top of the list glistening with golden light, dazzling everyone who looked at them. General Gu Xinyan, Gui Hua, Wu Kei, Gua Xiaofeng. 5 dazzling golden names shone brightly like the rising sun, illuminating every single disciple who entered Tianwu Academy. At this moment, the young instructor who was leading Du Xiaofu to the miscellaneous affairs office stared at the names at the top of the ranking list in awe. Those people were existences that the students of Tianwu Academy could only hope to reach. As an instructor, he could only look up to them. This should be Tianwu Academy's martial ranking. Du Xiaofu muttered in his heart. On the back of the flying demonic beast, he had heard Zhang Yu and the others mention the martial ranking. It was said that the martial ranking was a ranking of the top 100 students in Tianwu Academy. Those who could enter the martial ranking were all geniuses of the heavens. Du Xiaofu glanced at the 100 names before looking at the name at the very end. He pursed his lips and said softly, "Since this tomboy can appear on the martial ranking, I should be able to do it as well. Let's go. This is an expert on the martial ranking. You won't stand a chance." The young instructor retracted his gaze and glanced at Du Xiaofu before saying coldly, "You sure don't know what's good for you. You even dared to offend Elder Liao. Behave yourself in the chore house. If you break the rules, even I won't let you off, let alone Elder Liao. Tianwu Academy isn't a place where you can do as you please just because you have some talent. There's no lack of talented individuals in Tianwu Academy. Don't think that you can be an exception just because you have some talent." Du Xiaofu also retracted his gaze from the martial ranking. He looked at the young instructor's gaze and smiled faintly. His smile seemed harmless as he said, "Don't blame me for not telling you. In the Dark Forest, I have killed at least 9 Pulse Spirit Realm cultivators, if not 10. You are only at the mysterious Pulse Spirit Realm. If you don't want me to beat you up, don't provoke me." Hearing those words, the young instructor's gaze trembled. He stared at Du Xiaofu, but he didn't know if Du Xiaofu was speaking the truth. He didn't believe that this brat could deal with a Pulse Spirit Realm cultivator. However, not long ago, he saw some shocking results and couldn't make a judgment. His lips twitched, and he asked Du Xiaofu, "Brat, what do you mean by that?" "I don't mean anything. Just don't provoke me." Du Xiaofu's eyes were clear as he replied seriously. At the same time, he continued to walk past the young instructor and said, "Bring me to the chore house." Humph! A cold snort came from the young instructor's throat. He didn't expect this young man, called Du Xiaofu, to look down on him. "Brat, how dare you be so arrogant after offending Elder Liao? I will kill you sooner or later." After letting out a cold snort, the young man's mood seemed to have improved quite a bit. With a sneer at the corner of his mouth, he strode after Du Xiaofu. However, what made him a little depressed was that he was clearly the one who was supposed to bring the kid to the chore house, but at this moment it seemed like he was the one following the kid. After an hour, Du Xiaofu was finally brought to a courtyard building. "Greetings, instructor. Greetings, instructor." Along the way, many young men and women bowed respectfully when they saw the young instructor. In front of these young men and women, the young instructor's eyes were quite arrogant. He seemed unapproachable and unapproachable. Then he led Du Xiaofu through several corridors and arrived outside a courtyard. "Instructor Chongming, why are you here?" A slightly plump man immediately ran out of the courtyard and looked at the young mentor with a smile on his face. His smile was like a blooming flower, and he was very respectful and enthusiastic. He said, "Is there anything that needs to be repaired? Or does Mentor Chongming's courtyard need to be cleaned? I'll immediately arrange for someone to do it. There is nothing much today. I just brought someone to you. You can order him around. If he doesn't listen and violates the rules of the chore house, don't be polite. Do everything according to the rules." Chongming glanced at Du Xiaofu and said to the plump man, "Yes, I will do as you say." The plump man nodded his head. He lowered his head and glanced at Du Xiaofu with a doubtful gaze. However, this large man did indeed have some doubts in his heart. In the recent recruitment of new students, according to the rules of previous years, among the new students who did not meet the requirements, a group of registered students would also be recruited from those new students who did not meet the requirements. To put it nicely, registered students were allowed to cultivate in Tianwu Academy. However, those in the know knew that registered students were just odd job workers. They couldn't be compared to real students. Chapter 205. The in-name students of Tianwu Academy had plenty of chores to do every day. The students of Tianwu Academy, especially the freshmen, had yet to reach the point where they didn't need to eat, drink, or defecate. Even the instructors were no exception. In fact, there were quite a few elders who would occasionally indulge in a sumptuous meal. Thus, the chores such as cooking, fetching water, chopping firewood, repairing the courtyard, cleaning and farming were all left to the in-name students. Those in-name students who were slightly stronger and more intelligent would have the opportunity to take care of the spirit herbs in the herb fields of the academy. That way, they would gain some status in the academy, and their status wouldn't be lower than the official students of Tianwu Academy. In fact, in some cases, their status might even be higher than some of the official students. Thus, after Tianwu Academy's recruitment examination every 3 years, many young men and women who failed the examination would consider becoming Tianwu Academy's in-name students. With the allure of being able to cultivate in Tianwu Academy, Tianwu Academy never lacked in-name students. In fact, there were plenty of people who wanted to become in-name students of Tianwu Academy. It was said that the number of in-name students in Tianwu Academy wasn't much lower than the number of official students of Tianwu Academy. Over the past few days, there had been quite a number of people sent to the miscellaneous hall. Not long ago, the last batch of in-name students had been sent over as well. However, they were currently arranged to stay in the dormitory for the in-name students. Looking at the young man who was sent here alone by Instructor Chongming, the chubby man couldn't help but think to himself, could it be that this young man offended Instructor Chongming? Otherwise, why would he be sent here first? According to the procedure, he should be sent to the registered student dormitory first. I'll leave him to you. Look after him properly. After speaking, Chongming looked at Du Xiaofu and sneered coldly before turning around to leave. Instructor Chongming. Just as the young man was about to turn around and leave, Du Xiaofu suddenly called out to the young instructor called Chongming. When the instructor turned around, Du Xiaofu revealed a smile. His eyes were smiling as he said, "I'll have to trouble Instructor Chongming to go back and tell Elder Liao that I will properly stay in the chore department. I know that Elder Liao must have sent me here for my own good. I will visit him another day when I have the time." Humph! Chongming snorted coldly. He thought to himself, is this brat scared now? He wants to lower his head and admit his mistake. Now that he has offended Elder Liao, he can forget about leaving the chore house. He will never have the chance to leave the chore house again. Chongming turned around to glance at Du Xiaofu, and then he didn't stay any longer before turning around and leaving once more. However, Chongming didn't notice the surprised look in the chubby man's eyes. Instead, he was staring at Du Xiaofu. He thought that this young man had offended instructor Chongming, but now it seemed that this young man was sent here by Elder Liao. Moreover, he had an extraordinary relationship with Elder Liao. Chongming was afraid that this young man was only temporarily staying in the chore house. It wouldn't take long for him to be sent out. "What's your name? What's your relationship with Elder Liao?" The chubby man asked Du Xiaofu with a gentle look on his face. His attitude was very good. In his imagination, no matter why this young man came to the chore house, it must be related to Elder Liao. He naturally couldn't treat this young man as an ordinary registered disciple. Maybe in a few days, this young man would climb over his head. "My name is Du Xiaofu. As for my relationship with Elder Liao, you don't need to ask. It won't do you any good to know too much," Du Xiaofu said to the chubby man. Looking at the chubby man's expression, he knew that his last words had worked. In order to make his life in the chore house more comfortable, he had to borrow Elder Liao's name. Just as Du Xiaofu had expected, these people didn't dare to disrespect Elder Liao. "May I know how I should address Senior? Can you introduce me to the chore house? As I was late in registering for Tianwu Academy, Elder Liao asked me to stay in the chore house for a few days. However, I don't know much about the chore house, so I'll have to trouble Senior." Du Xiaofu continued asking the chubby man. In such a situation, the more fearless he was, the less suspicious the other party would be. Hearing Du Xiaofu's words, the chubby man stared at Du Xiaofu. Judging from the latter's tone and disposition, there wasn't the slightest doubt in his mind. He was certain that this young man named Du Xiaofu had a deep relationship with Elder Liao. It was no wonder Elder Liao arranged for this young man to stay in the chore house. It turned out that he was late in registering for Tianwu Academy. According to the rules of Tianwu Academy, one couldn't become a student of Tianwu Academy directly. However, if one became a write-in student, it was fine for him to stay in the chore house. Every year, there would be write-in students who would stand out and become an official disciple of Tianwu Academy. With Elder Liao's care, this young man would definitely become an official student soon. In the future, it would be easy for him to become an instructor. Thinking of this, the chubby man's attitude improved. "Welcome to Tianwu Academy. Junior, my name is Jean Yanbing, but you can call me Senior Jean. I'm mainly in charge of some matters in the chore house. There are a few instructors above me, but they don't usually come to the chore house. Normally, I'll be the one in charge here. Let me send you to the write-in student dormitory first. On the way, I'll explain the chore house to you. Then I'll have to thank Senior Jean." Du Xiaofu nodded his head, following which he took out an animal-grade Permethar realm pill and passed it to Jean Yanbing. With a smile, he said, "I'll have to rely on Senior Yanbing to take care of me in the future. I might have to rely on Junior to take care of me in the future. I hope that Junior won't forget about me when the time comes." Jean Yanbing was stunned for a moment before a smile appeared on his face. An animal-grade Permethar realm pill was extremely valuable to someone like him who was at the Great Circle of Pulsation Realm. Normally, write-in students would give him animal-grade Permethar realm pills, but not many of them would be so generous. Following which, he kept the pill into his sleeves without leaving a trace. From the way he did it, it was likely that this wasn't the first time he did it. Actually, Du Xiaofu wasn't being generous. Instead, it was because the Medicine King had taken away all the Qiankuan pouches that he had obtained back then. Originally, he still had quite a number of pills in his Qiankuan pouch. However, during the 2 days of recuperation, he had used up quite a number of pills. There weren't many pills and elixirs left. This animal-grade Permetha realm pill was the lowest grade he had on him. In order to make his days in Tianwu Academy more comfortable, Du Xiaofu had no choice but to take out a pill to bribe Jean Yanbing. "Junior Du, let's go." After accepting Du Xiaofu's pill, Jean Yanbing's attitude became even more enthusiastic. He led Du Xiaofu to the write-in students' dormitory. Along the way, Du Xiaofu gained a rough understanding of the situation in the Miscellaneous Affairs Office from Jean Yanbing. Every write-in student had to do some chores in the Miscellaneous Affairs Office every day. Only after the chores were completed would they have time to cultivate. Those who didn't would be punished. Every 10 days to half a month, there might even be a teacher who would casually explain the problems they faced in their cultivation. To put it simply, the Miscellaneous Affairs Office was a place where all of the write-in students were in charge of the miscellaneous chores in Tianwu Academy. To put it bluntly, the write-in students were the odd-job workers of Tianwu Academy. On the other hand, the official disciples of Tianwu Academy were only in charge of cultivating. Even though there might be 1 or 2 write-in students every year who managed to rise through the ranks and become an official disciple, they were as rare as phoenix feathers and qilin horns. In terms of talent, those who became write-in students were already inferior to official students. On top of that, write-in students were lacking in cultivation resources and didn't have much time to cultivate. Thus, it wouldn't take long for them to fall further and further behind the official students. In the end, it would only be a matter of time before they became official students of Tianwu Academy. That bastard, to think that he would arrange for me to be in the Miscellaneous Affairs Office. He is clearly bullying me. After learning of the situation in the Miscellaneous Affairs Office from Jean Yanbing, Du Xiaofu cursed in his heart. That elder Liao must have purposely set him up. Not far away from the Miscellaneous Affairs Office, there were several lush mountains. In the flat valley beneath the mountains, there was a stretch of courtyard buildings. In front of the courtyard buildings, Jean Yanbing said to Du Xiaofu, "Junior Du, this is the dormitory for the write-in students. I've arranged for a clean and elegant dormitory for you." "Thank you, Senior Jean," Du Xiaofu replied. Then his gaze landed on the back of the mountain in front of him. There was a stretch of mountains there, and the lush greenery covered the exquisite carvings of the buildings. Those are the dormitories of the official students. They are naturally much better than the dormitories of the nominal students. The higher level ones are the residences of the instructors. If one is able to step onto the martial ranking, one would have the qualifications to have a mountain to cultivate on. Even the instructors do not have such treatment. Jean Yanbing's eyes also revealed a yearning expression as he followed Du Xiaofu's gaze. I wonder if Drunkard Father was an official student back then. Could it be that he was a write-in student as well? Du Xiaofu retracted his gaze from the mountain in front of him, and a smile crept onto his face. Junior Du, I believe that with Elder Liao's care, it won't be long before you become an official student. Seeing the smile on Du Xiaofu's face, Jean Yanbing thought that Du Xiaofu was thinking about how he would be able to move into the official student dormitory soon. Chapter 206. Each dormitory was a small courtyard, and there were 4 rooms in each courtyard. When Du Xiaofu arrived at the dormitory, he found out from Jean Yanbing that the other 3 rooms were occupied by honorary students. The 3 of them were called Wu Qingfeng, Zhang Wei, and Sun Ji. Coincidentally, he met the 3 of them in a small hall in the dormitory. Greetings, Senior Jean. Upon seeing Jean Yanbing, the 3 of them quickly bowed respectfully. Their gazes were also curiously on Du Xiaofu. There's no need for formalities. This is Junior Du Xiaofu. You guys should get to know each other better in the future. Jean Yanbing stood with his hands behind his back and introduced the 3 of them to Du Xiaofu enthusiastically. Junior Liu, let me introduce them to you. This is Wu Qingfeng, the one in the middle is Zhang Wei, and the last one is Sun Ji. In the future, you guys will be roommates in the same dormitory and can take care of each other. Du Xiaofu looked over and saw that the 3 of them were around 16 or 17 years old. 2 of them had the aura of Xiantian Realm consummation, while the other was at Xiantian Realm, Pinnacle Xiantian Realm. Wu Qingfeng appeared to be slightly more mature. He was tall and had a straight figure. His face was rather handsome, and he emitted a heavy aura. Sun Ji appeared to be the youngest. His eyes were bright, and he seemed to be rather quick-witted. However, his cultivation was the lowest and was only at Xiantian realm, Nirvana realm. Zhang Wei might not be tall, but he had a muscular body. His hair was slightly curled, and under his thick eyebrows his eyes were black and bright. Junior Du, this is the Academy's badge and point card. Drip your blood on it, and it will be activated. The badge is the symbol of Tianwu Academy. It proves that you are a part of Tianwu Academy and will follow you for the rest of your life. The point card is used to accumulate points. If you don't know anything, you can ask Wu Qingfeng and the other two. The four of you should get to know each other better. Come to the chore office tomorrow morning. There will be some chores for you guys to do. Jin Yanbing handed Du Xiaofu a badge and a jade token made of unknown materials before leaving the courtyard. Take care, Senior Jin. Wu Qingfeng, Zhang Wei, and Sun Ji bowed politely to send Jin Yanbing off. They had just arrived at Tianwu Academy, and they were under the jurisdiction of the Miscellaneous Affairs Division. Naturally, they didn't dare to offend Jin Yanbing. Phew! Looking at Jin Yanbing's departing figure, Du Xiaofu took in a deep breath. Come to think of it, he had officially entered Tianwu Academy. Now that our dormitory is complete, the four of us will probably be staying in Tianwu Academy for a few years. This can be considered fate. After seeing Jin Yanbing walk away, Sun Ji raised his eyes and looked at Du Xiaofu and asked, The three of us have already gotten to know each other. Wu Qingfeng is the oldest, 18 years old this year. Zhang Wei is 17, and I am the youngest, 15 years and 4 months old. Brother Du, what about you? I'm 16. Du Xiaofu smiled calmly. I've long noticed that you should be older than me. Sure enough, I was right. Hearing those words, Sun Ji smiled and raised his eyebrows, after which he turned to Du Xiaofu and said, However, you are younger than the other two. In the future, you will be the third in our dormitory, I will be the fourth, and they will be the eldest and second. I hope that the four of us can become official students of Tianwu Academy in the future. That's right. I hope that the four of us can become official students of Tianwu Academy in the future. Zhang Wei nodded. I didn't expect that I would be the eldest in our dormitory despite being the fourth in our family. I'm sorry to have taken advantage of you. Wu Qingfeng had a tall and handsome figure. However, his words carried a simple and honest tone. He scratched the back of his head, seemingly a little embarrassed. You're the oldest, so you're naturally the eldest in our dormitory. However, being the eldest doesn't mean that you'll be taking advantage of us. You have to protect us in the future. Sun Ji smiled. Wu Qingfeng chuckled. That's not a problem. We'll be brothers in the future. That's right, we'll be brothers in the future. Zhang Wei nodded his head, and his eyes shone brightly. Du Xiaofu smiled and nodded his head. The four of them weren't too far apart in age, so there wasn't any awkwardness between them. Soon, they became familiar with one another. After which, Wu Qingfeng, Zhang Wei, and Sun Ji enthusiastically brought Du Xiaofu to Du Xiaofu's room. There was only a bed and a square table in the room. There was an average-sized window in the room, and the decorations were simple. However, it was clean and tidy. However, Du Xiaofu didn't stay in his room for long before he was pulled out by Sun Ji, Zhang Wei, and Wu Qingfeng for a chat. After they became familiar with one another, they started chatting about everything under the sun. From their conversation, Du Xiaofu found out that the three of them were eliminated from Tianwu Academy's freshman examination a few days ago. The examination was filled with danger. There were formations to obstruct the examination, and there were battles between demonic beasts. Wu Qingfeng and Zhang Wei nearly entered the top 3,000 freshmen, but due to their bad luck, they were eliminated at the last moment. Thus, they ended up among the right-in students. However, their treatment was slightly better. This dormitory was considered one of the better ones among all the dormitories. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to stay here. Sun Ji, on the other hand, was eliminated very early and was also the first person to come to this dormitory. According to Sun Ji, It seemed that he had given Jean Yambing some benefits, which was why he was given special care. This kid had already familiarized himself with the situation here. Sun Ji was a chatterbox, as though he had an endless amount of things to say. He even told Wu Qingfeng, Zhang Wei, and Du Xiaofu about the news that he had heard. For example, the benefits that he had given to Jean Yanbing and the other instructors would allow him to have an easier time in his chores. If he had the opportunity to be recommended to plant spirit herbs in the herb farm, he would be able to enjoy an easy and prestigious job. It was much better than some of the official disciples of the academy. Let me tell you, the most frightening thing isn't chopping firewood or picking down, but mining the Blackstone Cavern. I heard that it is the most difficult job. Sun Ji whispered to the three of them. I heard that mining the Blackstone Cavern can even tire one to death. The four of them chatted about everything under the sun. Du Xiaofu listened the most, but spoke the least. He was playing with the Tianwu Academy emblem and point card that Jean Yanbing had given him. Emblem. My drunkard father had one too? After hesitating for a moment, Du Xiaofu took out a dagger from his cosmos sack. He made a small cut on his index finger and dripped a droplet of faint golden blood onto the emblem. In an instant, a dazzling glow emanated from the emblem before it fell silent. It is quite profound. I should study it when I have the time. As the blood dripped onto the emblem, Du Xiaofu felt an invisible connection between him and the emblem. If they were closer, he would be able to sense the existence of the emblem. At this moment, Du Xiaofu could sense the auras of Wu Qingfeng, Zhang Wei, and Sun Ji through the emblem. It was as though they were connected to his emblem. Third brother, this emblem has many uses. For example, it can sense the aura of one's companions. As long as one is a student of Tianwu Academy, they will be able to sense one another within a certain range. When Sun Ji saw Du Xiaofu dripping a droplet of blood onto the emblem, he reminded Du Xiaofu, drip a droplet of blood onto your point card as well. This point card is very important, and all students of Tianwu Academy, regardless of whether they are honorary students or formal students, will have one. Hearing Sun Ji's words, Du Xiaofu dripped another droplet of blood onto his point card with interest. Qi. As the blood dripped onto the card, the runes on the point card glowed brightly, and a series of numbers appeared on it. We're just registered students, so we only have 10 points in our cards. Unlike the official students who have 100 points in their cards, Sai, looking at the numbers on Du Xiaofu's point card, Zhang Wei sighed. It can't be helped. Honorary students like us are naturally incomparable to formal students. If we have the chance to become formal students, we will be the same as them, Wu Qingfeng said. At the mention of formal students, his eyes were filled with yearning. Hearing Wu Qingfeng's words, Du Xiaofu asked the trio in puzzlement, what are the points used for? Hearing Du Xiaofu's words, Sun Ji looked at Du Xiaofu doubtfully and said, points are extremely useful in Tianwu Academy. Without points, it would be difficult for you to move around in Tianwu Academy. Third brother, I'll explain it to you like this. In the academy, points can be exchanged for elixirs, cultivation methods, martial skills, formations, spirit tools, spirit herbs, and all sorts of cultivation items of equal value. Even food costs points. In Tianwu Academy, cultivation coins are useless. Everything depends on points. Zhang Wei looked at Du Xiaofu and said in one breath, as registered students, when the points card is activated for the first time, we will have 10 points. After that, we will have a basic 5 points every month. However, official students will have 10 times more points than us. Moreover, official students will have different basic points every month according to their cultivation level. The higher the cultivation level, the more points you will have. I see. Du Xiaofu nodded his head. Points in Tianwu Academy were equivalent to cultivation coins in the outside world. They could be used to purchase anything. After pondering for a moment, he lifted his head and asked the trio, may I know what level of battle technique and elixir I can buy with 10 points? A set of initial stage animal-grade battle technique or an initial stage animal-grade elixir. Wu Qingfeng replied to Du Xiaofu, 10 points aren't enough. Hearing Wu Qingfeng's words, Du Xiaofu muttered. According to what Wu Qingfeng said, 10 points were insufficient in Tianwu Academy. Frowning, he asked, "Is there any way to earn points?" Of course there is. Every student in Tianwu Academy will earn points for their cultivation. Chapter 207. Sun Ji's bright eyes flickered as he looked at Du Xiaofu, Zhang Wei, and Wu Qingfeng and said, "Boss, old second, old third, I have already asked around. There are many ways to earn points in Tianwu Academy. For example, you can head to the Adventurer's Zone or the Dark Forest to search for spiritual herbs, spiritual artifacts, and materials. There are also sparring matches between students in the academy where points can be used as stakes. Other than that, you can also earn points by becoming a member of the enforcement team. You can also exchange pills, spiritual artifacts, battle techniques, and spiritual herbs that you don't need for points." After pausing for a moment, Sun Ji continued, "There is one last way to earn points, which is to look for the people on the Academy's bounty list. As long as you can capture those people, or directly kill them and provide evidence, you will be able to obtain the corresponding points. The points on the bounty list are usually extremely high." Bounty board? Hearing Sun Ji's words, Du Xiaofu raised his eyebrows. "Old third, don't tell me you don't even know about the bounty board?" Seeing Du Xiaofu's expression, Zhang Wei was puzzled. "That's not it. But I do know a little about the bounty board." A bitter smile flashed across Du Xiaofu's eyes. How could he not know about the bounty board? It was said that his drunkard's father had been ranked second on the bounty board for a long time. This was not something an ordinary person could achieve. Wu Qingfeng gave a silly smile and said to Sun Ji, "Old four, let's forget about this last method. With the cultivation and strength of the four of us, it's not appropriate to look for people on the bounty board to earn points. Be careful, we might even lose our lives. I've heard that the people on the Academy's bounty board are all extremely powerful existences. They are not easy to deal with." "That's true. Let's look for other ways to earn points." Sun Ji clicked his tongue before turning to Du Xiaofu and saying, "Old third, if we can avoid going out this month, remember that." "Why?" Du Xiaofu asked with a perplexed expression. "Because there will be points snatching this month. If we can avoid going out, we should avoid going out. Otherwise, our pitiful 10 points will be snatched away by others," Zhang Wei said. Snatching points. Du Xiaofu had heard about it from Zhang Yu, but he didn't pay much attention to it back then. In fact, he didn't even know what points were used for. He only heard that the seniors could snatch the points of the freshmen. Can points be used to snatch points? Du Xiaofu asked the trio. "Of course. I've heard that many seniors intend to snatch the points from the freshmen, but they can only do so during this month." Sun Ji seemed to have gotten to the bottom of the matter and replied to Du Xiaofu, "I heard that this is a tradition of Tianwu Academy. Every batch of freshmen would have their points snatched by the seniors, and the seniors would call it filial piety. All of the point cards could be transferred automatically. If the point cards were close to each other, the point card that was infused with Xian Qi would be able to devour the points of the other party. In this 1 month, Tianwu Academy had tacitly acknowledged that seniors were allowed to snatch points from freshmen. However, other than points, they were not allowed to snatch anything else. Otherwise, they would be severely punished by the Academy. After a month, the Academy will also prohibit all fights and robberies. Any conflicts between students in the Academy will have to be resolved in the Peace Square. Fights are allowed in the Peace Square. Of course, no lives can be taken. Otherwise, you will be severely punished. You sure know a lot about this." Du Xiaofu smiled at Sun Ji. There was really nothing that this fellow didn't know. Sun Ji smiled and replied, "I spent a huge sum of money to find out about this. Only by being well informed can one avoid many detours. We are freshmen and are still right-in students, so it's best for us to play it safe. However, we don't have to worry too much. As right-in students, we have the benefits of being right-in students. The seniors won't be interested in our points, so it's unlikely that they will snatch our points. I hope that the seniors will snatch our points. At the very least, it would mean that they still think highly of us and wouldn't treat us as mere servants. Zhang Wei said. Peng Peng. Just as Zhang Wei's voice fell, there seemed to be a low, muffled sound of energy coming from not far away. It seems to be coming from the dormitory next door. Wu Qingfeng frowned. Let's go and take a look. What happened? Sun Ji stood up and walked out of the dormitory. Let's go and take a look as well. Zhang Wei stood up and followed behind. Third brother, let's go and take a look as well. Wu Qingfeng stood up and said to Du Xiaofu. Du Xiaofu nodded and stood up to follow behind Wu Qingfeng. The four of them immediately walked out of the dormitory. Just as they walked out of the dormitory, the door to the dormitory was pushed open by someone. Creak! The door to the dormitory was pushed open and four youths walked in, looking at Sun Ji and the other three. Their gazes revealed a smile that was not a smile. Behind the four of them, there seemed to be quite a number of young boys and girls watching from afar. All of them had ugly expressions on their faces, but they did not dare to approach. Not good, it's Su Yang. Seeing the leader of the four youths, a yellow-clothed youth, Zhang Wei's face immediately changed. Sun Ji Wu Qingfeng and the other two's faces immediately turned serious. Who is Su Yang? Seeing the expressions of the three, Du Xiaofu asked the three of them in a low voice. This guy is quite famous in the exam. Originally, he definitely had hopes of entering the top 3,000. However, during the training exam, he and another person called Peng Gang blindly offended someone they should not have offended. In the end, they were kicked out of the exam. In the end, they could only become honorary students like us. Zhang Wei said to Du Xiaofu in a low voice, Third brother, be careful later. Do not offend this, Su Yang. This person has already reached the pulse realm. A wise man knows better than to fight when the odds are against him. We are not his match. So you're all here. It's good that you're all here. The four of you hand over your point cards. Just as Zhang Wei was speaking, the yellow-clothed youth had already opened his mouth to speak. He was about 17 or 18 years old. His eyes were filled with arrogance, and there was a sinister sneer in his eyes. He did not put Sun Ji and the other three in his eyes at all. Point cards. Hearing this, Sun Ji, Zhang Wei, and Wu Qingfeng's faces immediately changed. Even an idiot could tell that this Su Yang was actually here to snatch points. He acted really quickly. They guessed that the older students had not even made a move on the freshmen yet. The three of them trembled. Just a moment ago, they were saying that they should try their best not to go out for a month. Who would have thought that someone would actually come to the dormitory and snatch points from honorary students? What they feared would happen. Wu Qingfeng's eyes moved, and he took a step forward. As the boss of the dormitory, he naturally had to step forward at this moment. Looking at the yellow-clothed youth, he said, Su Yang, we are all honorary students, and we don't have many points. Is there a need to do this? Noisy. Hand over your points, and you'll suffer less physical pain. Next door is an example. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. The youth called Su Yang did not put Wu Qingfeng in his eyes at all. There was a mocking smile on the corner of his mouth, and his eyes were very gloomy. Su Yang, is it not done yet? My neighbor has already done it. If you don't hand over your point cards, I'll beat you half to death and make you obedient. In the end, didn't you obediently come out? Following Su Yang's words, another four youths walked in from outside the courtyard. Among them, the leading brown-clothed youth was playing with a point card in his hand. He only glanced at Sun Ji and the other three, and then said to Su Yang with a smile, Why don't you give this dormitory to me? And the next one will be yours. Peng Gang is also here. They are joining forces to snatch the points of the honorary students. After Zhang Wei looked at the leading brown-clothed youth, his expression became even more serious. The expressions on Sun Ji and Wu Qingfeng's faces were not any better. Peng Gang, this dormitory is mine. You can just watch. There's no need for you to interfere. After seeing the brown-clothed youth, Su Yang raised his eyebrows. Then he looked at Wu Qingfeng, Sun Ji, Zhang Wei, and Du Xiaofu. Faint, profound energy surged around his body, and an aura of the early stage of the pulsation realm erupted. He said in a deep voice, "If the four of you don't want to be beaten, then obediently hand over your point cards. Otherwise, I'll teach you a lesson every time I see you." Wu Qingfeng, Zhang Wei, and Sun Ji exchanged glances with each other as their expressions changed. In the end, they had no choice but to grit their teeth and take out their point cards. A wise man knew better than to fight when the odds were against him. Their strength was not a match for the other party, and there was no way they could protect their points. Thus, they might as well hand them over. Here, Wu Qingfeng's face darkened. Simple and honest did not mean that he was easy to bully. It was just that he knew that his strength was not enough, and he had to accept the fact that he was being bullied. He directly threw the point card in his hand to Su Yang. Sun Ji and Zhang Wei also gritted their teeth and threw the point cards in their hands to Su Yang. At this moment, they had no other choice. "That's more like it. Behave yourselves. Otherwise, I won't have to make a move, and you won't have to take a beating." Su Yang stretched out his hand and received the point cards of the three people. Then his own point card appeared in his hand. After inputting profound energy into the point card in his hand, a wave of runes instantly fluctuated out. A strange aura spread out, and then, one by one, it stuck to the point cards of Wu Qingfeng, Sun Ji, and Zhang Wei. Walala! Just as Sun Ji, Wu Qingfeng, and Zhang Wei had pained expressions, the points on their point cards directly landed on Su Yang's point card. The three of their point cards had already shown 0. On Su Yang's point card, the number 330 was already displayed. This meant that Su Yang alone had successfully robbed at least 32 people of their points. Seeing that the points on his point card had increased again, a smile appeared on Su Yang's face. Then he directly threw the point cards of the three people on the ground without any trace of politeness. Following that, his gaze suddenly fell on Du Xiaofu. The corner of his mouth raised, and he coldly said in a deep voice, "Brat, the three of them have already handed over their point cards. Why don't you take the initiative to do so?" Chapter 208. Seeing that the points on his card had increased again, Su Yang revealed a smile on his face. Then he threw the points cards of the three people on the ground without any hesitation. His gaze suddenly fell on Du Xiaofu. The corners of his mouth curled up as he said in a cold voice, "Kid, the three of them have already handed in their points. Why don't you take the initiative to hand over your points card?" Third brother, a wise man knows better than to fight when the odds are against him. Sun Ji leaned to the side and whispered to Du Xiaofu, "Don't lose out just because of your points. We'll think of another way in the future. Quickly hand it over to them." Third brother, don't lose out. We'll think of another way in the future. Wu Qingfeng and Zhang Wei also whispered to Du Xiaofu, "Don't worry, I'll be fine." Du Xiaofu looked at Wu Qingfeng, Zhang Wei, and Sun Ji beside him and smiled slightly. His gaze indicated that the three of them did not need to worry. Then he took 2 steps forward. Finally, Du Xiaofu's gaze fell on Su Yang. With a faint smile on his face, he said, "I won't hand over my points card because I don't plan to give it to you. In addition, I already know how to transfer points. Now, you can return the points of my dorm's eldest, second, and fourth brother. While you're at it, leave your points card behind and scram." Did I hear wrongly? Is this kid looking for a beating? As Du Xiaofu's voice fell, the entire place suddenly became silent. Wu Qingfeng, Zhang Wei, and Sun Ji's gazes suddenly trembled as they fell on Du Xiaofu's body. "Ha ha ha ha, Su Yang, that kid doesn't put you in his eyes at all. He thinks you're an embroidered pillow." The brown-clothed youth, Peng Gang, was stunned when he heard Du Xiaofu's words. Then he laughed loudly at Su Yang. "Kid, you've got some guts. Congratulations, you've pissed me off." Su Yang's face stiffened. He ignored Pungang and waved his hand slightly. He said to the three youths beside him, "Go, let that kid know the consequences of pissing me off." "Don't worry, Senior Su Yang. We'll make him regret it." The three youths rubbed their fists, and their figures immediately walked out. Profound energy surged, and with a stomp of their feet, they directly pounced towards Du Xiaofu. Chi-chi, in the time it took for a spark to fly off a flint, everyone's eyes were suddenly dazzled, and then a low muffled sound rang out. Bang! 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 After three muffled sounds, the three figures flashed and were sent flying. The three figures shot out explosively and landed heavily on the ground of the courtyard. Pucci, the three youths who had attacked Du Xiaofu, were sent flying and crashed to the ground. They spat out mouthfuls of blood and struggled for a while, but they still couldn't get up. "It's always been me snatching people. You actually dare to snatch from me? You're really unlucky." A faint voice rang out, and a figure appeared in front of Su Yang like a ghost. At this moment, Su Yang was like a rabbit in front of a tiger, unable to escape at all. Before he could even react, a fist smashed into his face. Bang! This punch immediately flipped Su Yang over. His body was lifted off the ground and flipped in a circle, and then he fell straight to the ground. "Ah!" Su Yang screamed, and in an instant, blood spurted out from the corner of his mouth, along with bloody broken teeth. Half of his face immediately swelled up like a bun. It was so swollen that even his mother wouldn't be able to recognize him. The next time you want to snatch someone, you must be careful. Not everyone can be snatched by you. Du Xiaofu's figure appeared in front of Su Yang. He took a step forward and fiercely stomped on Su Yang's chest, causing Su Yang's chest to rise and fall. His throat coughed, and blood flowed out from his mouth. At this moment, on his already pale face, the sneer in his eyes had already turned into horror. Su Yang never thought that the purple-robed youth in front of him would be so terrifying at such a young age. What made him most afraid was that this youth's attack was much more ferocious than the guy he provoked in the assessment. He didn't show any mercy, as if he didn't have any scruples at all. Huff, huff! Wu Qingfeng, Zhang Wei, and Sun Ji sucked in a breath of cold air. They were flabbergasted, and their jaws dropped in shock for a long time. "Boss, number 2, number 4, I'll give those 3 points to you." As Du Xiaofu's voice fell, he bent down and took the points card that Su Yang had not taken back from him. Following the pattern, Du Xiaofu took out his own points card. After inputting profound qi into his own points card, the runes spread out, and the 2 points cards stuck together. Du Xiaofu's points card, which originally showed 10 points, immediately rose to 340 points. Then, under everyone's trembling eyes, Du Xiaofu actually took out the Qinkuan bag from Su Yang's chest and directly put it into his own. It was obvious that he wanted to snatch Su Yang's Qinkuan bag as well. "You can't take my Qinkuan bag. That's against the Academy's rules." Su Yang's mouth was dripping with blood as he spoke. He stared at Du Xiaofu with a pained look in his eyes. His face was filled with shock. This youth actually dared to snatch the Qinkuan bag. The Academy's rules stated that, during this month, only points were allowed. What rules? Why are you spouting so much nonsense? Since you want to snatch my points, it's only right for you to pay a price. It's not like I want your life. Du Xiaofu ignored Su Yang's words and stomped his foot on Su Yang's chest, causing Su Yang to be in an incomparably miserable state. After which, as though it was only right and proper, he said indifferently, "You guys tried to rob me the moment I arrived at Tianwu Academy. You scared me to death. Taking your Qinkuan bag can be considered as helping me get over my shock." Collecting points. Seeing Du Xiaofu's actions, Sun Ji, Wu Qingfeng, and Zhang Wei regained their senses. Forcefully suppressing the shock in their hearts, they immediately picked up their respective point cards that Su Yang had thrown onto the ground. Finally, they separately searched for the point cards of the other 3 youths that had long been beaten up by Du Xiaofu to the point where they couldn't even crawl up. They began to plunder the points within their point cards. Walala! Sun Ji and the other 2's point cards, which were originally at 0, immediately became 30 points. From the looks of it, these 3 youths were snatching points from Su Yang. While Su Yang was eating the meat, they were drinking the soup as well. Not good. Seeing this, Peng Gang, who was standing by the side, was shocked. Su Yang didn't even have the strength to resist, and his strength was on par with Su Yang. Thus, he didn't dare to stay here. After regaining his senses, he immediately fled. He didn't want to be implicated as well. After all, that purple-robed brat even snatched his Chinquan bag. Since you're here, there's no need to leave. Stay. As his indifferent voice faded, a figure flashed, like an afterimage streaking across the air. Following which, a figure passed through the air and appeared in front of Peng Gang, who had just turned to flee. Like lightning, at a speed that Peng Gang couldn't defend against, a kick landed on Peng Gang's lower abdomen. Chi! Peng Gang's body was instantly sent flying. A mouthful of blood spurted out from his mouth. Finally, he landed heavily on the ground, causing the ground to tremble. Numerous cracks appeared around his body. The 3 of you hand over your point cards. Otherwise, you'll end up like them. Du Xiaofu didn't even look at the 3 youths who came with Peng Gang. Then he turned to Wu Qingfeng, Zhang Wei, and Sun Ji and said, "Boss, number 2, number 4, I'll leave these 3's point cards to you." As his voice faded, Du Xiaofu walked towards Peng Gang, who was sent flying by the kick. At this moment, Peng Gang was already struggling to stand up. His injuries didn't seem to be as serious as Su Yang's. Seeing Du Xiaofu walking towards him, Peng Gang gritted his teeth. His eyes twitched fiercely, and his hand seals suddenly changed. He activated his martial veins, and a runic glow appeared behind his back. He was about to activate his arterial spirit. Seeing that Peng Gang was about to activate his arterial spirit, Du Xiaofu stopped in his tracks, and a look of interest appeared in his eyes. Du Xiaofu wanted to know what this youth's arterial spirit was, and whether it was anything extraordinary. He heard that this fellow originally had the strength to become an official student of Tianwu Academy. Roar! In an instant, Peng Gang's arterial spirit was activated. Runes flashed and dazzled, causing the ground to tremble. It was a huge gray ape with a ferocious appearance. Runes flowed all over its body. It raised its head and let out a long roar. Its voice was like thunder as it pounded its chest. It was as though it was alive, and its aura was capable of moving mountains and overturning seas. So the arterial spirit is the Herculean demonic ape. Du Xiaofu raised his eyebrows. The Herculean demonic ape was in existence on the earthly beast ranking, and was extremely extraordinary. It was no wonder that this fellow wanted to activate his arterial spirit. Boom! In a short period of time, the Pulse Soul Herculean demon ape leaped out and directly pounced towards Du Xiaofu. An astonishing aura swept out and soared into the sky, causing the gazes of Sun Ji, Wu Qingfeng, Zhang Wei, and the rest to immediately become tense. Du Xiaofu's face was calm and even had a slight smile on it. This smile was accompanied by a faint golden glow in his eyes, revealing a domineering aura. Just as the Herculean demonic ape vein spirit was charging over, Du Xiaofu suddenly moved. He opened up his 5 fingers and slapped towards the Herculean demonic ape. Walala! As Du Xiaofu's hand slapped out, a faint golden glow surged and a domineering aura suddenly erupted. The powerful wind energy directly caused the air to produce a clear sonic boom. Du Xiaofu's light slap, regardless of speed or pressure, far surpassed Peng Gang, after which his hand slapped the Herculean demonic ape vein spirit with lightning speed. Walala! Immediately, the Herculean demonic ape vein spirit was smashed into symbol fragments. It was unstoppable, domineering, and ferocious. Ugh. Pan Gang spat out another mouthful of blood when his vain spirit shattered. Before he could even lift his head, fear suddenly gushed out from his heart. The purple-robed young man had appeared in front of him like a ghost at this moment. The pair of deep eyes on his resolute and determined face caused him to deeply feel that the young man was incomparably sharp, intimidating, and domineering. At the same time, Pan Gang's pupil shrunk. A fist had already arrived in front of his eyes, and he was unable to block it. Bang! Pan Gang's face suffered a punch. Under the impact of the huge force, his body directly fell to the ground. His head was almost inserted into a crack in the ground. Dark red blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth, accompanied by white foam and falling teeth. His body could no longer climb back up. Du Xiaofu leaned forward and took out a points card and a Qinkuan bag from Pan Gang's chest. The Qinkuan bag was kept in Du Xiaofu's chest, and the points on the points card were transferred to Du Xiaofu's own points card. This caused the original 340 points on the card to immediately soar to 680 points, like a rocket. It's already 5 in the morning. Chapter 209. Hand over your points cards. Seeing this, Sun Ji, Zhang Wei, and Wu Qingfeng immediately rushed to the side of the other 3 youths who had come with Pan Gang. At this moment, the 3 youths had seen the wretched fates of the 5 people lying on the ground. How could they dare to refuse? They immediately pulled out the points cards in their hands and handed them over to Sun Ji and the other 2. Amidst the pained and regretful expressions of the 3 youths, the points cards in the hands of Sun Ji, Wu Qingfeng, and Zhang Wei immediately rose to 60 points, while the points cards in their hands dropped to 0. Du Xiaofu stowed the points cards in his hands away in satisfaction, then smiled in satisfaction. Clapping his hands, he said to the people lying on the ground, "You can all scram now! Hurry up and leave." Su Yang and Pan Gang could not even stand up. Only with the support of the other youths did they leave in a panic and fear. To them, they would never have imagined that not only would the points they had snatched be used as a wedding dress for someone else, even the Qinkuan bags on their bodies would be snatched away. The strength of the purple-robed youth in this dormitory was actually terrifying to such an extent. This was illogical. With that level of talent and strength, how could he possibly become an in-name student? At this moment, those youths felt as if they had been pardoned. They did not want to stay in this dormitory courtyard any longer, lest their Qinkuan bags be snatched away as well. Su Yang and Pan Gang were counter-snatched. It seems like the 2 of them were also beaten half to death. Pan Gang and Su Yang, those 2 bastards, have finally kicked a steel plate. I wonder who that purple-robe youth is, to actually be so strong. Outside the courtyard, among the spectating youths in the distance, quite a number of surprised discussions could be heard. Meanwhile, inside the courtyard, Sun Ji, Wu Qingfeng, and Zhang Wei's gazes were once again firmly fixed upon Du Xiaofu, sizing him up from head to toe as if they had seen a ghost. They had never imagined that this old third before them would actually be so terrifyingly strong. "Third brother, you keep telling me how you became a right-in student. With your talent and strength, isn't it more than enough to become an official student?" After a while, Zhang Wei asked Du Xiaofu in a small hall in the courtyard of the dormitory. He could see that with old third strength, those who were near the front among the new students would find it difficult to compare with old third. Du Xiaofu smiled and replied to Zhang Wei, "I came here for some special reasons. I'll tell you in detail when I have time." The 3 of them nodded, and no one asked any more questions. Sun Ji then looked at Du Xiaofu and said gratefully, "Third brother, thank you so much this time. If it weren't for you, our points wouldn't have been returned." "Thank you, third brother." Wu Qingfeng and Zhang Wei's faces were also filled with gratitude. This time, not only did they get their points back, they even earned an additional 50 points. That was equivalent to 10 months of basic points for a right-in student. An official student of Tianwu Academy only had 50 basic points for a month. You're welcome. We're from the same dormitory, so it's natural for us to take care of one another. Du Xiaofu smiled. Sun Ji was overjoyed. With third brother in our dormitory, no one will dare to bully us anymore. Third brother, I saw you take Su Yan and Peng Gang's Qingquan pouches. According to the Academy's rules, you're not allowed to snatch anything other than points. Won't you attract trouble by doing this? Wu Qingfeng's face was filled with worry for Du Xiaofu. It shouldn't be a big deal, Du Xiaofu replied nonchalantly. In any case, he didn't wish to stay in Tianwu Academy for too long. Thus, he didn't care about being punished by the Academy. After which, he turned to Sun Ji and asked, Fourth brother, you're the most well-informed here. Can you do me a favor? Third brother, speak your mind. As long as it's within my means, I'll definitely do it for you. Sun Ji almost patted his chest and promised. I want to find 2 seniors in Tianwu Academy, but I don't know their whereabouts. There's no other news either. Du Xiaofu said to Sun Ji. Don't worry, I'll try my best to find out. It shouldn't be difficult to find 2 people in the academy as long as I have their names. I'll think of a way to find out their whereabouts tomorrow. Sun Ji replied. A day passed and the sky turned dark. In a room in the courtyard of the dormitory, Du Xiaofu sat cross-legged on his bed as thoughts drifted through his mind. Ouyang Shuang, Dai Xingyu, and the little tiger were nowhere to be found. Du Xiaofu couldn't help but feel worried. Also, in terms of cultivation, Du Xiaofu knew that his current strength was far from sufficient. If he couldn't become a true expert, it would be difficult for him to meet his mother and younger sister in this lifetime. Even with the unfathomable strength of his drunkard father, he wasn't able to shake the power behind his mother. It wasn't hard for Du Xiaofu to imagine how powerful that power was. I hope that they'll be fine, Du Xiaofu muttered to himself. A faint golden glow flickered in his deep eyes, and it seemed as though there were runes dancing in his pupils. Who? A moment later, Du Xiaofu took in a deep breath and calmed himself down. Forming hand seals, he began to regulate his breathing. His injuries hadn't fully recovered yet, and it was best for him to recover as soon as possible. As Du Xiaofu regulated his breathing, a faint golden halo enveloped his body. Faint golden strands of energy swam around him, creating an extremely profound sight. Under the moonlight, the mountain peaks leaned against each other as if they were sleeping peacefully under the hazy moonlight. The moonlight was like silk, and the mountain peaks were radiant. The treetops were swaying in the wind, and it was like a fairyland. Bastard, I'll never let that brat go. In a room in a courtyard on a mountain peak, a slightly plump youth was leaning against a bed with an ashen face. It seemed that he couldn't even sit up straight. His face was deathly pale, and there were still some bloodstains at the corners of his mouth. In the room, there was also a girl with short braids. She was 16 or 17 years old, and was somewhat similar to the slightly plump youth. Her face was delicate and pretty, and she had 2 short braids. Her figure was rather round, but she looked very cute. Under her slender eyelashes, her big eyes were like black gems. She looked at the slightly plump youth and said, Third brother, you should just forget it. You're not Du Xiaofu's opponent. If he hadn't held back today, your injuries wouldn't just be like this. Second sister, are we just going to let that brat off after injuring me? He embarrassed me in front of so many people. I definitely won't let him off. The slightly plump youth's eyes were filled with rage, and there was a chill in them. The 2 of them were the first place of the freshman examination, Cheng Yan, and the 4th place, Qing Chao. Qing Chao was severely injured by Du Xiaofu, and every time he thought about it, he would feel even more furious. The brat named Du Xiaofu actually didn't put him in his eyes, and he couldn't take this lying down. Sigh. Third brother, this isn't the royal palace, it's Tianwu Academy. You don't have a choice. You might be talented, but Tianwu Academy is a place where geniuses gather. Even though we managed to obtain first and fourth place in the freshman examination, that's only the result of the examination. It's different from the result of actual combat. Even though some of the students ranked low in the examination, they might not necessarily be weak. Today, Du Xiaofu can prove that Tianwu Academy isn't just famous for being filled with geniuses. Chang Yan looked at Qing Chao, and her sparkling eyes flickered. I don't know about the others, but this time, both Du Qi and Du Yunxin from the Du clan are here. With their strength, I might not be able to do anything to them. This Du clan is getting more and more impudent. One day, I'll teach them a lesson. At the mention of the Du clan, a cold glint flashed across Qing Chao's eyes. Third brother, there are some words that you shouldn't speak recklessly. Especially since you're a prince, you should think carefully about your words and actions. Otherwise, how can you convince the masses in the future? Chang Yan looked at Qing Chao and said, half of the reason why Emperor Father sent us to Tianwu Academy is because of you. He hopes that you can unite your own faction in Tianwu Academy. In Tianwu Academy, there are many powers and clans. With the support of others, you'll be able to suppress the other kings and ascend to the throne. The empire belongs to our Chung family. Do you think that they would dare to rebel? Qing Chao harumphed coldly. So what if it's the Du clan, Xie clan, and the other clans? Among the younger generation, I'm not much weaker than them. Furthermore, we still have Big Sister, so we should be able to suppress them. The Du clan, Xie clan, and the other clans have hidden people as well. They probably won't be released until the time is right. Chang Yan paused for a moment before turning to Qing Chao and saying, recuperate well. Remember, don't find trouble with Du Xiaofu anymore. He isn't someone you can deal with. After saying those words, Chang Yan left the room. With light steps, she left Qing Chao's room. I won't let that brat off. I must avenge my humiliation. Qing Chao harumphed coldly, after which he formed a series of hand seals and began to regulate his breathing. Moonlight filled the entire night sky. Outside the courtyard on the mountain peak, the shadows of the trees in front of him were dancing. A tall and straight young man's body was supported by an arm. On his handsome face, a pair of clear eyes that were so gentle that it seemed as though water was about to drip from them were indifferently looking at the bright moon in the sky. His fine long hair covered his smooth forehead and drooped down to his thick and long eyelashes. He just stood there quietly, but his temperament constantly revealed a noble and elegant temperament. Coupled with his tall and straight figure, it caused his entire person to become even more handsome. Suddenly, the tall and straight youth said to an older girl beside him, "Today, that brat's strength is very frightening. His cultivation method also seems to be very overbearing and extraordinary." This girl looked to be about 16 or 17 years old. She was wearing a light blue long dress. She had a rosy and moving face, and a pair of watery eyes retracted from the shining stars in the sky. She said softly in a soft voice, "A talisman and martial arts dual cultivator is already frightening. He has an even more unfathomable feeling. I don't know where he comes from. Could it be that he's a hidden member of one of the clans? Time is up. Thank you for your support. Continue to ask for flowers. Thank you. Xiao Yu's WeChat public platform has been opened. Search for the official WeChat account Yufeng YF and you can add him. Update times and other issues will be frequently posted on the public platform. In the future, there will be portraits of the characters in the book released one after another." Chapter 210. The noble young man's clear eyes flickered as he muttered, "That brat seems to be surnamed Du as well. Could he be?" Hearing this, the young lady's brows furrowed slightly as she said, "Are you thinking about something that happened more than 10 years ago? Back then, that person from the branch family was so outstanding. It's a pity that he brought great trouble to our Du family in the end, nearly causing calamity to befall the entire Du family." The noble young man sighed emotionally. "Let's wait and see. There are so many people with the surname Du in this world. If he really is from our branch family, his talent and strength would be a good thing for our Du family. The young lady's watery eyes rippled as she said softly, "His talent is terrifying. If he really is from that branch family, I wonder if he will bring calamity to our Du family." The noble young man frowned. "Regardless of whether he is from the main family or a branch family, we are still one family. No one wanted what happened back then to happen again. No one knows what the outcome was in the end, but I hope to find out in the future. I'll be heading back first. I still want to visit the Tianwu Talisman Zone tomorrow." As soon as her soft voice fell, the young girl turned around and left. Her light blue skirt swirled like a light blue flower. Early in the morning, Tianwu Academy was tranquil. When the first ray of sunlight pierced through the thin mist, the grayish-blue dome gradually dimmed. A soft mist rose from the mountain range, creating a hazy and illusory scene. In the plaza outside the chore house, all of the new in-name students stood neatly. There were at least 3,000 of them, which was no less than the number of new official students. On a stone platform at the head of the square, the slightly plump Jean Yanbing was assigning chores to the new registered students one by one. After the new students heard their names and walked out, there would be many registered students from the previous batch beside them to lead them to the platform. Lu Quan, Zhang Ming, who lied, Qin Yi, go help out in the kitchen. Su Song, Yu Hui, go help out in the front yard. On a jade token in Jean Yanbing's hand were the names of all the in-name students, assigning them various chores. Su Yang, Pengang, Gaoen, go help out the back of the mountain. Jean Yanbing called out to Su Yang, Pengang, and Gaoen. However, no one stepped forward. Jean Yanbing immediately looked up and scanned all the registered students. He said in a deep voice, "Su Yang, Pengang, Gaoen, the three of you step forward." The remaining registered students looked at each other, and a commotion broke out. "Third brother, it looks like those fellows were beaten to the point where they can't get up." In the crowd, Sun Ji whispered to Du Xiaofu. His 4 roommates had also gathered early in the morning. Initially, Du Xiaofu didn't intend to come. However, he still had to gather news about his big sister, Ouyang Shuang, Dai Xingyu, and the king-scaled demonic tiger in Tianwu Academy, and he didn't want to complicate matters. In the end, he still decided to come here to broaden his horizons. Senior Jean, Su Yang, Pengang, Gaoen, and the others were heavily injured yesterday. "I'm afraid they won't be able to get up today," a young man finally replied uneasily when Jean Yanbing asked. "Heavily injured? What happened? Who told you to get into a fight?" Hearing this, Jean Yanbing was infuriated. That young man was one of the youths who followed behind Pengang yesterday. He sneaked a glance at the purple-robed young man not too far away and cowered in fear, not daring to speak a word. "What happened? Speak!" Jean Yanbing bellowed. He was in charge of the miscellaneous affairs and the registered students. Yet a fight broke out here. It was clear that they didn't place him in their eyes. If he didn't punish them severely, it would be difficult for him to manage these registered students in the future. Yes, that young man cowered in fear. Hearing Jean Yanbing's bellow, he gritted his teeth and said, "Pengang, Su Yang, and the others were robbed of their points yesterday and were heavily injured." Robbed of their points. Hearing those words, Jean Yanbing was taken aback. Robbing of points was a common occurrence in Tianwu Academy, and it was normal for the seniors to rob their points. Most of the seniors were stronger than him, so he didn't dare to offend them. Obviously, when it came to snatching points, Jean Yanbing thought of the actions of the older students. He frowned, but in his heart he thought that this year's older students would even snatch the points of the registered students. This was too unkind. As a registered student, he was already a good-for-nothing. He was equivalent to a handyman. Snatching the points of a handyman was something that no one had done in the past. Jean Yanbing's gaze flickered and his expression softened. Looking at the young man who spoke, Jean Yanbing waved his hand and said, "I understand." After which, Jean Yanbing swept his gaze across all of the registered students and said, "All of you remember this well. Don't go out if you have nothing to do this month. Just do what you have to do. If you encounter someone robbing you of your points, just hand over your point card if you don't have the strength to back it up. There's no need for you to suffer physical pain. You are truly foolish." Yes. Hearing those words, all of the registered students nodded their heads helplessly. Many of them secretly glanced at the purple-robed young man in the crowd. The youth who spoke felt even more helpless. Originally, he had mustered up his courage to speak up, and he had some expectations in his heart to see if Senior Jean would stand up for them. Who knew that not only did Senior Jean not stand up for them, he even thought that they were stupid. Jean Yanbing continued to look at the names on the jade token as he assigned the registered students to their chores. After sweeping his gaze across the crowd, he shouted, "Wu Qingfeng, Du Xiaofu, Zhang Wei, the three of you go to the back of the mountain to help out. Third brother, you guys go ahead. I'll think of a way to gather information for you later." Sun Ji whispered to Du Xiaofu. Wu Qingfeng, Zhang Wei, and Du Xiaofu glanced at each other before walking out from the crowd. Following which, a young man who looked to be in his 20s walked up to the four of them and said, "Follow me." The back of the mountain was located in the mountain range where Tianwu Academy was located. It was a stretch of mountains where students rarely went. It was covered in lush greenery, and there were quite a few towering trees. When Du Xiaofu, Wu Qingfeng, and Zhang Wei followed the young man to the back of the mountain, there were quite a few other registered students who had also arrived at the back of the mountain. This is the back of the mountain. Be careful and don't venture into the depths of the forest. There are often ferocious beasts there, and occasionally demonic beasts as well. There was once a person who was torn apart by a demonic beast in the back of the mountain. The young man who was leading the way was standing in front of a rock wall that had a flat top and steep sides, as if it was carved out by a blade. He looked at the dense forest behind the rock wall and warned Du Xiaofu, Wu Qingfeng, and Zhang Wei. "Senior, what do we need to do today?" Zhang Wei asked. The young man glanced at the three of them and said, "Look at the people beside you. Just like them, the three of you will dig out rocks from the cliff and polish them until they are smooth. There will be samples in front of you, and they need to be of the same size. They will be used to repair the courtyard. The three of you will polish a total of 30 rocks a day, and there will be others who will carry them over. Once you're done, you can return to cultivate. If you can't, you'll have to wait until you're done before returning. This will be the same for the entire month." Hearing this, Du Xiaofu and the other two looked at their surroundings. At this moment, there were quite a few youths who had already started digging out rocks. They had to dig out a large piece of rock from the hard cliff and polish it into a square of 1 qi in diameter. The three of them had to complete 30 rocks a day, and it was definitely an extremely difficult task. The hard rocks were different from ordinary rocks. They were blue stones that were extremely hard, and they had to be polished until they were smooth and square. It was even more troublesome. Who? Wu Qingfeng and Zhang Wei sucked in a breath of cold air. This was definitely a laborious task, and it was almost comparable to mining for magnetite. "You guys can start. If you can't finish, you'll be punished." After the young man who led the way finished speaking, he glanced at the three of them, then turned around and left. "Second brother, third brother, let's start." Wu Qingfeng said to Zhang Wei and Du Xiaofu, "If we delay, I'm afraid we won't be able to finish. Something's not right." After Du Xiaofu nodded, there was some doubt in his eyes. This was definitely a laborious task. Logically speaking, Jean Yanbing should have arranged some easy chores for him, since he had accepted his elixir yesterday, and he was also worried about Elder Liao. However, it was not normal for him to arrange such a laborious task. Crack, crack! Wu Qingfeng and Zhang Wei had already started digging out rocks. Wu Qingfeng held a long sword in his hand and infused it with profound energy. The sword flashed, and cracks appeared on the cliff. Whoosh! On the other hand, Zhang Wei held a large curved saber in his hand. The tip of the saber flashed, and as he infused it with profound energy, he also created cracks on the hard cliff. However, even though the two of them used all their strength, they could only leave a crack of about half a foot in the hard cliff. After that, they could not move an inch further. It was easy to cut the rock into pieces, but it was too difficult to dig out a square piece of rock from the hard rock wall. Crack! Not far away, a large number of registered students were digging into the rock. The weapons in their hands were directly broken in the cracks of the rock. Looking at the broken weapons, they all had a pained expression. Rumble. There were also many registered students who dug out rocks and rolled them down the cliff. However, the front of the rocks were big, while the back was sharp and conical. It was impossible to grind them into a square stone, so they could only be scrapped. There were also some who dug out only crushed rocks. It's too difficult. It's not easy to dig at all. Wu Qingfeng's forehead was covered in cold sweat. Even though he infused his profound energy with all his might, the long sword could only pierce half an inch into the hard cliff. It was impossible to dig out a square stone. Chapter 211. What kind of rock is this? Why is it so hard? Zhang Wei swept the curly hair on his forehead to the side and wiped the sweat off his forehead. The curved broadsword in his hand could only leave a half-inch crack in the hard rock. It was unable to dig out the entire rock. Du Xiaofu had yet to make a move. He raised his head and looked at the towering rock wall. Finally, his gaze landed on a huge rock that protruded from the rock wall at a height of tens of meters. His gaze moved slightly. Then, the profound qi under his feet surged. His figure leaped up and immediately climbed up the rock wall. What is Old Third doing? Zhang Wei looked at Du Xiaofu's actions. Then, he and Wu Qingfeng looked at each other. The two of them immediately raised their heads and looked at Du Xiaofu, who was climbing up the rock wall. Quickly look. What is that person doing? He seems to be the person who heavily injured Su Yang and Peng Gang yesterday. What is he trying to do? Many of the registered students in the surroundings were also looking curiously at Du Xiaofu, who was climbing up the rock wall like a gecko. Quickly look. What is that brat trying to do? A few of the older students and youths were originally leisurely watching these new registered students suffer in the distance. Back then, they had also gone through the same thing. Digging out the square rock not only required strength, but also many skills. They purposely did not teach them because they wanted to see these new students suffer a little more. It would balance out the pain they had gone through back then. At this moment, these few older students and youths also raised their heads and looked at the rock wall in front of them. The profound qi under Du Xiaofu's feet surged. After a few dodges, he used the protruding rocks on the rock wall as a foothold. Finally, he approached the huge rock protruding from the rock wall. His feet just happened to land on a protruding rock at the side. After carefully looking at the protruding rock, a slight smile appeared on Du Xiaofu's face. Then he said to Wu Qingfeng and Zhang Wei below, "Big brother, second brother, let everyone back off. I will move this rock down. When the time comes, it will be much easier to polish the square rock." So third brother wants to remove that rock. Zhang Wei understood. He immediately waved to the surrounding registered students and said, "Everyone step back. If the rocks roll down, you will be smashed into meat paste. Everyone, please step back for a moment." Wu Qingfeng immediately waved his hand at the surrounding registered students. When the surrounding registered students saw this, they immediately began to retreat. If that huge rock was really brought down, if someone was hit by it, they would really be smashed into meat paste. However, among the group of registered students, there were quite a number of people who revealed doubtful expressions. Could the purple-robed young man bring down such a huge rock? What is that brat trying to do? Don't tell me he's trying to take down that rock. I'm afraid that even a pulsation realm, nirvana realm cultivator would find it difficult to remove that rock. That kid is probably used to being a playboy at home and wants to be in the limelight. You're overestimating yourself. In the distance, a few youths looked at the purple-robed figure on the rock wall in front of them with disdain and contempt in their eyes. Phew! Du Xiaofu looked at the huge rock in front of him. After taking a slight breath, hand seals quickly condensed in his hands. Waves of Xian qi flowed in the acupuncture points in his body and finally gathered in the center of his palm. He clenched his 5 fingers into a fist. In a split second, a shocking aura burst out. Oscillating fist. With a low shout, a pale golden light flashed in his eyes. Suddenly, Du Xiaofu threw a punch directly at the huge rock protruding out in front of him. Bang, bang, bang. The low muffled sound came one after another. There were a total of 13 explosions. The shocking energy waves overlapped with each other and the aura multiplied. Like a shock wave, it finally landed on the rock. Rumble. When the last punch landed, the hard, protruding rock trembled, and the shocking sound of energy impact resounded like thunder. Crack, crack. A large amount of small gravel burst out. At the edge of the huge rock, there were small cracks spreading out. The cracks were getting deeper and thicker. Finally, with a loud bang, the huge protruding rock trembled and finally separated from the rock wall before falling down. Rumble! The sound was like a thunderstorm. The huge rock rolled down like a meteorite. The rumbling sound came from inside and outside the rock wall with echoes. Wherever it passed, there were many cracks on the rock wall. It rolled down, causing the earth to shake and the mountains to shake. The momentum was amazing. Crash! From where the huge rock fell, the rock wall cracked. Many rocks fell one after another, as if it was raining rocks around the rock wall. What terrifying strength! Retreat quickly, don't get hit. Many registered students under the rock wall retreated again. The huge rock was hundreds of meters in diameter. It fell from the top, and under the huge impact, it could not stop at all. It shot out broken stones, forcing people to retreat again. How is that kid so strong? Is that rock not strenuous at all? A few seniors in the distance saw this and looked at each other. They were all stunned. When the huge rock finally crushed a series of rocks on the ground, it finally hit a small hill hundreds of meters away and stopped. There were many cracks on the huge rock. It was very easy to cut it down and grind it into square stones. There were also a lot of fallen rocks in the surroundings. There were probably more than 100 of them, and they were large enough to be polished into square stones. They only needed to be polished a little. This is good. It's enough to complete the mission. I'm afraid it'll be enough for a few days. Wu Qingfeng smiled. It was much more convenient now. Third brother's strength is really terrifying. Zhang Wei's jaw dropped in astonishment for a long time. The surrounding registered students looked at each other. After the shock, they looked at Wu Qingfeng and Zhang Wei with envy. The falling rocks were enough for the 3 of them to complete the mission easily. They were afraid that it would be difficult for them to complete the mission and they would be punished in the end. Senior, can you help us get some rocks down? We'll be very grateful. Yes, Senior, please help us. One by one, the registered students looked up at Du Xiaofu, who was still on the rock wall. A few of the braver ones begged Du Xiaofu, hoping to get some help. Otherwise, they would not be able to complete the mission today and would definitely be punished. Du Xiaofu's eyes moved as he looked at the surrounding rock walls. There were still many huge protruding rocks. The rocks below should have been hollowed out by someone over the years. If there was enough force, they could even fall down. Okay, I'll give it a try. Du Xiaofu said to the registered students below. His figure swept out, and after 2 leaps, he arrived in front of a huge protruding rock. Bang, bang, bang. Then a series of low-energy sonic booms resounded. In front of the rock wall, there was an unceasing rain of rocks. Large pieces of rocks fell from the rock wall, and large pieces of rock cracked. Rumbling sounds reverberated in the air, shaking the earth and mountains. The sound waves swept into the distance, and it felt as though the entire rock wall was about to be destroyed. That lad must be a monster. When the seniors saw this sight, their eyes were filled with shock. The young man's figure flashed across the rock wall, and wherever he passed, huge rocks would fall down. Not too long later, a huge pile of rocks was piled up at the bottom of the rock wall. They only needed to be slightly polished before they could become square stones. Tianwu Academy was filled with lush trees and exotic flowers. Amidst the mountain peaks, there were towers on both sides with intricately carved sills. They were hidden between the trees, and they exuded an ancient aura. It's easy to just help out in the kitchen. I should sneak out and help Old Third to gather information. On the limestone floor, Sun Ji dashed out. The kitchen wasn't strict, so it wasn't difficult for him to sneak out. Junior, welcome to Tianwu Academy. At this moment, a faint laughter was heard. Then, 5 figures slowly appeared in front of Sun Ji. There were 4 males and 1 female. The female walked in the center, and she had a beautiful appearance. The one who spoke was a young man dressed in yellow, and he seemed to be in his early 20s. The other 3 were of similar age, and they were dressed in bright clothes. Sun Ji lifted his head and looked at the 5 people before him. His gaze immediately turned grim. He bowed and greeted, "Greetings, seniors. You sure know your manners. Hand over your points." A young man dressed in luxurious clothes looked at Sun Ji with a hint of mockery on his face. "Seniors, I'm just a registered student. I don't have any points." Sun Ji's expression turned grim. He didn't expect to encounter seniors robbing him of his points the moment he stepped out. If it was yesterday, he would only get 10 points. However, it was different today. There were 60 points in his points card, and he couldn't bear to part with them. Kiki, that lad is smart. However, this trick won't work anymore. That lad also said that he's just a registered student, but after we taught him a lesson, he became obedient. Does he think that we are easy to fool? A young man dressed in luxurious clothes sneered. "I'm really a registered student." Sun Ji was on the verge of tears. He didn't expect that there would be a freshman who pretended to be a registered student in order to avoid being robbed. Cut the crap. If he doesn't hand it over, we'll teach him a lesson. We'll let these rookies know the traditions of our Tianwu Academy so that they will know the rules in the future. The 4th young man spoke. His profound chi fluctuated slightly, and a cold sneer appeared on his face. He was about to make a move. "Thank you. I'm not raining season for tipping 1888 Chasing Waves coins. Thank you, brother 1-863-062-2631 for tipping 7,776 Chasing Waves coins. Thank you. As I had a small activity with my book friends at 8 and 9 tonight, I ended up running slightly behind schedule. Thus, this chapter was delayed by half an hour. My apologies. After reading the previous chapter, the number of fresh flowers increased significantly. It seemed that my brothers and sisters still doted on Xiaoyu. Thank you. Chapter 212. Now I've fallen. Going out is really unfavorable. Sun Ji's eyes twitched. He knew that he didn't have the strength to contend with these seniors. A wise man knew better than to fight when the odds were against him. It was better than being trampled. He reluctantly took out his points card and said, "Here are the points." Humph, refusing a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Profound energy surged beneath the feet of the young man who spoke last. He didn't seem to move, but his figure appeared in front of Sun Ji like a ghost. With a wave of his hand, a suction force gushed out from his palm and directly sucked the points card in Sun Ji's hand into his own. Then he fiercely kicked Sun Ji's body. Bang! Sun Ji's body was directly kicked away and smashed into the ground over 10 meters away. A mouthful of blood instantly spurted out from his mouth. Junior Inglan, the points in this point card are for you. When the time comes, you can cultivate and comprehend for a period of time within the Heaven Martial Talisman stage and make a breakthrough as soon as possible. The young man handed Sun Ji's point card to the beautiful girl in the middle of the crowd. "Thank you very much, senior." The beautiful woman faintly smiled. Her skin was fair, and her appearance was beautiful. However, there was a cold and arrogant aura between her brows. She took the points card from the young man and began to plunder his points. Suddenly, the girl's expression darkened slightly. She said softly, 60 points. "This kid is indeed dishonest. He's not a registered student at all. Looks like the new students now really don't put us seniors in their eyes. Looks like we need to make an example out of him." The young man in luxurious clothes who was originally speaking saw the displeased expression on the beautiful girl's face and immediately grasped the opportunity to show off. Let him remember, next time, he has to be more honest with us seniors. Don't be too heavy-handed. After all, we're seniors too. Just a little training is enough, the beautiful girl said indifferently. At this moment, Sun Ji's point card with 0 points was directly thrown to the ground. "Don't worry, I'll definitely let him remember." Seeing that the beautiful woman had agreed, a smile appeared on the young man's face. Then he turned around and looked at Sun Ji, who had already gotten up. He unsheathed his sword and walked forward step by step. He sneered, "Brat, you're not being honest." "Seniors, I'm really not lying. I'm really an in-name student." Sun Ji retreated step by step, blood dripping from the corner of his mouth. "How can a registered student get 60 points? Do you think I'm stupid?" The corners of the young man's lips curled up. The moment he finished speaking, he moved and instantly appeared in front of Sun Ji. With lightning speed, he kicked Sun Ji's stomach and sent him flying. Poochie! Fresh blood spurted out from Sun Ji's mouth as he once again smashed onto the ground. Before he could get up, a foot had already landed on his chest. Ah! At the same time, a dazzling sword light flashed from the corner of Sun Ji's eyes. Then a sharp pain came from his ears. Blood spurted out, and he couldn't help but scream. "Ha ha! Now you can always remember to respect your seniors. Next time, you have to be more obedient." The young man laughed loudly. His eyes were full of ridicule and contempt. He didn't put Sun Ji in his eyes at all. "Let's go. I don't like to see blood." The beautiful woman indifferently glanced at Sun Ji, who was dripping with blood on the ground. Then she turned around and said to the other young men beside her, "Senior Zhu, Senior Zhang, let's go." "Okay, let's go find the next one. Those rookies are all hiding. How stupid. Do they think we won't be able to find them if they hide? What a joke. Those rookies should be taught a lesson." The 5 of them left, leaving behind a bloody Sun Ji lying on the ground. His left ear had been cut off, and blood was dripping from it. His clothes were dyed red, and his face was pale. The 2 kicks to his stomach also caused him to suffer heavy injuries. A moment later, Sun Jitsai struggled to get up. Trembling, he picked up his points card and his bloody left ear. Looking in the direction the 5 people had left, his body trembled, and his eyes were bloodshot. Du Xiaofu's fists smashed onto the rocks, causing them to tremble and crack. More and more rocks fell, causing the ground to shake and the mountains to shake. It was as if the entire cliff was about to be destroyed. That brat must be a pervert. That brat must have transformed from a demonic beast. Too terrifying. That brat's strength is actually so terrifying. In the distance, when the older students and young men saw the scene, their eyes trembled with shock. The young man's figure flashed across the stone wall, his fists dancing in the air. The hard stone wall was like tofu, and huge rocks kept falling down. It didn't take long before the rocks piled up like a small hill. They just needed to be polished a little and they would turn into square stones. "Senior, it's enough. It's enough. Senior, let's stop and rest for a while. It's enough." After the many registered students below recovered from their shock, they looked at the mountain of rocks in front of them and said loudly, "Phew, Du Xiaofu took a deep breath. After a few flashes on the stone wall, he landed lightly outside the stone wall. Looking at the mountain of rocks on the ground, he clapped his hands and revealed a smile on his face. After last night's meditation, his injuries had recovered a little. Third brother, you're amazing. It's much easier now. Zhang Wei stepped forward and stood in front of Du Xiaofu. His eyes were still filled with shock. With so many rocks, I'm afraid it's enough to complete the mission for many days. Wu Qingfeng also came to Du Xiaofu's side. After the shock in his eyes, he smiled foolishly. Big brother, second brother, I'll leave the rest to you. I want to walk around. Du Xiaofu said to Wu Qingfeng and Zhang Wei, no problem. Go ahead. We'll be able to complete the mission in a while. Wu Qingfeng nodded. The most difficult step had been completed. The next step was to grind the rocks into squares. It was very simple and easy to complete. Naturally, Du Xiaofu did not need to do it again. Don't worry. Just leave it to us. You've already completed the most difficult part, Zhang Wei said. Du Xiaofu nodded. He looked around and walked toward the exit. The registered students around him were very grateful. Those who did not know Du Xiaofu's name all called him Senior. Where do you want to go? You can't leave before you finish the square stone. At the exit not far away, a few young men jumped out. They looked like the previous batch of registered students. When they saw that Du Xiaofu was about to leave, they immediately blocked in front of Du Xiaofu. Du Xiaofu looked at the young men. Using his mind power, he found that these young men were all in the initial stage of the pulsation realm. Given their age, they were all in their early 20s and were in the initial stage of the pulsation realm. In fact, they were already extremely powerful. However, compared to the registered students of Tianwu Academy, these young men were far weaker. Du Xiaofu thought to himself. Judging from the situation of LV Jiaxue, Zhang Yu, and the others, the previous batch of Tianwu Academy's registered students were all in the Pulsation Realm, Nirvana Realm, and Pinnacle Pulsation Realm. The right-in students and formal students from the previous batch should have entered Tianwu Academy at the same time. Based on the situation of this batch, their cultivation should have been around the same level from the start. There were even some who had the strength to enter the top 3,000. It was just that they were unlucky and were accidentally eliminated. However, in just 3 short years, the difference between the two parties was already huge. Under the same level of talent, cultivation resources and time are extremely important. Du Xiaofu sighed in his heart, but he also thought that perhaps these registered students would secretly compete with the official students in the beginning. But after a long time, he was afraid that under the environment of registered students, their state of mind would gradually change. In the end, he decided to go all out. In any case, he was just a registered student and could not be compared to an official student. With such a mentality, he was afraid that even his original fighting spirit would be obliterated in the end. His comprehension of cultivation would be even more hindered, and he would not be able to go far on the road of cultivation in the future. The 3 of us will earn a total of 30 cubes a day. We just have to complete it when the time comes. Why can't I leave for a while? Du Xiaofu looked at the young men and asked. For some reason, the young men didn't dare to look at Du Xiaofu. After witnessing how terrifying the young man before them was, they didn't dare to provoke him. However, as registered students from the previous cohort, they had been waiting for a new batch of rookies for a long time. When the time came, they would be able to relax a lot. Many of the chores would naturally be handed over to the new registered students to do. At that moment, the young men looked at each other and thought to themselves, if they couldn't even suppress a rookie on the first day, they probably wouldn't be able to control the new batch of rookies in the future. Who would listen to them? One of the young men in the middle thought to himself, even if the young man before them was powerful, would he dare to make a move on them? If the rookie dared to make a move on them on the first day, the world would be turned upside down. At that time, all the registered students from the previous cohort would probably band together against a common enemy. They wouldn't let the kid go. Thinking of that, the young man became a lot braver. He gritted his teeth and raised his head to look at Du Xiaofu. He said, "Kid, this is against the rules. It won't be too late to leave after you complete 30 cubes." Bang! Just as the young man's voice fell, a muffled sound was heard. The young man's body was sent flying a few meters away and fell heavily on the ground. Blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. "Now can I leave?" Du Xiaofu said indifferently and strode away. The other young men were shocked. They didn't dare to stop him and quickly moved away. "Xiao Yu will continue to explode today. Brothers, you won't hurt Xiao Yu again, right? The explosion 2 days ago caused 7 flowers to bloom. I still have lingering fears. I'll continue to write. It just so happens that a small plot is coming." Chapter 213. After taking a few steps, Du Xiaofu turned around and looked at the few youths. "Right, if anyone dares to say anything about me, I'll put the blame on you. I'll beat you up every time I see you. I'll remember your faces." After saying those words, Du Xiaofu turned around and left without looking back. The few youths glanced at each other with ugly expressions. They didn't expect the young man to be much more vicious than they had imagined. How was he still a newbie? He wasn't someone they could deal with. Grind the square stones, go back and rest early. Seeing Du Xiaofu teach those seniors a lesson, the group of registered students felt delighted. Then they started to grind the square stones, and rumbling sounds could be heard. It wouldn't take long for them to complete today's mission. In the back mountains, the undulating mountain range was covered by a lush green forest. Gazing into the distance, one could vaguely see towering peaks in the clouds. Du Xiaofu climbed to the top of the tallest mountain. He was already some distance away from the place where the registered students were grinding the square stones. In the dense forest, bright flowers danced in the wind. Gazing at the buildings and mountain peaks in the distance, Du Xiaofu fell into a daze. Du Xiaofu wasn't interested in being a handyman when he came up the mountain. Furthermore, he really wanted to take a look around. After all, this was the place where his drunkard father had once stayed. So this is Tianwu Academy. After a moment, Du Xiaofu smiled faintly. Even though he had arrived at Tianwu Academy, it was probably different from what his drunkard father had imagined. Even though he had entered Tianwu Academy, he had become a handyman. Suddenly, Du Xiaofu's gaze shifted to a spot not far ahead. There was a figure sitting on a rock under a big tree. He hadn't noticed him when he came up. Judging from his back, he should be an old man. Eyebrows twitching, Du Xiaofu walked over. Using his mental energy, he couldn't sense any aura from the elder. When Du Xiaofu arrived behind the elder, the latter turned around. He looked to be in his 60s or 70s, with thick eyebrows, large eyes, a large nose, and a wide mouth. His hair was messy like dried grass. His face was pale like a piece of ragged cloth. His eyes were bright, but there was a hint of listlessness in them. What surprised Du Xiaofu the most was that this elder hadn't shaved for a long time. His large face was like a barren land filled with grass, and with the wrinkles on his face made him look like a savage or gorilla. Du Xiaofu almost took 2 steps back in shock. The elder looked at Du Xiaofu and sized him up from head to toe with curiosity. "Lad, why are you here? You seem to be a new, right-in student. Aren't you afraid of being bullied by the seniors when you come out to slack off?" "Hee, I don't want to offend anyone, but if anyone dares to bully me, I will beat them up." Du Xiaofu chuckled. It seemed like this old man knew quite a lot. Following which, he sat down on the rock beside the old man and gazed at the mountain range before him before asking the old man, "Old man, are you an old member of Tianwu Academy? It seems like you know quite a bit. It seems like those seniors aren't easy to bully you." The elder chuckled and turned to look at Du Xiaofu. "I should be an old member of Tianwu Academy. I've been here for my entire life, and now that I'm old, I don't have much to do. Are you from the Miscellaneous Affairs Department as well?" Du Xiaofu looked at the old man. Judging from his sloppy appearance, he probably wasn't from the chore house, not the chore house. The elder's gaze shifted before he chuckled. You can say that I'm from the Miscellaneous Affairs Department. I've been working in Tianwu Academy for my entire life. Since you've been working for your entire life, why don't you return home? Du Xiaofu asked curiously. Return home? Ripples appeared in the elder's bright, yet lifeless eyes. He looked at the mountain range and pavilions in front of him and said softly, I'm already so old and have no family. I've been staying in Tianwu Academy all my life. To me, Tianwu Academy is my home. Where else can I return to? I'm afraid that I'll die of old age in Tianwu Academy. Du Xiaofu looked at the elder. For some reason, he felt respect for the elder. Anyone who could stay in one place for their entire life was worthy of respect. The elder stretched his back before looking at Du Xiaofu and asked, Lad, you just came in, right? What do you think of Tianwu Academy? I used to yearn for this place because my drunkard father used to stay here as well. He was the one who wanted me to come here. Du Xiaofu looked at the elder and paused for a moment. His expression changed slightly before he continued. However, I feel that Tianwu Academy is just SOO. I'll be leaving in a few days. Oh. The beard of the elder moved slightly before he asked, What's your father's name? I've been here for a long time, so I might even know your father. My drunkard father isn't that famous, so it's impossible for you to know him. Du Xiaofu replied immediately. However, he didn't dare to mention his drunkard father's name. After all, he was ranked second on the bounty board. It would be strange if he wasn't famous in Tianwu Academy. Then what's your name? The elder smiled before asking Du Xiaofu. Du Xiaofu. Du Xiaofu didn't hide it. After all, many people knew about it. Du Xiaofu, huh? The elder muttered softly as he sized up Du Xiaofu, after which he continued, You should take a look around Tianwu Academy. Actually, Tianwu Academy isn't too bad and you can learn quite a few things there. Back in the day, Tianwu Academy produced many outstanding students who eventually became famous. However, Tianwu Academy has declined and is no longer the same as before. After saying those words, a hint of emotion flashed through the elder's lifeless eyes. If there's a chance, I'll take a look around. Du Xiaofu nodded his head. He didn't object to the elder's words. Tianwu Academy did have a strong foundation and countless experts had emerged from it. Old Third. Suddenly, a voice sounded from the bottom of the mountain. Du Xiaofu turned around and saw a figure running over. The voice belonged to Zhang Wei. If there's a chance, come and chat with this old man again. The elder stood up and looked at Du Xiaofu with a smile on his desolate face, after which he turned around and walked down the mountain. Old Third, you're really here. I've finally found you. Zhang Wei and the old man brushed past each other. Zhang Wei glanced at the old man suspiciously. Then he took a few steps and arrived in front of Du Xiaofu. His face was pale and anxious. What's the matter? Seeing Zhang Wei's expression, Du Xiaofu's expression became serious, and his heart tightened for no reason. Zhang Wei's eyes were filled with anger as he looked at Du Xiaofu. With a trembling voice, he said, Old Fourth was beaten up by the seniors and was severely injured. When he found us at the back of the mountain, he had already fainted. His ears were sliced off, and his body was covered in blood. It's too tragic. Those seniors didn't treat Old Fourth as a human at all. When Du Xiaofu rushed back to the densely packed mountain of rocks, a few youths were standing at the side. After seeing Du Xiaofu, they couldn't help but take a few steps back. Their eyes faintly revealed a look of fear. A group of registered students gathered together, and the sound of discussion could be heard. Zhang Wei, who was at the front, shouted, Everyone make way. Boss, Third Bro is here. The registered students who were gathered together suddenly opened up a path, and their gazes immediately fell on Du Xiaofu. On a rock, Wu Qingfeng was supporting the unconscious Sun Ji. He didn't know what to do, and his eyes were bloodshot. When he saw Du Xiaofu, he immediately raised his head and his eyes trembled. He said, Old Third, come and take a look at Old Fourth. Old Fourth's injuries are too serious. I gave him some pills, but it doesn't seem to be effective. Du Xiaofu quickly walked into the crowd. When he saw Sun Ji, who was being supported by Wu Qingfeng, his gaze suddenly trembled. His hands quietly clenched into fists, and a cold look surfaced on his face. At this moment, Sun Ji's injuries were even more serious than what Sun Wei had said. His body was covered in blood, and his left ear had been sliced off. Fresh blood stained his clothes. The blood had just coagulated, and his eyes were tightly shut. His face was pale, and his breathing was weak. What the hell is going on? As Du Xiaofu spoke, he immediately supported Sun Ji in Wu Qingfeng's hands. He formed a hand seal, and profound energy surged. Several finger seals landed on Sun Ji's body. Wu Qingfeng retreated to the side and said, "I'm not sure either." When Old Fourth arrived, he had already collapsed. He only said that it was the seniors who did it, and then he fainted. Chi! After Du Xiaofu slowly laid the unconscious Sun Ji down on the rock, the seals in his hands once again changed. Numerous runes surged and landed on Sun Ji's body. As the rune energy landed on Sun Ji's body trembled slightly. Du Xiaofu's expression became uglier and uglier. From the examination, he found out that Sun Ji's injuries were not light. He was not injured by a single person, and there were 2 residual profound energies in his body. From the injuries, it seemed that 2 people had kicked Sun Ji in the stomach. It was a clean kick. The people who did it were all in the pulsating realm. They were much stronger than Sun Ji. A casual kick was enough to seriously injure Sun Ji, let alone 2 kicks. If they had used a little more strength, Sun Ji would have lost his life. It was obvious that the people who did it did not dare to kill. However, not only did they seriously injure Sun Ji, they even cut off his ear. It could be said that they were vicious and merciless. Pooh! When Du Xiaofu's last rune energy landed on the acupuncture point on Sun Ji's lower abdomen, and his hand seals disappeared, the unconscious Sun Ji's chest heaved up and down. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and then his tightly shut eyes slowly opened. Chapter 214. Elfor is awake. Elfor, how are you? Seeing that Sun Ji had awakened, Zhang Wei and Wu Qingfeng heaved a sigh of relief and immediately gathered around him. He's finally awake. The large group of registered students surrounding Sun Ji looked at the awakened Sun Ji, and their originally tense expressions began to relax. A registered student had been seriously injured by a senior student. As registered students, they were of the same breath and branch. Naturally, they all felt a common sense of crisis. Sun Ji opened his eyes. His originally bright eyes looked rather lifeless at this moment. His intelligent appearance was also somewhat dispirited at this moment. Looking at Wu Qingfeng, Zhang Wei, and Du Xiaofu, who appeared in his vision, his gaze moved, and the corners of his mouth squeezed out a trace of a bitter smile. He wanted to sit up and said, "I thought I was going to die, but it seems that I'm not dead yet. Don't worry, you'll be fine. You'll be fine after a period of recuperation." Wu Qingfeng consoled Sun Ji. Together with Zhang Wei, they hurriedly helped Sun Ji up and sat him down on the rock. For what happened? Du Xiaofu asked Sun Ji. Nothing much, just some points robbed by the seniors. Seeing Du Xiaofu, Sun Ji immediately said, "That's right, 3. I heard that the senior you're looking for, Ouyang Shuang, returned to Tianwu Academy 2 days ago. However, I don't know where she is now. Also, there is indeed a senior called Du Xiaoman in the academy, and she is also a member of the enforcement team." Hearing this, Du Xiaofu, who had been worried about Ouyang Shuang, Dai Xingyu, and the little tiger, immediately relaxed. Yesterday, Du Xiaofu had asked Sun Ji for help because he saw that Sun Ji was well informed. As a newcomer, he was unfamiliar with everything, so he asked Sun Ji for help to inquire about Ouyang Shuang and his elder sister, Du Xiaoman. However, he didn't expect that such a thing would happen now. Suddenly, Du Xiaofu's eyes trembled. He looked straight at Sun Ji and asked, "Old Four, did you go to scout for information and then meet those seniors?" Looking at Du Xiaofu's gaze, Sun Ji bit his blood-stained lips and nodded. Then, with a bitter smile, he said, "After I inquired about the news, I didn't expect my luck to be so bad. I ran into a few seniors. They wanted my points. At first, I couldn't bear to part with them. I said that I was a registered student and didn't have any points, but they didn't believe me. I thought that since I couldn't beat them, I had no choice but to give it to them. But when they found out that I had over 60 points in my card, they said I was lying to them. I explained, but they didn't believe me, so they taught me a lesson." Pipa. Hearing Sun Ji's words, Du Xiaofu's 5 fingers suddenly clenched into fists. His knuckles cracked, and his resolute face suddenly turned ashen. An invisible chill began to spread from Du Xiaofu's body. His tone became cold as he asked Sun Ji, "You handed over your points card, but they still didn't let you go. They even injured you like this?" Feeling the chill from Du Xiaofu's body, Sun Ji's face trembled slightly. He nodded helplessly and said, "Don't worry, old three. I'm fine. I won't die. They won't dare to kill me. Just treat it as a training." "Bastard." Seeing Sun Ji nod in agreement, Du Xiaofu couldn't help but shout. His clenched fists trembled slightly. He looked at Sun Ji and said in a deep voice, "Old Four, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have let you scout for information. Old Three, I'm really fine. This matter has nothing to do with you, so don't think of doing anything. They're all seniors and they are very powerful." Worry flashed across Sun Ji's eyes. He was afraid that Du Xiaofu would do something. Yesterday, he had personally witnessed Du Xiaofu's temper and means. However, those who injured him were different from Peng Gang and the others. They were all seniors of Tianwu Academy, and each of them possessed extraordinary strength. They weren't people that Peng Gang and Su Yang could compare with. "Old Four, do you still recognize them?" Looking at the bloodied Sun Ji in front of him, Du Xiaofu took a deep breath. How could he not care? Sun Ji was seriously injured because he went to investigate for him. Even if Sun Ji wasn't injured because of him, Du Xiaofu wouldn't ignore it. Even though the 4 of them had just met yesterday, Du Xiaofu didn't forget the warm care they had shown him yesterday. After interacting with them for a while, they had already developed feelings for each other, and they were like brothers. "I'll remember it in my heart. I won't forget it." Sun Ji nodded his head. As he said those words, a cold gleam flashed across his eyes, after which he turned to Du Xiaofu and said, "Old Three, you really don't have to worry about me. I have many ways to exact vengeance, and I'm not someone who can be bullied easily. However, I want to exact vengeance on my own. I'll cultivate diligently in the future, and there will be a day when I surpass them. At that time, I'll make them pay with interest." Hearing those words, Du Xiaofu's eyes trembled. He stared at Sun Ji coldly, and after a moment of silence, he asked in a deep voice, "Old Four, what did you call me?" Sun Ji squeezed out a smile as he looked at Du Xiaofu and said doubtfully, "Old Three. You're Old Three, and I'm the youngest. I'm Old Four." Du Xiaofu looked at Sun Ji and said, "Old Four, let's not talk about how you were injured because of me. Although we only met yesterday, you called me Old Three, so I'm your brother. I called you Old Four, so you're my brother. How can I just stand by and watch when my brother is being bullied? Moreover, you were injured because of me. If I don't do anything, then I'm not worthy of being called Old Three in the future." Hearing Du Xiaofu's words, Sun Ji's eyes moved. Then with a smile he said, "Old Three, your words are enough. We'll take revenge in the future. They're very powerful. When we're powerful in the future, it won't be too late to find them to settle the score. Fourth brother, I'm not going to take revenge for you, nor am I going to settle the score for you. If you weren't strong enough and your points were stolen, then I wouldn't have anything to say. But you handed over your points card, and they even heavily injured you. What they owe is not just a score or a grudge. What they owe is justice. Du Xiaofu shook his head slightly and opened his clenched fist. Then he patted Sun Ji's shoulder and said, I'm going to help you get justice. They owe you a grudge. You can go and get them back later. But today, I'm going to help you get justice. Sun Ji nodded and said, I'm going to help you get justice. His voice paused for a moment. Du Xiaofu's eyes surged with coldness. He gritted his teeth and said in a deep voice, Anything can be owed, but justice can't be delayed. Anything can be given up, but justice can't be given up. Old 3 is right. What they owe is justice. Anything can be owed, but justice can't be delayed. Wu Qingfeng nodded. His tall and straight body surged with an aura. He looked at Du Xiaofu and said, Old 3, I'm the eldest. I'll go with you. Even if we can't beat them, we'll get justice. Anything can be given up, but justice can't be ignored. Old 3, I'll also get justice for Old 4. Under Zhang Wei's thick eyebrows, his big black eyes were also surging with anger at this time. Old 3, Old 2, Old 3. Sun Ji looked at the 3 of them. His eyes were a little sad, but his pale face had a smile. He then nodded heavily and said, Okay, then we'll go and get justice first. At worst, we'll be beaten up, but it won't take our lives. Yes, at worst, we'll be beaten up. I, Wu Yong, will go with you. It's okay to bully us registered students, but there can't be no justice. Among the crowd of onlookers, a well-built young man stood out. This young man was the first to ask Du Xiaofu to help smash some rocks down from the rock wall. It's just a beating. We won't die. It's not like we've been beaten up before. I'll go with you. We can't ignore justice for registered students. Another young man stood out. He had delicate features, but he had an extraordinary air of arrogance. We're all registered students. If we don't unite, we'll be bullied even more. I'll go with you. Don't leave me behind. I'll go too. As the first well-built young man stepped out, the surrounding young men suddenly shouted in unison. Their emotions were high, and their eyes were filled with anger. They all wanted to go and get justice. Thank you, everyone. Wu Qingfeng clasped his fist to the surrounding people. The more people there were, the more confidence he would have. After which, the 200 students gathered together. None of them continued to grind the rocks and left the back of the mountain. The few older students wanted to stop them, but in the face of the vast and mighty aura of the 200 registered students, especially with the fierce, purple-robed youth in the middle, they didn't dare to stop them. They could only watch as the crowd left. This is bad. I'm afraid that there's going to be a huge problem. Let's take a shortcut and inform Senior Jean. The few young men stared at one another, and cold sweat trickled down their foreheads. This new batch of registered students was going to turn the heavens upside down. In the vast mountain range behind Tianwu Academy, a majestic sight could be seen. Wherever Du Xiaofu and the others passed by, the registered students who were working on the road saw the majestic and emotional large group of people. They faintly heard that a registered student had been beaten by a senior student, and now someone was going to stand up for the registered students. They immediately put down the chores in their hands and joined in. The more people there were, the more spirited they became. Their courage grew as well. By the time they walked out of the back of the mountain, there were already over 1,000 people in the group. They were majestic and imposing. In the courtyard of the chore house, Jean Yanbing sat on a chair with a teapot in his hand. He gently rocked his chair and took a small sip of tea. He looked up at the dazzling sunlight that passed through the large tree beside the courtyard. The light and shadow cast from the canopy made him feel very comfortable. The recent arrival of the new batch of registered students had given Jean Yanbing a huge income. Many of the registered students came from extraordinary clans, and they were extremely capable. On top of that, the Miscellaneous Affairs Division was a lucrative job, and he had earned quite a bit over the years. Chapter 215. In a few days, after the new batch of brats have settled down, I will be able to go into the Heaven Martial Talisman realm for a period of time. Jean Yanbing muttered softly. Although he couldn't directly touch the points of those students, the various benefits he obtained could be exchanged for points. With enough points, he would be able to go into the Heaven Martial Talisman realm for a period of time and exchange for the medicinal pills he wanted. Perhaps this time, he would be able to directly break through to the next level. During this period of time, Jean Yanbing could faintly feel that he was about to make another breakthrough. If he was able to break through to the pulse spirit stage from the perfect pulse movement stage, his status in the academy would undoubtedly rise by quite a bit. Senior Jean, not good. Something big has happened. A hurried shout was heard, and then several young men rushed into the courtyard. What's wrong with you guys? Weren't you guys watching those brats grinding the square stones at the back of the mountain? The front courtyard is expanding, so we need square stones. If there isn't enough, you guys can go get them yourselves. When Jean Yanbing saw the several young men, he immediately glared and shouted. Then he opened his mouth and took a small sip of tea from the teapot. This tea was extraordinary. It was a very expensive item. Normally, only the elders could drink it. Senior Jean, those brats ran away. They all ran away. We couldn't watch them at all. Uft! Before the young man who spoke could say anything, Jean Yanbing, who was lying back on the chair, suddenly stood up. The mouthful of tea that he had just inhaled was directly sprayed out, spraying all over the faces of the young men. Their expressions changed drastically as they asked loudly, "What's going on? Tell me quickly." A young man at the front raised his hand and used his sleeve to wipe the tea that was sprayed all over his face. He said to Jean Yanbing, "A senior student stole a registered student's points and even injured a registered student. So those registered students are now clamoring to seek justice." Seeking justice? Did those little bastards get kicked in the head by a donkey? Jean Yanbing scolded loudly. A few registered students wanted to seek justice from the older students because their points had been stolen. This was definitely a case of a donkey kicking in the head. Then he asked, "Who took the lead and how many people went?" "I'm afraid there are hundreds of them now, and more are coming. I think it's someone called Du Xiaofu. That kid is too strong," the young man immediately replied. Du Xiaofu. Hearing this name, the small teapot in Jean Yanbing's hand fell to the ground and shattered into pieces. His body trembled and his expression changed. He said, "This is trouble, big trouble. Why is it that kid? I knew that kid would be a disaster." "Senior Jean, do you know that kid?" The young man who spoke just now plucked up his courage and asked, "Know my ass. Quick, where are they going? Take me to stop them." Jean Yanbing shouted, his face ashen. If there was a problem this time, he would definitely be in trouble. He was afraid that he would not be able to keep this lucrative job in the future. Jean Yanbing's face couldn't help but twitch as soon as he mentioned Du Xiaofu. Up until yesterday evening, Jean Yanbing was still thinking that he had to build a good relationship with the newcomer, Du Xiaofu. After all, Du Xiaofu was personally sent here by Master Changming, and he had a close relationship with Elder Liao. He definitely had a strong background. However, when night fell, Jean Yanbing met a few mentors. He unintentionally overheard a few mentors discussing a matter called Du Xiaofu. Jean Yanbing had heard this and realized that Du Xiaofu was not only related to Elder Liao, but also had a great relationship with him. In the morning, a young man called Du Xiaofu, who was practicing both martial arts and talisman arts, had delayed the registration time. Therefore, he had trapped the top 10 freshmen in a talisman array. Moreover, he had severely injured the 4th-ranked freshman with one move. His strength and innate talent were extremely high. More importantly, Du Xiaofu didn't place Elder Liao in his eyes at all, thus offending the latter. Almost all of the instructors and elders in Tianwu Academy knew about this matter, and he was the last one to know about it. After hearing the news, Jin Yanbing almost wanted to slap himself to death on the spot. He actually arranged for that guy to stay in one of the few comfortable dormitories. If Elder Liao and Mentor Chongming knew that he had taken care of him like that, they would definitely give him a hard time. However, he had accepted Du Xiaofu's pill, so it wasn't appropriate for him to fall out with him. Jin Yanbing could be considered as a wily old fox in Tianwu Academy. Furthermore, he knew that Du Xiaofu's talent was frightening and that he might be able to make a comeback in the future. Thus, he couldn't afford to fall out with him. However, he couldn't afford to offend the lofty Elder Liao and Instructor Chongming. Thus, this morning, Jin Yanbing thought of a good idea. Without leaving any traces behind, he arranged for Du Xiaofu to be assigned the most difficult chores in the academy. If Elder Liao and Instructor Chongming were to ask about it, he would be able to answer them as long as that fellow behaved himself and didn't cause any trouble. However, Jin Yanbing didn't expect that Du Xiaofu would cause such a huge commotion in such a short period of time. A rebellion among the freshmen. This was clearly an attempt to cut off his lucrative job. We must seek justice. The seniors are too much of a bully. We aren't pushovers either. In the rear mountain, more and more right-in students gathered. The commotion was so loud that it could be heard from afar. Du Xiaofu paid no heed to it. The more people there were, the better. Fourth brother Sun Ji was severely injured because of him, and even after handing over his accumulated points card, he was still bullied. Regardless of whether it was due to his personal debt or out of his brotherhood, he had to seek justice. Hold it right there. All of you, hold it right there. Just as the majestic crowd of over 1,000 people exited the back mountain, a loud roar could be heard. Whoosh, whoosh! Then a series of whooshing sounds rang out. There were probably no less than 100 figures rushing over. After a few flashes, they appeared in front of everyone's eyes, directly blocking the group of right-in students in front of them. Whoosh, whoosh! More than 100 figures appeared, each with a pulsation realm cultivation level aura. The aura of more than 100 people was enough to firmly suppress the aura of 1,000 right-in students. After all, the newly joined right-in students' cultivation level was not high enough. Other than Du Xiaofu, there was no one else in the pulsation realm. Immediately, their aura was suppressed. Waves of pulsation realm aura spread out. Many right-in students already felt the circulation of their profound energy blocked under the pressure, and their bodies began to tremble. Jin Yanbing stood at the front, with more than 100 people standing behind him. They were all right-in students from the previous batch. Looking at the 1,000 new right-in students in front of him, his face was ashen and embarrassed. He shouted, "What do you want to do? Get the hell back!" The sound waves were like muffled thunder. Coupled with Jin Yanbing's perfect pulsation realm cultivation level aura, the sound waves immediately shook the eardrums of many young boys and girls, causing their faces to turn pale. The right-in students looked at each other, and then they all looked at Du Xiaofu in unison. At this moment, the purple-robed youth was their backbone. Sun Ji, Wu Qingfeng, and Zhang Wei also looked at Du Xiaofu beside them. Du Xiaofu looked at Jin Yanbing and the 100 young boys and girls behind him. His eyes moved slightly, and he said, "Senior Jin, some of our right-in students were seriously injured after their points were stolen. You came at the right time. You have to seek justice for us." Jin Yanbing looked at Du Xiaofu, his eyes twitching. It was indeed this kid who had led the trouble. He immediately shouted in a deep voice, "So what? If you don't have the strength, it's normal to be injured. All of you get the hell back. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite and making you suffer." His roar was accompanied by a powerful aura. A large group of youths were intimidated, and fear began to appear in their eyes. We walked out of our homes and came to the Tianwu Academy that we yearn for. To put it nicely, we are right-in students, but in reality, we are just odd job workers. Yet, we still have to endure such bullying and oppression. Did we come to Tianwu Academy to be bullied? Since the seniors are bullying us, we have to fight back. We have to unite and fight back. Du Xiaofu raised his head, and his profound energy surged. His voice was accompanied by profound energy, and it was in no way inferior to Jin Yanbing's. Upon hearing Du Xiaofu's words, all of the right-in students were moved, as though they were injected with a cardiac stimulant. All of the right-in students knew that even though they were right-in students, in reality, they were odd job workers in Tianwu Academy, and they had to endure bullying and humiliation. At this moment, Du Xiaofu's words had undoubtedly struck the weakest chord in the hearts of all of the right-in students. We have to seek justice. We, right-in students, didn't come to Tianwu Academy to be bullied. We have to unite and seek justice. Otherwise, we will be bullied in the future. In an instant, all of the right-in students were enraged, and their profound energy went berserk. Bastards, are you trying to rebel? Jin Yanbing looked at the rioting freshmen, and then stared at Du Xiaofu with eyes that were about to burst into flames. It was all this brat's fault for stirring up trouble. Even though Jin Yanbing knew that Du Xiaofu's talent was frightening, he wasn't afraid of him. He was at the pinnacle of Pulsation Realm. So how could he be afraid of a brat who was still wet behind his ears? He bellowed, Du Xiaofu, listen up. I'm giving you one last chance. Disperse the crowd, or else I won't go easy on you. It's one thing for you to not stand up for us right-in students, but to think that you would join forces with the seniors to bully us. I would like to see how you intend to go easy on me. Du Xiaofu's face darkened, and a cold glint flashed across his eyes. Judging from Jin Yanbing's attitude, it seemed like Jin Yanbing had already found out about what happened yesterday. Bastards, you refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Jin Yanbing was infuriated. After so many years, this was the first time he met with such arrogant right-in students. He waved his hand and bellowed, Men, beat those who dare to resist to death. Chapter 216. Attack! The youths couldn't wait any longer. Being able to take care of these rookies in broad daylight was a good thing. Although the strength of these youths couldn't be compared to the older students, dealing with these rookies was a piece of cake. Suddenly, some of them dashed out and their profound chi exploded. Who dares to attack? Get lost! Du Xiaofu shouted and took a step forward. He was as fast as lightning. Then, his fist landed on the chest of the fastest young man. Bang! The youth didn't have the strength to resist or dodge at all. Like a sandbag, his body flew away as if he was struck by lightning. He screamed and spat out a mouthful of blood. Then he smashed into the ground in the distance. Such an unforeseen event caused all the charging figures to freeze. Their eyes were filled with shock. Du Xiaofu, do you really think that no one can take care of you? Jin Yanbing was stunned for a moment. Then he flew into a rage. He waved his hand and his profound chi exploded. There were runes surging in his palm. He knew that this kid called Du Xiaofu was a talisman master. Naturally, he couldn't give this kid a chance to set up a talisman array. As long as he took care of this kid, the others would be easy to deal with. Boom! The sound was like thunder. His aura exploded. The runes spread and the light was dazzling. The ground trembled. In a short time, Jin Yanbing's fist was wrapped in runes as it smashed towards Du Xiaofu. Humph! Seeing Jin Yanbing's fist coming, Du Xiaofu snorted coldly. He did not move, nor did he dodge. He waved his hand and met Jin Yanbing's fist with his own. In an instant, his fist collided with Jin Yanbing's. Bang! The two fists collided. The muffled sound shook people's souls. The collision of energy exploded, forming a dazzling burst of energy. Walala, a large area of space rippled. Under the explosion of a terrifying aura, the surrounding youths immediately retreated. No one dared to be affected. Crack! The moment the two fists collided, Jin Yanbing's fist emitted a cracking sound. The bones in his fist were shattered and his arm was fractured. He screamed in pain and spat out a large mouthful of blood as his body flew backwards. Bang! Jean Yanbing's body landed heavily on the ground, causing the ground to crack and several of his ribs to break. His eyes were filled with horror. With just one punch, he was severely injured to the point where he could not move. Silence. The surrounding space was suddenly filled with a deathly silence. Everyone's eyes trembled with shock. The young men who came with Jean Yanbing no longer dared to move. They quickly retreated and looked at Du Xiaofu as if they were looking at a monster. As for all the registered students, after the initial shock, their blood began to boil. They were so excited that their bodies trembled. Senior Jean was sent flying with one punch. How terrifying was his strength! Du Xiaofu strode towards Jean Yanbing, who had fallen to the ground. His tongue coldly licked his dry lips. Du Xiaofu, what do you want to do? If you dare to touch me, the entire academy will not let you go. Jean Yanbing, whose mouth was dripping with blood, looked at Du Xiaofu walking towards him. His eyes were filled with fear. He struggled a few times but could not stand up. His internal organs were about to be shattered by that punch. He did not have the strength to move at all. At this moment, Jean Yanbing finally knew how terrifying this young man was. Last night, he still had a trace of doubt. How could everything he heard be as terrifying as this young man? Now, it could be said that he had truly experienced how terrifying this young man was. If you don't stand up for us, why should we be polite to you? So what if I touch you? Du Xiaofu stepped forward and stomped on Jean Yanbing's chest, causing blood to flow. Then he leaned over and took out a Qinquan bag and a point card from Jean Yanbing's chest. Why are you still taking my points? Du Xiaofu kept the Qinquan bag without any hesitation. He didn't let go of the point card either. He infused his profound energy into his point card and placed the 2 points cards together. No. Then, under Jean Yanbing's pained gaze and miserable wails, the 5,300 points that he had painstakingly accumulated over the past few years, and the last time he had exchanged for them, turned into 0. Not a single point was left. Even his Qinquan bag had been taken away by that lad with no intention of returning it. Poochie! Jean Yanbing was so angry that he spat out a mouthful of blood. It was as if his heart was being cut by a knife. Du Xiaofu ignored Jean Yanbing. Instead, he looked at the 100 over youths in the surroundings and asked, "Now, do you still want to make a move?" The 100 over youths who came with Jean Yanbing stared at the pitiful Jean Yanbing lying on the ground and glanced at one another. Then they retreated simultaneously, not daring to block Zhang Xian's path. Tianwu Academy was exceptionally lively today. The arrival of the freshmen had piqued the interest of many seniors. Trampling on their juniors and flirting with beautiful juniors was something that many seniors wanted to do for a long time. In a bustling square, there were figures standing in groups of 2s and 3s. Quite a number of unlucky rookies came here and immediately met with misfortune. The smarter ones handed over their points and were looked down upon for a while, and that was it. Those who were arrogant and prideful among the freshmen were beaten up. In the end, they still couldn't change the outcome of having their points stolen. However, there was news that some of the freshmen weren't to be trifled with, causing many of them to suffer losses. It was said that there was a talisman master among the freshmen who set up a talisman formation. Just by setting up a talisman formation, he was able to defeat 3 seniors and inflict heavy injuries on them. In an instant, the freshmen were roused by this news. However, not too long later, the 3 seniors invited an even stronger senior over. In the end, the talisman master didn't manage to change the outcome of having his points stolen. There were also some freshmen who immediately headed to exchange for pills after obtaining their points. However, halfway through, they were intercepted by the seniors. What the freshmen could think of, the seniors could naturally think of as well. The freshmen in the square were intercepted on their way to exchange for pills. In such a situation, it was useless to hide in the dormitory. On the contrary, The dormitory was the most dangerous place. Early in the morning, all of them were searched by the seniors. It was said that in order to protect the points in their hands, many of the freshmen chose to hide in the depths of the forest within the academy. Today's harvest isn't bad. However, I'm afraid that in a few days, all of these newbies will be robbed. At a corner of the square, a young man dressed in luxurious clothes smiled at a beautiful lady. There were 3 other young men around him, and they were dressed in bright clothes. I have to thank the 4 seniors today for allowing me to gain quite a bit. The beautiful lady smiled faintly. Her skin was fair and lustrous like jade. She was indeed extremely beautiful. The beautiful lady's name was Zhou Yinglan. In Tianwu Academy, where the number of females was far less than males, her talent was extraordinary. In addition to her beautiful appearance, she had always been doted on by the males. She was deeply sought after by the males, and this allowed her to have a foothold in the competitive Tianwu Academy. There was never a lack of people fawning over her. Zhou Yinglan knew that she had an advantage, so she would never get too close to a single person. She treated everyone equally and kept a distance from everyone. This undoubtedly caused those who were chasing after her to fawn over her even more. Every single one of them wanted to be the first to win her heart. To a man, the first to embrace a beauty and conquer her under his body would undoubtedly be able to prove that he was the strongest. This is only natural. When you enter the Sky Martial Seal realm and enter seclusion to comprehend for a period of time, Junior Sister Yinglan can make a breakthrough and step into the great circle of the Pulse realm. A young man dressed in luxurious clothes fawned over her. I still can't compare to the seniors, especially Senior Zhang Jian. You are already at the peak of the Pulse realm. I'm afraid that you will be able to break through to the Pulse Spirit realm soon. Once you break through to the Pulse Spirit realm, you might even have the chance to enter the Tiger rankings. Zhou Yinglan smiled faintly. It was very moving. She enjoyed the feeling of being surrounded by so many young men. There weren't many women who didn't like to be surrounded by so many suitors. Moreover, these suitors were all extraordinary. The young man in luxurious clothes called Zhang Jian felt his soul melt when Zhou Yinglan smiled faintly at him. There was a hint of pride in his eyes, as if he felt that he had taken the lead in front of the other 3 and won the favor of the beauty. He smiled and said, "For Junior Sister Yinglan, I will try my best to break through to the Pulse Spirit realm as soon as possible. When the time comes, I will also challenge the martial rankings." Zhang Jian, why do you want to challenge the martial rankings after breaking through to the Pulse Spirit realm? Senior Sister Ouying Shuang was at the Great Circle of the Pulse Spirit realm half a year ago, but she still stepped into the martial rankings. The young man in luxurious clothes had a faint smile on his lips. Everyone could hear the sarcasm in his words. This young man in luxurious clothes seemed to be doing it on purpose. Zhang Jian's expression was a little ugly. There was a hint of coldness in his eyes, but he still had a smile on his face. He didn't want to lose his composure in front of the beauty. He said that was half a year ago. In this half a year, everyone's cultivation has improved. Those who are at the Great Circle of the Pulse Spirit realm won't be able to step into the martial rankings anymore. If Senior Sister Ouying Shuang is still at the Great Circle of the Pulse Spirit realm, it won't be long before she is kicked off the martial rankings. I heard that Senior Sister Ouying Shuang returned to the academy a few days ago. Zhang Jian, why don't you go challenge Senior Sister Ouying Shuang? Another young man said to Zhang Jian. Zhang Jian's face froze as his expression turned ugly. Every single person who could step foot on the martial ranking was a terrifying existence. They all had astonishing talent and trump cards. Ouying Shuang must have improved in the past half a year. How could he contend against her? Chapter 217. All right, it won't be too late to challenge Senior Zhang Jian after he breaks through to the Meridian Spirit realm. It's about time for today, so let's head back first. The corners of Zhou Yinglan's mouth carried a faint smile, but there was a trace of displeasure in her eyes. When Ouyang Shuang was mentioned, Zhou Yinglan couldn't bring herself to feel happy. Even though she was highly sought after by many male students, she wasn't on the same level as Ouyang Shuang. Ouyang Shuang's reputation in the academy was much higher than hers, and she was also the target of many experts on the martial role. She wasn't even on the same level as Zhou Yinglan. All right, let's head back first. We'll come back tomorrow to teach these newbies a lesson, said the young man whom Zhou Yinglan addressed as Senior Zhu. So. Suddenly, the sound of rushing wind could be heard at the front of the square, and a large group of figures appeared from afar. What's going on? Immediately, many figures in 2s and 3s on the square looked forward. The speed of the large group of figures was not very fast, but the number of people was not small. There were probably more than 1,000 people. From the moment the large group of figures appeared in the square, only 7 or 8 breaths of time had passed. So. The 1,000 of them attracted a lot of attention along the way, and many new and old students of Tianwu Academy came to observe them from afar. Figures stood in the square one after another, and even though their auras weren't strong, when gathered together, it was still shocking and majestic. There are so many of them. Are they freshmen? They are all in the Xiantian realm, so they shouldn't be freshmen. They should be the handymen of the so-called in-name students. They seem to be in-name students. What are they trying to do with so many of them? In the small square, the older students began to whisper among themselves. Zhou Yinglan, Zhang Jian, and the others who were about to leave looked at the 1,000 of in-name students curiously. At this moment, the 5 of them didn't expect that misfortune would befall them, shocking the entire Tianwu Academy. The 1,000 of in-name students were naturally Du Xiaofu and the others. Along the way, they had already searched the other 2 locations, but to no avail. This small square was provided by a few freshmen who had their points stolen, and it was said that many of the older students had gathered here to steal their points. Fourth brother, are those people here? In the middle of the crowd, Du Xiaofu swept his gaze across the plaza, after which he turned around and asked Sun Ji, who was being supported by Wu Qingfeng and Zhang Wei. At this moment, Sun Ji's gaze was fixed on the 4 men and 1 woman in the corner of the square. How could he forget the appearance of those 5 people? Now that he saw them again, his heart surged with complicated feelings. Without needing Sun Ji to answer, Du Xiaofu followed Sun Ji's gaze and saw the figures of 4 men and 1 woman. Hey, isn't that the kid we taught a lesson to not long ago? I think so. I cut off his ear with my own hands. It was that brat. Zhang Jian and the young man who had cut off one of Sun Ji's ears said. The 2 of them didn't care at all. They didn't put the thousands of registered students in their eyes at all. Fourth brother, is it those 5? Who attacked you? Du Xiaofu asked Sun Ji. At this moment, his tone was much calmer than before. His expression was calm and his gaze was unperturbed. It didn't even seem like he was here to seek justice. Sun Ji looked at the 5 people. His heart was in turmoil, but he was also surprisingly calm. It was as if the person involved wasn't him, but someone else. He said to Du Xiaofu, it's those 5. The one on the left kicked me, and the second kicked me and made me lose an ear. The woman robbed my points. Well, I'll go and seek justice for you. Du Xiaofu looked at Sun Ji and said. Sun Ji nodded. His eyes moved, and then he said, Old 3, be careful. Don't worry, I'll be fine. After Du Xiaofu finished speaking to Sun Ji, he looked at Wu Qingfeng, Zhang Wei, and the registered students who came with him, and said, Big brother, second brother, you guys stay here and watch. I'll go get justice. Okay. Wu Qingfeng and Zhang Wei nodded. Therefore, the gazes of the other registered students were quietly looking at Du Xiaofu. Du Xiaofu turned around and walked out. He slowly walked towards the 5 people that Sun Ji was looking at. They seemed to be looking for Zhou Yinglan and Zhang Jian. Those handymen can't be looking for trouble with Zhang Jian, right? I don't think so. Those handymen are looking for trouble with Zhang Jian and Zhou Yinglan. Their brains must have been kicked by a donkey. Numerous gazes curiously landed on Du Xiaofu's body amidst the low discussions in the surroundings. After a dozen or so steps, Du Xiaofu arrived in front of the 5 people, 4 men and 1 woman. His thin body was very tall and straight. The resoluteness and determination on his face made him look more mature than his peers. Zhou Yinglan, Zhang Jian, and the other 4 looked at the purple-robed youth in front of them. Their gazes contained different emotions, especially when the 5 of them looked at the purple-robed youth's gaze that swept over them. It was clearly a calm gaze, but the 5 of them felt unease in their hearts for no reason. The 5 of you, do you still remember him? Du Xiaofu indicated for the 5 of them to look at Sun Ji. His voice was calm, but it was filled with an invisible chill. Zhou Yinglan, Zhang Jian, and the other 4 followed Du Xiaofu's gaze and glanced at Sun Ji. Their gazes moved. Of course I remember. The youth who cut off Sun Ji's ear indifferently smiled. Then he raised his eyes and glanced at Du Xiaofu. His gaze was somewhat disdainful as he said, "What? From your tone, it seems that you want to take revenge for that brat?" Du Xiaofu looked at the 5 people and said, "I'm not here for revenge. I'm only here for justice. If you guys only took his points, then I have nothing to say. However, since you've taken his points, then you shouldn't have bullied him. Do you guys think that you can bully him as you wish just because your cultivation is stronger than his?" Hearing Du Xiaofu's words, the youth's indifferent face slightly sank. His gaze instantly became much colder as he said, "Brat, so what if we bullied that brat? You guys will slowly understand the principle of strength being respected in the future." Haha, this brat's head must have been kicked by a donkey. Zhang Jian, a well-dressed youth, and the youth called Senior Zhu burst into laughter. Strength is respected. That's right. It's good to hear you say that. Du Xiaofu stared at the youth as soon as he finished speaking. Coldness rippled through his eyes as his aura began to surge. Suddenly, the youth's gaze changed. He could sense that the aura of the purple-robed youth was extremely abnormal. Furthermore, the gaze in his eyes made him feel a chill down his spine. This brat wants to attack me. The thought quickly flashed through his mind as a sword immediately appeared in his hand. "Brat, you the young man shouted as he unsheathed his sword. However, before he could finish his sentence, a purple-robed figure appeared in front of him at an unbelievable speed like a ghost. The former's pupils contracted as a terrifying and overbearing energy froze the space around him. The purple-robed youth's resolute and determined face appeared before his eyes. He could already clearly see the faint, golden, and frighteningly sharp, cold light in the other party's eyes. Bang! A low, muffled sound rang out. Almost everyone present had yet to recover from their shock. Only a few people were able to clearly see what had happened. Following the low, muffled sound, the youth's body was directly sent flying. Clang! The youth's sword fell to the ground as his body was directly sent flying. While he was in midair, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Finally, he landed on the ground, causing the ground to tremble and gravel to shoot out. The sound of energy reverberated throughout the square. At this moment, all the senior students were startled before shock surged into their eyes. Zhou Yinglan, Zhang Jian, and the other two's gazes suddenly changed as they trembled violently. This brat is not simple. Even Minyuchi is no match for him. Let's attack together. After Zhang Jian and the other 2 youths' expressions changed, the 3 of them surged with chilling auras. Immediately, their figures flashed and surrounded Du Xiaofu. The 3 of you working together. Du Xiaofu slightly raised his head. His tone was indifferent but chilling. His tone was neither fast nor slow. The profound energy on his body surged as a golden light began to envelop him. You dare to make a move against us? You're courting death. Zhang Jian's eyes suddenly emitted a chilling aura. The moment he finished speaking, his face turned solemn. An earth-shattering, profound energy surged out from his body along with runes. At the same time, a terrifying aura burst forth. His cultivation was at the peak of the perfect pulsation realm. He probably had 1 foot in the spiritual pulse realm. Take care of this brat. The remaining youth dressed in luxurious clothes and Senior Zhu moved at the same time. Their profound energy surged and runes flashed, causing the surrounding space to tremble. Their auras weren't much weaker than Zhang Jian's. The 3 of them didn't hold back, and Min Yuqi was severely injured in a single strike. The purple-robed youth before them was definitely terrifying. Since they were able to become official students of Tianwu Academy, they definitely weren't idiots. At this moment, the 3 of them were well aware of the situation. Otherwise, given their pride, they wouldn't have joined forces to deal with a youth who was still wet behind the ears. Stalwart Star Fist, Phoenix Sun Palm, Tianju Seal. Zhang Jian and the other 2 bellowed and attacked with all their might. The 3 of them could tell the severity of the situation and the other party's strength. A fist imprint, a palm imprint, and a seal imprint were formed. 3 extraordinary martial techniques were formed. Hung Long Long. 3 frightening martial techniques were condensed. Symbols flickered and the sound waves were like deafening thunder. The frightening aura of the 3 of them was sufficient to cause the hearts of the new students and honorary students, not far away, to palpitate. Those with weaker strength had already been suppressed by the pressure until their bodies trembled in fear. Chapter 218. 3 terrifying martial techniques enveloped and crushed. Dazzling runes flickered and exploded. The light was dazzling, and the runes seemed to contain a terrifying, profound power. These 3 people were definitely extraordinary, although they were all at the level of perfection of the pulsation realm if they were outside. Even if they couldn't directly defeat a cultivator at the beginning of the pulsation realm, they would probably be able to contend with a cultivator at the beginning of the pulsation realm. At this moment, although the 3 of them didn't use the power of the pulsation soul, they were definitely going all out. In an instant, Du Xiaofu was enveloped by the 3 terrifying martial techniques, and he was about to be crushed and killed. Under the terrifying might, the gazes of Wu Qingfeng, Zhang Wei, Sun Ji, and the rest in the distance trembled. They were also on tenterhooks for Du Xiaofu, and their hearts were in their throats. Those were the seniors of the 3 academies. Could the purple-robed youth withstand the combined attack of the 3 seniors? It was a long story, but the process was actually as fast as lightning. Du Xiaofu was instantly enveloped. Not bad. Looking at the 3 martial techniques that were crushing towards him, Du Xiaofu said indifferently, however, as someone who had even killed a cultivator at the nirvana realm of the pulsation realm, Du Xiaofu naturally wouldn't take the 3 of them too seriously at this moment. A surge of pale golden light suddenly erupted around him. Boom! The pale golden light was dazzling and shot up into the sky. The runes on Du Xiaofu's skin flickered, and a domineering and fierce aura suddenly spread out from his body, causing the surrounding space to tremble. Fuyao Heaven's shaking wings destroy. Opening his hand, the pale golden runes flickered and rushed out. In an instant, with Du Xiaofu's body as the center, an arc-shaped golden space dense spread out and swept fiercely towards the 3 terrifying martial techniques. Whoosh! The golden runes were densely packed, layer upon layer, like the golden wings of a golden-winged rock spreading out and sweeping across, enough to suppress and destroy everything. Rumble! The terrifying collision was on the verge of breaking out. A storm of energy erupted, and the energy directly exploded at the point of collision. The dazzling and terrifying energy released a dazzling light, and the power it carried formed a storm in the square, sweeping everything. Crushed stones flew everywhere, and everyone had no choice but to retreat. Tap, 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 tap. Amidst the storm of energy, Zhang Jian and the other two were forced to retreat, their eyes filled with shock. At the same time, Du Xiaofu's body only shook slightly. Then, golden light continued to surge out from his body. Mysterious runes spread out from the surface of his body and covered his whole body. Golden light glittered. It looked solemn and sacred, but it also revealed a domineering and fierce aura. Since strength is everything, then I will use my strength to seek justice today. Du Xiaofu shouted. His whole body was wrapped in golden light, and he directly rushed toward Zhang Jian, who had not yet stabilized his body. He used the wave-like, carefree steps to move as fast as a god, which was wonderful and mysterious. Golden light shone. Wherever Du Xiaofu's body passed, the golden light would explode, and there would be a muffled rumble in the space. The overbearing and fierce rune energy swept out. Whoosh! Du Xiaofu's figure appeared in front of Zhang Jian in an instant, and a palm print shot out. Every move contained a mysterious, profound move, and it burst out with runes, directly enveloping Zhang Jian. Zhang Jian, who had not yet stabilized his body, was even more shocked. Although he tried his best to dodge, he found that the terrifying purple-robed youth was like a shadow following him, like a maggot in a tarsal bone. There was no way to dodge at all. The opponent's casual attack seemed to contain profound mysteries and directly sealed him. Then the palm print fell on his body. Runes surged, and a huge force poured out, and his body was directly sent flying. Bang! Zhang Jian's body was sent flying, and he heavily fell in the distance. Blood spurted out from his mouth, and it seemed that his internal organs had been shattered. Many of his ribs were broken, and it was impossible for him to get up. Too terrifying! This level of strength is simply astonishing. The onlookers, the new and old students, as well as the registered students, were all shocked speechless when they saw the scene in front of them. The purple-robed youth's performance was too shocking. This kid is too terrifying. We need to use all our strength to deal with him. The well-dressed youth and senior, Zhu, stabilized their bodies. They looked at each other, and their eyes were filled with fear. They gritted their teeth, and their hands were rapidly forming seals. Wu, the well-dressed youth, communicated with his martial vein and activated his vein spirit. Runes bloomed, and suddenly, a strange demonic beast shadow of several feet in size appeared behind him. Its head was like a fierce bird, but its body was like a tiger, and its aura was extremely terrifying. Roar! Behind Senior Zhu, the runes were dazzling. He communicated with his martial vein, and what condensed was a demonic beast shadow that looked like a cow. Its aura was extraordinary, and ordinary demonic beasts could not be compared to it. Rumble! The two demonic beast shadows rushed toward Du Xiaofu, and the rune's light shrouded the air. The light was dazzling, and the momentum was terrifying. The square trembled, and the space was constantly rumbling. Destroy! Du Xiaofu's body moved horizontally, and the golden light was shining. He waved his fists, and the fist radiance wrapped in the golden runes rushed out. It was like two dragons coming out of the sea, and the domineering and fierce pressure broke out, and immediately suppressed the two demonic beasts with vain spirit. The two huge demonic beast shadows, like living creatures, looked at Du Xiaofu, and for some reason, their eyes were filled with fear. Du Xiaofu's two fists fell on the two demonic beast shadows at the same time, and with the strength of his body, he forcibly pushed forward and destroyed everything. Rumble! The two fists were like two bombs that exploded on the two demonic beast shadows. The runes bloomed, and the light was dazzling. The rumbling sound of the space resounded in the square. Walala! The two demonic beast shadows did not stay in a stalemate for long, and were directly shattered. The space was trembling, and the air was filled with a series of sonic booms. Pucci! The vain spirit was shattered, and the young man in fine clothes and Senior Zhu spat out blood, and their bodies were shaken back. The two's eyes were filled with fear. The purple-robed young man was too terrifying. He had been crushing them with brute force, and he had suppressed all their means with brute force. In the face of absolute power, all the big means were superfluous. Today I will take back justice by myself. Du Xiaofu sneered, and his body did not stop at all. The domineering and terrifying aura suddenly burst out, and with the carefree steps he appeared in front of Senior Zhu like a ghost. The 5 fingers of his right hand were clenched, and a fist was directly bombarded on Senior Zhu's lower abdomen. Bang! The deep sound of the explosion resounded, and the violent wind was scattered. In the invisible force, Senior Zhu's body suddenly retreated, and after a few steps his body collapsed on the ground. Bang! Not far away, the young man in fine clothes also did not escape. Similarly, a fist bombarded his lower abdomen like a ghost, directly destroying his weak, defensive, profound spirit. Pucci! The young man in fine clothes spurted out blood, and his blood was mixed with broken organs. Then his body went limp and collapsed on the ground. Ah, my divine watchtower! You destroyed my divine watchtower! No, how could you destroy my divine watchtower? The young man in fine clothes and Senior Zhu, who collapsed on the ground, wailed. Their eyes were filled with fear, and their mournful voices resounded through the square. At that moment, the two of them discovered that their divine watchtowers had been mercilessly destroyed by the purple-robed young man. As cultivators, when their divine watchtowers were destroyed, they instantly became crippled. It was simply worse than death. Brat, you dare to destroy my divine watchtower. I swear, I will make your life worse than death. I will not let you go. The young man in fine clothes wailed. His gaze was filled with incomparable hatred as he looked at Du Xiaofu. At that moment, his future had been completely destroyed. Du Xiaofu arrived beside the young man in fine clothes who was wailing. Killing intent surged out from his eyes, and the corner of his mouth slowly raised into a cold smile. It was a smile filled with absolute killing intent, and it also contained a trace of disdain and ridicule. During the training in the savage Beast Mountain Range and the pursuit in the dark forest not long ago, Du Xiaofu's cold and iron-blooded character had been tempered. No matter if it was the martial Tao or the Tao of talismans, they were not the Tao of mercy. Sometimes, too much mercy was cruelty to oneself. When faced with the cruelty of one's enemy, the only way to completely destroy them was to be even more cruel than them. You kicked my brother. This kick is for my brother. As for you not letting me go, I'm afraid you won't have the chance. After shouting, Du Xiaofu heavily stepped on the young man in fine clothes' lower abdomen. Crack! Crack! Under the impact of the terrifying force, the young man's body was fiercely stomped into the ground by Du Xiaofu. His head and legs were slightly raised, his eyeballs were about to pop out of their sockets, and he couldn't spit out any more blood. His vitality was gradually fading away, and his death was extremely shocking. At this moment, Min Yuqi, the young man who was the first to be sent flying by Du Xiaofu, struggled to stand up a few tens of meters away. He gazed at everything that was happening around him with a terrified gaze. At this moment, perhaps he finally understood exactly what sort of maleficent existence he defended this time. Flee! Min Yuqi's gaze trembled violently, and he immediately fled with all his might. If he stayed here, then he would probably suffer the same fate as the young man in fine clothes. You still owe justice. You can't escape. Du Xiaofu waved his hand behind him. The sword that had fallen from Min Yuqi's hand started to tremble violently, and then it was directly pulled into Du Xiaofu's palm by a suction force. Suddenly, light, golden, profound qi wrapped around the sword and threw it out. Swish! Swish! The sword tore through the sky. Enveloped in a faint, golden radiance, the airflow in the air was swept away. The tyrannical force caused the airflow to distort, and ear-piercing sonic booms resounded continuously. Du Xiaofu threw the sword through the air, and when it brushed past Min Yuchi's head, blood spurted into the sky, along with his skin and flesh. Ah! Min Yuchi screamed in agony. The skin on his left cheek and his left ear were sliced off by his own sword. The intense pain pierced his heart, and blood spurted out from his mouth. Return! With a wave of Du Xiaofu's purple robe, the treasured sword returned to Du Xiaofu's palm, and his figure appeared in front of Min Yuchi. This is Tianwu Academy. You can't kill me. You can't kill me. Looking at Du Xiaofu, who had appeared once again, Min Yuchi screamed in agony as he retreated. He looked at the purple-robed young man as though he was looking at the Grim Reaper. Du Xiaofu didn't say a word. Instead, he sneered and swung his sword down with a golden radiance. Ah! The blood-curdling screams sent chills down one's spine. Min Yuchi's right ear and skin were sliced off by Du Xiaofu's sword. His skin and flesh were splattered across his neck, revealing his bones. It was an extremely cruel sight. You said it yourself that strength is everything. Before me, you're nothing more than an ant. I'll take justice for myself, and you'll have to pay for it. As soon as Du Xiaofu finished his words, killing intent surged. The sword in his hand pierced through Min Yuchi's abdomen, and a sword gleam shot out, piercing through his abdomen all the way to his back. Pung! Min Yuchi's body fell to the ground, and his pupils contracted. His expression was horrifying, as though he couldn't believe that the purple-robed young man dared to kill him in the academy. Furthermore, the purple-robed young man died under his own sword. Next chapter. Brothers, it's 7 again today, and there are 4 more fresh flowers than the previous time. Does everyone really want Xiao Yu's heart to shatter? It's 3:30 in the morning. Let's not talk anymore. I'm really going to cry. Will Xiao Yu be able to receive your consolation before he wakes up tomorrow afternoon? Otherwise, it'll be even more painful than being pierced by Xiao Bing. I beg for consolation. I beg for love. Chapter 219. Everyone was dumbstruck. When Min Yuchi's screams completely disappeared into the air, the surrounding square was dead silent. Even the sound of heartbeats could be heard clearly. Dead, Min Yuchi and the other 2 were killed. Murder. Someone killed someone in the academy. Heavens, that purple-robed youth actually killed someone in the academy. After the dead silence, the surrounding gazes were filled with fear. The older students who had gathered in 2s and 3s were also dumbfounded, unable to believe their eyes. Within the academy, no one was allowed to take another's life. Even in the Peace Square, no one was allowed to take another's life. And now, the purple-robed youth in front of them had actually killed someone in the academy, 1 at a time, and 2 at that, without any mercy. Brat, you dared to kill someone. The enforcement team will definitely kill you on the spot. Zhang Jian crawled up, his mouth full of blood, his face ferocious and filled with fear. His hand seals continuously condensed and changed, quickly connecting to his martial vein. Hula! The runes in the sky surged, the light dazzling. In a short instant, a flying vein spirit phantom, several zhang in size, appeared behind Zhang Jian. The head of this vein spirit was like a tiger, but not a tiger, like an eagle, but not an eagle. However, the body was like a giant bird, covered in feathers, its might covering the entire square. Zhang Jian's vein spirit is the flying tiger demonic eagle, a powerful monster on the Earth Beast ranking. Seeing Zhang Jian connect to his martial vein and activate his vein spirit, the surrounding students, both old and new, exclaimed. A monster at the level of the flying tiger demonic eagle was an extremely powerful existence. Du Xiaofu's gaze curiously landed on the meridian spirit that Zhang Jian had activated. The flying tiger demonic eagle was not a low-level demonic beast. It seemed to have a trace of bloodline relationship with the king-scaled demonic tiger. Brat, just you wait to be killed by the enforcement team. Zhang Jian looked at the 2 corpses on the ground, and the young man whose spiritual watchtower had been destroyed. He did not even care about Zhou Yinglan anymore. Compared to beauties, his own life was more important. Instantly, he leapt onto the back of his flying tiger, demonic eagle vein spirit phantom, planning to fly away. As a pulsation realm cultivator, they had yet to attain the ability to fly in the air. However, some flying pulse soul cultivators were able to do so. They could use the flying pulse soul to soar into the air. However, unless it was a critical moment, martial cultivators with flight meridian souls would not communicate with their martial veins and urge their arterial souls to play. After all, the price for doing so was enormous. To any cultivator, the vein soul would not be activated unless they were at the final juncture. You want to leave. Du Xiaofu's spirit phantom spirit. Zhang's spirit spirit phantom. Zhang's demonic eagle vein spirit phantom bang. Bang, bang, boom, boom. When's to the last to fly he like his sky he and 2, 3, Tuzia, li get down. With a thunderous roar, Du Xiaofu displayed his might. His body jumped dozens of meters into the air, and a fist imprint wrapped in golden talisman inscriptions directly struck the flying tiger, demonic eagle vein spirit phantom's abdomen. The terrifying power of the runes contained an indescribably domineering energy. It directly destroyed the flying tiger, demonic eagle's abdomen, shattering the entire flying tiger, demonic eagle vein spirit phantom. Boom, boom. The runes that filled the sky bloomed like fireworks. It was incomparably gorgeous, and behind this gorgeous display, there was a terrifying energy that swept out like a storm. Bang! Du Xiaofu's body, wrapped in a golden halo, fell from the air like a divine soldier descending from the heavens. The ground shook violently, and where his feet landed, the ground began to crack. Walala! A large area of the bluestone floor was swept away, shooting into the sky. It was so soul-shaking, so violent and terrifying. Puchi! The vain spirit phantom was destroyed by Du Xiaofu. Zhang Jian spat out blood from the air and heavily fell to the ground, falling right in front of Du Xiaofu. Justice is in strength. You still owe me justice. Du Xiaofu's fist smashed down. Zhang Jian's pupils contracted as the fist grew larger and larger in his eyes, accompanied by a dazzling golden halo. A deep sense of fear climbed up from his soul. Then, a muffled sound of pain came from the spirit watchtower. A domineering and terrifying energy directly rushed into his body, destroying the spirit watchtower and breaking the surrounding meridians. My spirit watchtower! Ah! Zhang Jian wailed miserably. His mournful voice reverberated in the square, causing one's heart to palpitate. 2 dead and 2 crippled. What a ruthless youth! Too terrifying. Where did that purple-robed youth come from? He's actually so fierce, and his methods are so savage. In the future, don't ever provoke that kid. He's even more savage than the most ruthless fellows on the martial roll. At the very least, the most ruthless fellows on the martial roll wouldn't kill people in the academy. But this purple-robed youth actually dared to kill people in the academy. Regardless of whether it was the freshmen or the seniors, everyone's eyes were lifeless. The registered students who came along were even more shocked at this moment. No one had expected such an outcome. That purple-robed youth called Du Xiaofu was so powerful, and his methods were so savage. Sun Ji's eyes moved, and his eyes were moist. The 2 seniors who had attacked him were directly killed, and the other 2 seniors had their martial veins destroyed. He knew best that his 3rd brother was helping him kill people. His 3rd brother was angry for him, and was desperately seeking justice for him. Du Xiaofu's gaze swept across the square. He bent down and unceremoniously took out 4 Qingquan bags and point cards from the 2 corpses and 2 crippled people. He kept the Qingquan bags and plundered the points from the 4 point cards into his own point card. Walala! After Du Xiaofu plundered Jin Yanbing's points, there were already close to 6,000 points on his point card. After plundering the points of these 4 people, The point card in his hand had already shot up to 43,300 points. The entire square was now enveloped by an unusually oppressive aura for no reason. Under this pressure, it was as if time had become exceptionally slow, and the air was filled with a savage and bloody aura. Everyone looked at Du Xiaofu's actions, but no one dared to make a sound. They held their breaths and quietly watched everything unfold. Their bodies were involuntarily trembling. Zhou Yinglan was also watching everything. Her delicate face was deathly pale, and the elegant demeanor on her beautiful face was completely gone. Only fear was left in her eyes. Suddenly, Du Xiaofu turned around. His gaze fell on Zhou Yinglan, who was trembling in the distance. Step by step, he walked towards her. Zhou Yinglan retreated step by step. Her entire body was trembling as she looked at the purple-robed youth. Her gaze was as if she had seen a ghost, and fear crawled out from her soul. Every time the purple-robed youth took a step forward, her heart would violently tremble, and the fear in her soul would become even more intense. However, Du Xiaofu's speed was clearly much faster than hers. The profound energy beneath his feet surged, and it was as if the ground had shrunk to an inch. In a few steps, he had already arrived before her. As her pupils contracted, Zhou Yinglan could already clearly see the faint golden light in the other party's pitch-black eyes. It was overbearing and fierce, and it was filled with a chilling intent. That chilling intent made her heart fall into an ice cave, and her entire body couldn't help but tremble. "No, don't kill me, don't!" Zhou Yinglan shook her head, and her delicate body trembled. She didn't know why, but the pressure made it difficult for her to move. There was only a chilling intent in the youth's eyes. It was simply not the gaze that other men used to look at her. This was the first time she had seen such a gaze, and it caused her heart to tremble. "Hand over your points card." "Du?" Xiaofu softly said as he looked at Zhou Yinglan. His tone was indifferent. I'll hand it over. I didn't steal his points on purpose, they stole it from me." Zhou Yinglan trembled violently. Trembling, she took out the points card in her hand and handed it to Du Xiaofu. "Fourth brother, he stole your points. Take it back with double." Du Xiaofu took Zhou Yinglan's points card and directly threw it to Sun Ji, who was standing at the side. Sun Ji nodded his head and began to steal the points card. In a short period of time, the originally 0 points card had reached 13,000 points. "Don't kill me. I've already handed over my points card." "Don't kill me. As long as you don't kill me, I'll do anything you want me to do." Zhou Yinglan shook her head repeatedly. Her eyes were filled with fear as she looked at Du Xiaofu. Then, there seemed to be something rippling in those fearful eyes. This time, Zhou Yinglan was absolutely terrified. She stared at the sword on the ground. She didn't want to end up like that. As long as she didn't die, she was willing to pay any price. Zhou Yinglan was confident in her looks and body. In Tianwu Academy, there are countless people who coveted her looks and body. Remember, don't bully honest people and the weak in the future. You'll never know who's backing them up. As Du Xiaofu spoke, his eyes turned cold. A faint golden glow flickered in his hand as he smashed it down on the terrified Zhou Yinglan. The sudden burst of ferocious aura didn't show the slightest bit of mercy, just because Zhou Yinglan was a woman. "Stop it. Stop it right now. Brothers, thank you for comforting Xiaoyu. When I woke up, I was a little excited. The number of fresh flowers had finally increased for the first time this month. Thank you." Xiaoyu continued to write. Working hard to update is the most important thing. Chapter 220. Translator. H2DH2, Mr. However. Just as Du Xiaofu was about to make his move, a loud shout suddenly came from midair. The shout was accompanied by surging mystical energy, causing the eardrums of the students present to hurt. In that instant, Zhou Yinglan's horrified gaze was suddenly filled with joy, seeing a chance of survival amidst her despair. Boom! However, Du Xiaofu had no intention of stopping. His fist still landed viciously on Zhou Yinglan's lower abdomen, overbearing mystical energy bursting forth. Zhou Yinglan spat out fresh blood. The joy in her eyes was once again covered by despair. She could clearly feel the God's gate in her body being destroyed, her meridians crumbling. Everything was happening in the direction she least wanted to happen. Why is it like this? No. Her delicate body wilted, her gaze filled with resentment and unwillingness. Zhou Yinglan's body fell limply to the ground. How dare you kill a student? You're courting death. In a flash, an extremely powerful runic energy flashed out from midair, instantly appearing above Du Xiaofu's head. Du Xiaofu had long sensed it. Waving his hand, his fist wrapped in golden talisman patterns, he directly struck towards the runic energy. Bang! The powerful energy exploded with a muffled sound. A dazzling light shot into the sky, and vast spatial ripples spread out like giant waves. Thump, thump! This time, Du Xiaofu's body trembled slightly, and he was instantly forced back a step. With a stomp of his foot, he shattered a large piece of the bluestone floor, turning it into fine powder. Puffed! A figure in midair was also forced back, then landed on the ground. His feet brushed against the ground, and he was forced back several meters before he could stabilize his body. The one who attacked was a well-built young man who was at least 8 feet tall. His forehead was wide, and his eyes were large and black. His gaze was fierce, and the pattern on his forehead was like the pattern on the forehead of a tiger. His entire body exuded a ferocious aura. Roar! In midair, a huge flying leopard demon beast flapped its wings and roared, its ferocious aura sweeping out. It was already a pulse realm, nirvana, realm demon beast. Whoosh, whoosh! Another 6 silhouettes jumped down from the back of the flying demonic beast and landed around Du Xiaofu, wrapping him up in their midst. There were a total of 7 youths, and all of them had sharp auras. This kind of sharpness was tinged with blood. It was impossible for a person who had never killed before to possess such a sharp aura. The 7 of them landed on the ground. The first thing they saw was the bloody scene around them. Their eyes trembled. The scene around them was extremely bloody and ferocious. It's the law enforcement team led by Tai, who has come out of seclusion in the Heaven Martial Talisman realm. His strength should have increased by quite a bit. That's a fellow ranked 99 on the martial roll. I'm afraid his ranking will continue to rise after he exits seclusion. Following the arrival of the 7 young men, the surrounding senior students' gazes immediately surged with reverence. The law enforcement team was an existence that all the new and old students revered. There weren't many members in the law enforcement team, and there were probably only about 100 of them in the entire Tianwu Academy. However, among these 100 people, at least half of them were experts on the martial roll, while the rest were the elites among the students. Every single one of them had a cultivation base that wasn't to be trifled with. It's that brat. It's that Du Xiaofu. He's trying to rebel. A voice sounded from not far away. With the support of 2 young men, Jin Yanbing came over with a pale face. He looked at Du Xiaofu's figure in the plaza from afar and shouted. His eyes were filled with resentment and pain. He was the one who called for the law enforcement team. Du Xiaofu, did you do all this? The first robust and ferocious young man retracted his gaze from the ferocious scene and looked at Du Xiaofu. He thought to himself, what did this brat do? 3 cripples and 2 deaths. No one has ever dared to be so arrogant in the academy. Initial pulse spirit realm. Du Xiaofu looked at the robust and ferocious young man. From the discussions in the surroundings, he could tell the identity of the other party. His face darkened slightly as he replied indifferently, I did it. My name is Tai Hu. I'm currently ranked 99 on the martial roll. I'm the captain of the 10th team of the law enforcement team. Hearing this, Tai, who didn't seem too surprised, the truth was already in front of him. He raised his head slightly and looked at Du Xiaofu. With a tone that brooked no refusal, he said, then surrender and follow us back to receive your punishment. The law enforcement team is here." Sun Ji Wu Qingfeng and Zhang Wei's expressions immediately turned serious as they stared at the scene in front of them. In the messy plaza, Du Xiaofu looked at Tai Hu and straightened his body. He asked, "Why should I go with you? Give me a reason." "The law enforcement team doesn't need a reason to take you away. However, since you've asked, I'll make an exception and tell you since you're the first person who dared to kill a student in the academy." Tai Hu looked at Du Xiaofu with a cold gaze. No one had ever dared to act so recklessly in the academy. He didn't care about the academy's rules at all. He said in a deep voice, "Killing a student in the academy is a serious crime. This alone is enough for the law enforcement team to take you away. You will also pay an absolute price for your actions today. I only want justice." They said that strength is everything, so how can they blame me? I don't think I've done anything wrong, so I won't go with you. You can go back now, Du Xiaofu said indifferently. His voice was rather calm. "Brat, you're courting death." The 6 young men around him shouted as they unsheathed their weapons. Sharp auras flashed as their profound energy began to surge. "All of you leave." Tai Hu frowned as he looked at the 5 senior students, who were dead and crippled. He waved his hand, indicating for the 6 young men to leave. He then looked at Du Xiaofu as the king mark on his forehead rippled. He said, "I know you have some ability, but I'm afraid you're still lacking if you want to be arrested in front of the law enforcement team." Du Xiaofu paid no attention to Tai Hu. He waved his hand slightly, and the faint golden glow around him instantly enveloped him like a halo. He said, "Actually, I really want to know how strong the people on the martial rankings are. If you have the ability, then take me with you. Otherwise, I'll blast you away." Looking at the golden halo enveloping Du Xiaofu's body and the faint tyrannical aura rippling, some astonishment finally flashed across Tai Hu's eyes. As a true expert on the martial ranking, Tai Hu definitely didn't rely on his pride and arrogance to step onto the martial ranking. He could feel the other party's strength. At this moment, the aura on Du Xiaofu's body even made him feel as oppressive as the other fellows on the martial ranking. How could I be timid before this brat? When facing an enemy, I cannot be timid. Otherwise, it will create a demonic barrier in my path of cultivation. I must take down this brat. Otherwise, there will be a shadow in my path of cultivation in the future. If I can take him down, my comprehension and mental state will likely improve quite a bit. Bang! Feeling a little uneasy in his heart, Tai Hu knew that he could not delay any longer. Immediately, an earthen yellow light circle surged out from his tall and muscular body. It was just like a light circle that enveloped his body. His powerful aura shook the space around him, causing it to tremble unceasingly. "I admire your courage, but you'll regret it soon." As his body was enveloped by the earthen yellow halo of profound energy, Tai Hu's foot heavily stomped on the plaza. After that, his body charged towards Du Xiaofu like a real tiger, and the powerful energy he brought along swept across the sky. Cultivating the physical body, huh? Looking at Tai Hu, who was charging towards him, Du Xiaofu's gaze faintly raised. It was very obvious that Tai Hu was also a powerful cultivator of the physical body. Profound energy surged from the soles of his feet as he activated the wave-like free steps. The surrounding rubble and dust surged, and his figure was like a golden afterimage as he fiercely collided with Tai Hu. The two of them pounced like lightning. Just as the two of them were about to collide, both of them threw out a punch at the same time. 2 fists wrapped in runes collided with each other in the time it took for a spark to fly off a piece of flint. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Such a collision produced a muffled sound like thunder. The two of them separated upon contact and were simultaneously blasted away. Du Xiaofu's body staggered back 3 steps. 3 deep footprints appeared under his feet, and the surrounding limestone floor turned into fine powder. Chi-la-la. Tai Hu's body rubbed against the ground as he was blasted back several meters. Wherever he passed, the ground cracked. When he looked at Du Xiaofu again, Tai, who had already gradually retracted his gaze, his eyes were filled with graveness. His opponent was actually able to fight him with brute force without being at a disadvantage. One had to know that even those who were ranked higher than him on the martial ranking wouldn't dare to clash with his physical body. This fellow is very strong, as expected of a student of Tianwu Academy. Du Xiaofu's eyes flickered. Tai, whose cultivation was at the initial spirit vein realm. However, compared to those initial spirit vein realm cultivators from the Black Fiend sect, Tai was much stronger. He wasn't someone that those ordinary initial spirit vein realm cultivators from the Black Fiend sect could compare with. Tai, whose strength was sufficient for him to fight someone of a higher realm than him. His physical body is also very strong. I'm afraid that the cultivation technique he cultivates is also extraordinary. After exchanging blows, Du Xiaofu could feel that Tai, whose physical body was terrifyingly strong. However, although Du Xiaofu was surprised, he wasn't afraid of Tai, whose physical body at all. As for the strength of his physical body, he hadn't used his full strength earlier. In the next instant, the domineering aura around Du Xiaofu grew denser and denser. A majestic aura also began to tremble around his body. Faint golden runes began to flicker on the surface of Du Xiaofu's body. What a domineering aura! Tai, who frowned when he sensed Du Xiaofu's aura. The other party's aura gave him a strange feeling. It was as though Tai, who was a demonic beast king. Chapter 221. I just came out of seclusion not long ago, and my strength has increased by quite a bit. Why would I be afraid of him? He's just a brat who's still wet behind the ears. No, I must defeat him. Tai, whose heart sank. Facing Du Xiaofu, he forcefully suppressed an inexplicable uneasiness in his heart. At this moment, a chill flashed across his eyes. He was an expert on the martial ranking, the captain of the enforcement team. When had anyone ever been so arrogant in front of him? An earthen yellow profound energy surged out from his body, and a powerful aura began to expand around his body. As the runes flashed, the surrounding space began to tremble. Brat, continue. Let me see just how much strength you have. With a deep and cold shout, boundless profound energy surged out from his body. A yellow light flashed under Tai, whose feet, and he stomped on the ground. Like a ferocious tiger, his body pounced forward, and a palm print accompanied by surging runes slammed down. Steel Tiger Seal. The runes flashed, and the light was dazzling. The pressure expanded, and the palm print seemed to distort the space. The pressuring airflow whizzed over. An entire space suddenly began to tremble. Tai, who was going to use his full strength. The surrounding crowd began to hastily retreat. Even the other 6 enforcement team youths did not dare to approach the field. At this moment, Tai, who had already used his full strength, the aftermath of that power was not something they could withstand. Come. Du Xiaofu smiled faintly. As he smiled, a faint golden light surged in his eyes. At this moment, the pulsation realm profound level aura on his body had already burst out without any concealment. Stormy Wave's palm. A faint golden profound energy suddenly surged around his body. The enormous energy that was suddenly released from Du Xiaofu's body caused the faces of the surrounding spectators to be filled with astonishment. It can't be. This brat is actually only at the pulsation realm profound level. How is this possible? How can a pulsation realm profound level be so powerful? This is too terrifying. Among the spectators in the plaza, many of the older students were naturally able to sense Du Xiaofu's cultivation and aura. The pulsation realm profound level was shocking. The purple-robed youth who had caused 2 of the older students to die and 3 to be crippled, and who had directly fought against Iron Tiger of the martial ranking, was only at the pulsation realm profound realm. This was too shocking. In a short moment, a palm print and a palm print collided in midair, and a terrifying energy runes spread out like a stormy sea. Boom! When the two of them came into contact, the sound of an energy explosion rang out from the point of contact. The palm imprints shattered at the same time. Amidst the turbulent energy fluctuations, the two of them separated upon contact. However, the two of them immediately clashed again, like two ferocious beasts fighting each other. Big Dipper fist. Taihu punched out once again. The yellow rune energy curled around his fist and instantly suppressed Du Xiaofu. The air was directly shattered. Du Xiaofu calmly looked at the ferocious fist. He had no intention of dodging. Oscillating fist. The two forces violently slashed across the space, causing the space ripples to disperse. Finally, the two forces collided in the air. When the two forces collided, the airflow in the air suddenly distorted, and finally there was a loud bang. Fierce tiger palm, sky shaker wings. They separated upon contact, and the two of them collided again. From afar, it looked like two rings of light were constantly colliding with each other. The momentum was terrifying. Bang, bang, bang! The sound of sonic booms rang out incessantly. The rune light was dazzling and violent energy shot out. Chi-la-la. The two of them collided several times. They did not dodge and were both forced back again. Dang, dang! Du Xiaofu was forced back a few steps. The ground was filled with dust, and he seemed to be getting braver as he fought. Refreshing. It's been a long time since I felt so refreshed. This kind of powerful collision gave Du Xiaofu an indescribable feeling of contentment. His entire body felt indescribably comfortable. What a terrifying physical strength. How can it be so strong? Taihu's expression changed in shock. In such a brutal collision, where the strength of the physical body was the main factor, his initial meridian spirit stage cultivation was actually unable to gain any advantage over the purple-robed youth who was at the profound pulse stage. Du Xiaofu's physical strength was too terrifying. It was probably comparable to the most powerful freaks on the martial ranking. More and more spectators gathered. The commotion here was not ordinary. It was unknown when, but a large crowd had already gathered. Both of them are so strong. Everyone's eyes were filled with shock. Everyone could feel the strength of the two people in the arena. I didn't expect you to have such terrifying strength at the profound pulse realm. Your talent is really powerful. Taihu looked at Du Xiaofu and said. His tone was very sincere. He was very clear on this point. If they were at the same cultivation level, he would definitely not be able to contend against Du Xiaofu. Du Xiaofu's talent was definitely stronger than his. You're not weak at the initial pulse spirit realm. You shouldn't have many opponents at the same cultivation level. Du Xiaofu smiled faintly. As an expert on the martial ranking, Taihu is indeed extraordinary in his own way. It's a pity that your cultivation level is not high enough. It's too difficult for you to fight against those at a higher cultivation level. As his voice faded, Taihu immediately stomped on the ground, before his body rose into the air. Floating in the air, he looked at Du Xiaofu and said, "There's a chasm between you and me after all, a chasm that you're unable to cross. Your martial skills are also not high enough. In the end, there's still a gap between you and me." Gazing at Taihu, who was floating in the air, many gazes in the surroundings surged with envy. Floating in the air was something that only Pulse Spirit Realm experts could truly achieve. It was also one of the hallmarks of the Pulse Spirit Realm. It was the symbolic difference between the Pulse Spirit Realm and the Pulse Spirit Realm. It also represented the absolute difference in strength. The difference between the Pulse Spirit Realm and the Pulse Spirit Realm, even the difference between the peak of the perfect Pulse Spirit Realm and the Pulse Spirit Realm, was much greater than any of the previous stages. Hand seals condensed in Taihu's hands. Dazzling runes flashed as a terrifying aura began to envelop the sky. Faintly, winds and clouds began to surge in the surrounding space. Even the energy of the world was affected. Rumble. Tai, whose entire body began to shine with dazzling light. Runes densely covered his body as his aura grew more and more ferocious. Suddenly, as Tai, whose hand seals changed and condensed, the runes converged. It was as if a bright moon had descended. The light was dazzling as the area grew larger and larger. Whoosh! Terrifying energy, fluctuations, poured down like a waterfall. The light rays intertwined to form a huge net. It was incomparably resplendent, and the pressure was enough to make one's heart tremble. Tiger splits the mountains and rivers. Tai, who is going to use his ultimate move. Back then, Tai, who used this move to completely injure his opponent. In the end, he relied on his pulse spirit to suppress his opponent and step onto the martial ranking. Can that youth called Du Xiaofu still resist? He can't be that heaven-defying, right? Amidst many shocked voices, Tai, who condensed his final hand seal, the energy runes in front of him exploded. Pushing his hands forward, he shouted, "Tiger splits the mountains and rivers." Boom! As the shout rang out, rune energy erupted. The space trembled violently, and the huge rune energy ball swooped down to envelop Du Xiaofu. Powerful energy, fluctuations spread out from it, causing the space to shake violently. Roar! The rune energy spread out and suddenly turned into a huge energy tiger. It was like a living creature. The tiger's roar was like thunder, and it hovered in everyone's ears. Endless runes radiated from the tiger's body. It was like a burning flame. The tiger pounced on its prey, suppressing and suppressing Du Xiaofu. At this moment, the space energy in the sky rippled. The huge energy tiger bared its fangs and brandished its claws. It was as if it wanted to tear the mountains and rivers apart. Its power was unparalleled. How terrifying! At this moment, the weaker students felt the terrifying power from afar. Their bodies went weak, their faces were pale, and the profound energy in their bodies was blocked. The ferocious tiger swept down. At this moment, Du Xiaofu also moved. His hand seals had long been formed. His deep eyes flashed with a lightning-like light. His purple robe fluttered. With his body as the center, cracks continuously spread from his feet. Just as the energy tiger pounced over, a loud shout suddenly came from Du Xiaofu's mouth. Roar! His shout was like a dragon's roar, like a divine elephant's cry. At this moment, the ferocious tiger that could tear the mountains and rivers apart suddenly trembled, as if it felt a great fear. Destroy! Du Xiaofu's shout was like thunder, like the sound of Sanskrit chanting. The mysterious runes on the runes released ripples. They turned into countless palm seals at lightning speed and gathered together to form a fist. He took a step forward, and his strength rose from the ground. In a flash, his fist smashed into the ferocious mouth of the energy tiger that was crushing down. At this moment, the earth rumbled and the space trembled. An overbearing aura surged, unparalleled, and looked down on everything. It was as if it could suppress all things and destroy all life. Rumble. Suddenly, a thunderous, muffled sound of energy resounded in the sky above the square. The third watch ends today. Tomorrow, Xiaoyu will continue to erupt. Chapter 222. The next instant, that ferocious energy tiger phantom that could tear mountains and rivers apart was unable to tear apart Du Xiaofu's fist imprint. Instead, starting from its malevolent head, it was directly destroyed by the terrifying aura contained within Du Xiaofu's fist imprint, smashing it into runes that filled the sky. In a split second, terrifying energy ripples abruptly swept out like raging waves. At the heart of the energy storm, an energy vortex also appeared in the air, as if it could devour everything within. Whoosh! Energy swept out, the space reversing. The aftermath of the energy caused the scalps of those watching from afar to turn numb, their hairs standing on end. Everything happened extremely quickly. Then, the energy storm that had swept out like a storm gradually came to a halt. Then, under the shocked gazes of the crowd on the square. With Du Xiaofu at its center, where the energy storm had passed, large swathes of the square's stone slabs were turned into fine powder. Dust filled the air, covering the sky and covering the sun. Chi, 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 chi. Tai, whose body staggered in a straight line as he was jolted backwards in midair. When he steadied himself, a trace of blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth. His eyes were filled with shock. What kind of martial technique had the other used just now? To actually be able to suppress and destroy his tiger splits mountains and rivers. This was almost impossible. Even those terrifying fellows ranked high on the martial ranking would find it difficult to do so. His tiger splits mountains and rivers was already of an extremely high rank among the spiritual level martial techniques, and its power was immense. Add to that his own understanding of the demonic tiger's profound, which complemented each other. He was able to push the tiger splits mountains and rivers to its limits. However, it had still been forcefully suppressed and destroyed just now. That punch seemed to contain a will that could suppress all living things. It was too terrifying. That brat managed to withstand it. Tai, whose tiger splits mountains and rivers, was also unable to do anything to Du Xiaofu. What a strong youth, too frightening. The gazes all around were filled with shock. The older students knew best how strong Taihu was, and were the most shocked at this moment. Although the other 6 youths in the square had already retreated, they still faintly formed a large encirclement around Du Xiaofu. At this moment, all 6 of them were tongue-tied. The hearts of the 6 began to waver. If Du Xiaofu wanted to leave at this moment, even Taihu couldn't stop him. How could they stop him? Du Xiaofu, good job. Thousands of registered students were excited. Looking at the scene in front of them, their hearts surged and their blood boiled. They were of the same breath and branch. There was someone among the registered students who could contend with the strong cultivators of the law enforcement team. They were proud of it. In Tianwu Academy, there was no other batch of right-in students who could cause such a huge commotion and attract the attention of others. Even if they were to be punished, they had no choice but to accept it. So this is third brother's true strength. Among the thousands of registered students, Wu Qingfeng, Zhang Wei, and Sun Ji looked at each other with trembling eyes. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. It is impossible for him to reach the profound pulse realm. Tai, whose eyes were dazed and filled with disbelief. It was one thing for him to be suppressed by those high-ranked fellows on the martial ranking. At the very least, those fellows' cultivations were higher than his. The remaining fellows were also at the same level as him. However, Du Xiaofu was only at the profound pulse realm. Yet he was able to make him feel helpless and even suppressed. This was too monstrous. At the same time, Taihu wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. His hand seals began to form once more. Dazzling runes filled the air. In an instant, the runes in the air began to arrange themselves and condensed into a huge phantom of a demonic tiger. This phantom of a demonic tiger was somewhat similar to the energy tiger from before. There seemed to be an invisible connection between them. At the very least, the pressure they exuded was somewhat similar. The demonic tiger's body glowed with dazzling runes. It was as though it was a real living creature. There was a qualitative difference between the pulse realm and the pulse realm's pulse spirit. Other than being able to fly, the biggest difference between the pulse spirit realm and the pulse spirit realm lay in the pulse spirit realm's pulse spirit. The pulse spirit realm's pulse spirit realm's pulse spirit was already sentient. It was equivalent to a real living creature. This was also the main reason why Pulse Spirit Realm practitioners were unable to contend against Pulse Spirit Realm practitioners. Roar! The demonic tiger let out a long roar. Energy ripples spread out from its body and swept across the sky. It was as though a raging wave had appeared in the air. The huge demonic tiger's movements caused the air to tremble violently. Its pressure was terrifying and terrifying. It swept across the sky, causing the beasts in the distant mountains to go into hibernation. The flying leopard mount in the air hissed and trembled. It almost fell from the sky. Tai, who stepped into the air. The huge demonic tiger beside him was about to pounce. He stared at Du Xiaofu. His face was pale as he shouted, "Brat, you are really strong. However, you will not be able to defeat me. The gap between the pulse spirit realm and the pulse spirit realm is not something you can cross." Roar! The demonic tiger let out a roar. The sound waves were like waves of air. It was as vast as a tsunami. Then the tiger pounced on Du Xiaofu. The terrifying energy it brought along swept across the sky. It was as if it covered the sky and covered the earth. It was like a raging wave hitting the shore. It swept across the sky and suppressed down. What a strong pulse spirit. It is definitely comparable to a normal king, scaled demonic tiger. It might even be stronger. Du Xiaofu raised his head. His eyes flickered. This pulse spirit was the sky-shattering, heaven-shaking tiger. Tai, whose pulse spirit was indeed powerful. It was rumored that among the demonic beasts, the sky-shattering, heaven-shaking tiger was the king of the beasts. When the Tiger King roared, it would shake the mountains and rivers. 10,000 beasts would fight for supremacy. Of course, Du Xiaofu did not care too much about it. He had cultivated the martial arts of the Golden-Winged Rock Clan. He had the Golden-Winged Rock Clan's aura. How could he be afraid of a ferocious tiger? It was said that in ancient times, the Golden-Winged Rock Clan fed on dragons. Among the demonic beasts, the Tiger Clan was the strongest. They were the absolute kings. However, compared to the dragons, there was still a gap. This is too shocking. Tai, whose comprehension, after coming out of seclusion, this time is astonishing. He actually comprehended the beastability of the space-splitting heaven-shaking tiger to such a level. Compared to last time, he is much stronger. Tai, whose harvest from his seclusion this time is amazing. As the pulse spirit was activated, those who were familiar with Tai who in the distance were astonished. It was really amazing to be able to activate the sky-shattering, heaven-shaking tiger's pulse spirit to such a level. At this moment, Du Xiaofu moved. He raised his head and looked at the huge demon tiger's pulse spirit that was almost in front of him. He was already prepared. Suddenly, the golden light around his body was dazzling. The mysterious runes on his body surged. In this short period of time, a domineering and terrifying aura burst out like a flash flood. The golden light shot up to the sky. Within the golden light, there seemed to be a golden-winged rock flapping its wings. At this moment, it was as if Du Xiaofu's body was about to transform into a golden-winged rock. This was completely different from condensing the pulse spirit. This was the pressure of one's own body. The vague shadow of the golden-winged rock enveloped Du Xiaofu. The mysterious runes on the golden runes were dazzling like a rising sun. Du Xiaofu's hand seals changed one after another. As his hand seals changed, the runes flowed and shone. Chi, 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 in an instant, in the dazzling light like the rising sun. The mysterious runes on Du Xiaofu's back arranged and condensed. The golden light flickered and finally condensed into a pair of golden rune wings on Du Xiaofu's back. Boom! A domineering and fierce aura suddenly swept out from Du Xiaofu's body. The mysterious rune wings on his back flapped, and his body suddenly floated in the air. As the wings flapped, flowing light overflowed and filled the air. It was like a rock flapping its wings and soaring to the 9 heavens. What a terrifying aura! Why does it look like a rock? That's a terrifying demonic beast that only exists in legends. Oh my God, is that Du Xiaofu's pulse spirit? How can it borrow the momentum to soar? It doesn't look like a pulse spirit, but it also looks like one. The aura is too terrifying. It doesn't look like a martial technique. How can there be such a terrifying martial technique? Boom, boom, boom. The ferocious demonic tiger swept over and enveloped Du Xiaofu. Under that terrifying aura, It took the lead to shatter the square below Du Xiaofu that had long since been shattered into fine powder. The dust and gravel that were blown into the air shot out violently, the ground cracked open, and the blue stone exploded, continuously turning into fine powder. Rock descends to the 9 heavens. Du Xiaofu activated the rock, descends to the 9th heaven. The wings on his back suddenly flapped and golden light bloomed all over the sky. The airflow whistled through the sky, and the momentum was terrifying. Roar! Suddenly, the sky-shattering tiger pulse spirit seemed to feel the aura of fear. It roared and hissed, and the tiger's eyes were faintly fearful. However, under the control of the iron tiger, it still swept over to kill. The tiger's claws were sharp and fierce, and the runes rushed out to tear the sky. Suppress! Du Xiaofu flapped his wings. Rock descends to the 9 heavens was like a real golden-winged rock descending, carrying the domineering will of the golden-winged rock clan. With a flap of its wings, it swept towards the sky, shattering heaven-shaking tiger phantom. Du Xiaofu did not understand much of the rock descends to the 9th heaven, but it did not affect his activation at this moment. Originally, Du Xiaofu's original intention was to comprehend the rock descends to the 9th heaven for flying. However, the rock descends to the 9th heaven was not just a flying beast ability. It was a powerful killing move of the rock clan. In midair at this moment, looking from afar, it looked like a tiger and a rock were fighting valiantly. Roar, roar! The ferocious tiger tore the sky, and the Tiger King roared, shaking the mountains and rivers. Du Xiaofu flapped his wings, exuding a domineering and tyrannical aura. At this moment, he was truly like a great rock descending from the heavens. Every move he made caused a tyrannical and terrifying aura to overflow the sky. His wings swept across the sky, exuding a domineering and tyrannical aura. Rumble! Such a collision sounded like thunder in midair. A series of runes burst out, and the runes' energy shot out. It was as gorgeous as fireworks, causing the entire sky to be resplendent. Behind the resplendent light, there was an astonishing pressure. It was as if it was about to destroy everything. The surrounding heaven and earth trembled. Chi-la-la! The stalemate did not last long. In the fierce collision in midair, the sound of the sky shattering could be heard. It was as if the space was being torn apart. Everyone looked from afar. In the dazzling light, the mysterious runes of the golden runes swept out and wrapped around the demonic tiger. The demonic tiger's eyes were filled with fear. Then, in its fear, it was destroyed like a hot knife through butter. Chapter 223. Editor H2DH3 Mr. Pucci. Behind demonic tiger, Tai who spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. His eyes were filled with disbelief and shock. Bang! Almost at the same time, everyone heard a loud explosion in the sky. A fist wrapped in golden runes smashed heavily onto Taihu's body. Chi-la-la. Following which, everyone saw Taihu's tall and muscular body falling rapidly. Wrapped in a yellow glow, he landed heavily on the ground like a meteor, smashing into the small plaza below. The moment Taihu's body landed on the ground, the ferocious force caused Taihu's body to explode like a bomb, creating a huge deep hole in the small square that was already in a mess. Ka-ka-ka-ka. Cracks in the ground spread out in all directions, extending into the distance. My chinkuan bag, this is a huge loss, a huge loss. In the air, everyone could hear Du Xiaofu mumbling something about a chinkuan bag with a pained expression on his face, as though someone owed him millions of dollars. Whoosh! After which, the golden talisman wings on Du Xiaofu's back flapped, causing the air to vibrate. Following which, Du Xiaofu's figure rapidly flew away, heading towards the vast mountain range within Tianwu Academy. The terrifying energy around the small plaza began to dissipate. Everyone's gazes were fixated on Taihu, who had fallen into the deep pit. He was unable to get up for a long time. His entire body was covered in blood, and he was in a sorry state. This was a crushing defeat. The 6 youths from the enforcement team were trembling as they watched the purple-robed youth fly away. However, they were unable to catch up to him. Even the flying, leopard demonic beast had unknowingly prostrated itself on the ground. Its huge body was trembling violently, and it did not dare to move. Its eyes were filled with fear. Why did Du Xiaofu leave? When someone recovered from their shock, they looked at the golden figure that was gradually disappearing into the mountain range behind the academy with confusion in their eyes. Why did old 3 suddenly leave? Where is he going? Wu Qingfeng, Zhang Wei, and Sun Ji were also puzzled. Swoosh, swoosh. Right at this moment, a dozen figures flew over from the sky. After a few flashes, they appeared in the air above the plaza. The newcomers looked at the scene in the plaza. A few seniors were heavily injured, 2 were killed, and Tai, who seemed to be heavily injured. Their gazes were trembling, and their faces were filled with shock. Swoosh, swoosh. In the air ahead, there were still groups of 2 or 3 figures that continued to rush over. All of them were suspended at a low altitude. When they saw the scene in the square, their expressions immediately changed. The instructors are here. Gazes from the surroundings turned to the figures in the air. They were the instructors of Tianwu Academy. Can anyone tell me what is going on? In midair, a young man shouted loudly. He looked up at the sky with an embarrassed expression. Instructor Chongming, it's that Du Xiaofu. That Du Xiaofu killed someone and even snatched my Qingkuan bag and points. When Jin Yanbing, who was being supported, saw the figures in the air, it was as though he had seen his saviors. He immediately cried out with a sullen face. The young man was none other than Instructor Chongming. When he saw the shocking scene in the plaza, he couldn't help but ask in shock, was this done by Du Xiaofu alone? It was done by Du Xiaofu alone. That brat is simply too savage. He killed students, stole my Qingkuan bag, and stole my points. He completely disregarded the academy's rules. Instructor Chongming, you must seek justice for me. Jin Yanbing shouted. When he thought of his Qingkuan bag and points, his heart ached. That was his collection for several years. Chongming's eyes trembled as he looked at Tai Hu, who was being supported by 6 enforcers. He couldn't believe it. Could it be that the brat was able to heavily injure Tai Hu? How are you guys? Many male and female instructors landed beside Zhang Jian. The youths surnamed Zhu and Zhou Yinglan. At this moment, Zhang Jian, Zhou Yinglan, and the youth surnamed Zhu were covered in dust. Their bodies were covered in a layer of rubble, and they were dripping with blood. They looked extremely dispirited. When they saw the instructors, they couldn't catch their breath and fainted. They're dead. There's no saving them. The instructors checked on the 2 seniors who were killed. They looked at each other and shook their heads, declaring that there was no saving them. The 2 seniors were already dead. Whoosh! Chongming landed beside Tai Hu and asked, were you injured by that brat as well? Puchi! Tai Hu spat out a mouthful of blood. He looked at Instructor Chongming and replied indifferently, Du Xiaofu is too strong. I couldn't stop him. Who? Hearing that, Instructor Chongming took a deep breath. He knew Tai Hu's strength. As an expert on the martial ranking, Tai Hu had comprehended the profoundness of the sky-shattering heavenly tiger and possessed the beast soul of the sky-shattering heavenly tiger. Although Tai Hu was only at the initial level of the pulse spirit realm, Tai Hu's strength was definitely not below the profound level of the pulse spirit realm. It was said that Tai Hu had just come out of the heavenly talisman realm, so his strength had naturally increased. Now that Tai Hu had been defeated, how terrifying was Du Xiaofu's strength? Chongming, 2 dead and 3 crippled. What should we do? A woman who looked to be around 22 or 23 years old came to Chongming's side and asked. She was dressed as a teacher. That brat is lawless. Inform all the enforcers to capture that lawless brat. We can't let him go. Chongming coldly shouted. His face was ashen as he gnashed his teeth. The female instructor frowned and said, "This is a big matter. Do we need to inform the elders?" Chang Ming's expression was ugly as he said, "I'll inform Elder Liao. You guys inform all the enforcers. We can't let that brat go." Whoosh! As soon as he finished speaking, Chang Ming stomped his foot and left. Many of the surrounding instructors watched with serious expressions. They had never heard of anyone who dared to be so lawless in the academy. That brat named Du Xiaofu was simply too savage. Everyone disperse. Senior Jean, get someone to clean up this place. Some of the instructors said to the surrounding students. Following which, some of the instructors brought the unconscious Zhang Jian, Zhou Yinglan, Zhu, and the two corpses on the ground and left the scene. That Du Xiaofu is too savage. Tai, who was also heavily injured. That Du Xiaofu is too abnormal. Zhang, Jian, Zhou Yinglan, and the others are so pitiful. They provoked someone they shouldn't have. Take a guess. Will this Du Xiaofu be listed on the bounty list? In the history of the academy, there have only been 2 students whose names were listed on the bounty list of their own academy. If that Du Xiaofu is listed on the bounty list, he will probably break the record. He will definitely be listed on the bounty list in the shortest time. The surrounding crowd stayed for a long time. At this moment, the figure of that savage, purple-robed youth had already been imprinted in everyone's hearts. Regardless of whether it was a new student or an old one, they were all thinking that they could provoke anyone in the future, but they couldn't afford to provoke that savage youth. Third brother is in big trouble this time. What should we do? This is big trouble. We have to help third brother. Unfortunately, we're not strong enough. Wu Qingfeng and Zhang Wei had grave expressions on their faces. Their eyes were filled with anxiousness, but they could only watch helplessly. With their cultivation, there was nothing they could do to help. Third brother got into such a big trouble because of me. I have to think of a way to help him. Otherwise, third brother will really be in big trouble this time. Sun Ji's eyes moved. He bit his lips and muttered softly. After a while, the crowd of onlookers gradually faded away. Unknowingly, it was already dusk. As the sun set in the west, the sky above Tianwu Academy was shrouded in a golden glow. It didn't take long for the news of 2 dead and 3 crippled seniors to spread throughout the academy. When everyone heard the news, they were all stunned. A right-in student from this batch actually killed 2 third brothers and crippled 3 seniors. Even Tai, who from the enforcement team, was heavily injured. This was simply unbelievable. Putting aside the fact that the 5 seniors weren't weak, Tai, who from the enforcement team, was an expert ranked on the martial ranking. Even with his strength, he was still heavily injured. It was rumored that Du Xiaofu was really at the Profound Pulse realm. This was monstrous to the extreme. I heard that that lad is a talisman master as well. To think that his martial arts would be so powerful as well. I wonder if that lad will make it onto the bounty board this time around. After causing such a huge commotion, I dare not say that no one in Tianwu Academy will be able to do such a thing in the future, but I'm afraid that no one in the past will be able to do such a thing. Even if he isn't on the bounty board, I'm afraid that Kid's fate won't be any better. Don't forget that Zhu Qing is one of the 3 crippled people. Zhu Qing's cousin is Pan Yu. I'm afraid that Du Xiaofu is out of luck this time. Pan Yu, that terrifying fellow, is not ordinary. With his character, he will definitely not let the matter rest after Zhu Qing is crippled. In an instant, Du Xiaofu's name shook the entire Tianwu Academy. Such a savage young man was unprecedented in Tianwu Academy. As the sun set in the west, night began to fall. In the vast mountain range of Tianwu Academy, the old in-name student had warned the new in-name students not to trespass into the depths of the mountain range. The surroundings were completely silent. As night fell, the depths of the mountain range in the distance had already turned pitch black. The dark blue peaks overlapped one another under the night sky. A towering mountain peak stood in the vast sky where the last ray of the setting sun was left. I should have taken that fellow's Chinquin bag before escaping. What a pity. Those on the marshal ranking must have a lot of loot in their Chinquin bags. Chapter 224. I should have taken that fellow's Chinquin bag before escaping. What a pity. Those on the marshal ranking must have a lot of treasures in their Chinquin bags. At this moment, Du Xiaofu had blocked the entrance of a small cave on the mountain peak with a piece of rock. The dim cave didn't affect Du Xiaofu's vision much. He sat cross-legged with several Chinquin bags placed in front of him. However, he was still mumbling to himself, regretting that he didn't take Tai Hu's Chinquin bag. As a disciple on the marshal ranking, his Chinquin bag must have a lot of treasures. To Du Xiaofu, since he had defeated Tai Hu, the Chinquin bag belonged to him. In Du Xiaofu's view of the world, the Chinquin bag belonged to those he had defeated. For hours ago, after defeating Tai Hu, Du Xiaofu suddenly felt quite a number of auras sweeping across the sky. These auras were all extremely powerful. Therefore, he had no choice but to run away. Although Du Xiaofu had killed 2 seniors and crippled 3 seniors in a fit of rage, the consequences still made him apprehensive. Therefore, he had no choice but to run first before thinking about anything else. The vast mountain range was connected to the dark forest, but it was also similar to the dark forest. Du Xiaofu had already thought of an escape route for himself. As long as he ran into the mountain range, it would be difficult for the Tianwu Academy to find him, unless those elders came to deal with him. As elders of Tianwu Academy, they wouldn't come looking for me personally over such a small matter, right? That would be too degrading. Du Xiaofu thought to himself, the elders of Tianwu Academy were true experts. If they came looking for a new student like him, it would definitely be degrading. Thus, Du Xiaofu thought that those elders wouldn't come looking for him personally. As for the others, Du Xiaofu wasn't afraid. He wasn't someone to be trifled with. It would be difficult for them to deal with him once he entered the mountain range. Looking at the cosmos sack before him, Du Xiaofu's eyes lit up. Since he had gotten himself into trouble in Tianwu Academy, he had to raise his cultivation as soon as possible. Although Du Xiaofu had won the fight with Tai Hu, he knew in his heart that it had not been easy for him to win. He had also exhausted himself to the point of exhaustion. Tai Hu was only ranked 99th on the martial ranking. In other words, the other 98 people were even more powerful, especially those who were ranked at the very front. Just how powerful were they? Even though it was unlikely that the elders of Tianwu Academy would personally come to capture him, the seniors on the martial ranking would most likely come to capture him. Du Xiaofu could not help but worry about himself. What if those experts on the martial roll came to capture him? Let's open these Chinquin pouches first and find some spiritual herbs and pills to eat. I have to raise my cultivation as soon as possible. Thinking to himself, Du Xiaofu formed a seal with his hands. Runes flickered as Du Xiaofu decided to open the Chinquin pouches and find some spiritual herbs and pills to eat first. Du Xiaofu silently made up his mind. He had to raise his cultivation as soon as possible. Otherwise, it would only get more troublesome in the future. Furthermore, his injuries had yet to fully recover. Walala! As Du Xiaofu formed a seal with his hands, waves of runes spread out. A brilliant light shone in the cave and waves of mysterious runes rippled in the cave. Roughly 6 hours later, under the envelopment of the runes, the Chinquin pouches were slowly opened one by one. As expected of the students of Tianwu Academy, they are all rich. Martial techniques, demonic beast materials, cultivation coins, pills, tattered clothes, and so many spiritual herbs. Looking at the large pile of looted items in front of him, Du Xiaofu's face revealed a smile. His harvest was astonishing, especially the number of spiritual herbs and medicinal pills. After separating the healing elixir from the other elixirs, Du Xiaofu directly stuffed several elixirs with multicolored light into his mouth. After wolfing down the spiritual herbs, Du Xiaofu swallowed them. His mouth was overflowing with a brilliant glow, and he could even spit out a surge of energy with a burp. If anyone were to see Du Xiaofu in such a state, they would definitely be shocked. Who would consume spiritual herbs in such a manner? Putting aside the fact that he might explode and die if he were to do so, if a medicinal talisman master were to see this, they would definitely feel heartache. In the eyes of a medicinal talisman master, this was definitely a waste of spiritual herbs. It was the most wasteful action. After wolfing down the spiritual herbs, Du Xiaofu formed a cultivation hand seal. A moment later, Du Xiaofu's body was enveloped in a faint golden halo. Others would not dare to consume spiritual herbs raw or waste them. However, Du Xiaofu was not one of them. With his powerful physical body, Du Xiaofu was not afraid of his body exploding. Since he cultivated the cultivation technique of the golden-winged great rock, Du Xiaofu was not afraid of wasting spiritual herbs. To Du Xiaofu, this was not a waste of spiritual herbs. Instead, it was a way to maximize the effects of the spiritual herbs. Consuming spiritual herbs and the flesh of demonic beasts was one of the main sources of energy for the golden-winged great rock to break through. This was especially so for the infant golden-winged great rock. It was the main source of energy for its breakthrough. At this moment, if Du Xiaofu wanted to speed up his breakthrough, he could only consume more spiritual herbs to recover. After the battle with Tai Hu, he had already exhausted all of his spiritual herbs. Above the night sky, stars twinkled in the vast sky. So. Silhouettes soared through the night sky and entered the mountain range of Tianwu Academy, searching for something. That Du Xiaofu is extremely powerful. We can't be careless. Elder Liao has ordered us to capture him alive. We must capture that brat. That brat is truly a talent. He is unprecedented. I am impressed. In the night sky, silhouettes entered the mountain range and began their search. In the mountain range, there were many mountain peaks. In front of a massive mountain peak, there was a smooth black rock. Occasionally, there would be a few shrubs in the surroundings. As the night wind blew, the vegetation swayed slightly, but the black rock remained motionless. Roar, roar. In the depths of the mountain, the roars of ferocious beasts could be heard from time to time. Silhouettes flashed, startled birds flapped their wings, causing the trees to rustle. On top of a black rock, a woman with a fiery body looked into the depths of the mountain range. Her figure was graceful, and her jet-black hair was as smooth as a waterfall. In the night sky, the woman's eyes were ethereal, and her lips were like cherry petals. She muttered softly, Du Xiaofu, he has the same name as Third Brother. It's a pity that he isn't Third Brother. How good would it be if Third Brother could cultivate? After I save up enough points, I will go to the academy to exchange for a meridian increasing pill. At that time, Third Brother might be able to cultivate. Father's cultivation should have reached the great circle of the pulse movement realm. If I exchange for a spirit meridian pill, Father might be able to break through. Senior Xiaoman, that brat called Du Xiaofu has the same surname as you. However, that brat's guts are really big. Beside the black rock, a 22 or 23-year-old woman holding a sword was talking to the woman in front of her. Her hair was tied up in a ponytail, and she wore a tight dress that outlined her exquisite figure. She had a pretty face, and her eyes were bright. There are many people with the same surname as me. It is said that among the new students, there are 2 with the surname due their talent and strength are not ordinary. The fiery woman turned around. She looked to be around 22 or 23 years old. She had a youthful appearance and was not too devastatingly beautiful. However, she still had an extraordinary beauty. Moreover, she had an indescribable allure that was pure and refined. Her pitch-black eyes were as clear as a stream of water. In the night sky, her eyes were serene, and she was as quiet as the sound of pine trees in an empty valley. She was as beautiful as the sunset. What was even more eye-catching was the woman's sexy attire. Her slender and straight legs seemed to be silently enchanting. She was only wearing a pair of orange shorts that wrapped around her butt, and her upper body was covered with an orange blouse. Under her slender jade neck, her soft breasts were like white jade. Half of it was covered, and a deep white jade cleavage was faintly discernible. Her white waist was tied up, and it was so slim that it could not be grasped. "Senior Shaoman, why do you think that Brat is hiding here?" The woman holding the sword smiled and continued to ask the fiery woman, "The dense forest behind the mountain is not easy to find. If he has a special technique that can hide his aura, it will be difficult for us to find him." The corner of the fiery woman's mouth was slightly raised, and her red lips were slightly opened, as if she wanted to invite people to kiss her. Her appearance was enough to touch the nerves of all men. As her voice fell, her eyebrows slightly wrinkled, and then she said, "Pay attention to the news of the other law enforcement teams. Once we find that Brat, we must immediately rush over. Don't worry. With the strength of our team, we will definitely be able to catch that Brat as soon as possible. Right now, everyone wants to find that Brat as soon as possible." The woman holding the sword said, "Whoosh, whoosh." A moment later, the figures of the two women also plunged into the dense forest, and their beautiful figures flashed and disappeared into the night. The night shrouded, and the moonlight was like a stream. Roar! In the night, the roar of a tiger could be heard, and a king-scaled demonic tiger was crawling on the mountain peak. On the towering mountain peak, clouds curled up and moonlight shrouded. A graceful figure was sitting cross-legged, and her entire body was enveloped in a dazzling halo. Her aura was constantly rising, and it was unknown how long it had been rising. Suddenly, the aura of the graceful figure seemed to have reached a bottleneck, and it finally began to gradually weaken. As the aura rose and weakened, the light vortex that enveloped her body began to become denser, and runes began to spread out. The runes spread out, and the light was dazzling. Profound qi leaked out of the graceful figure's body, and the light of the runes overflowed from the pores of her entire body. The light became more and more dazzling, and her entire body was already enveloped by a rune halo that was dozens of meters in diameter. Third night watch. I will continue to erupt today. Brothers and sisters, if you hurt me again today, I will really cry in front of you tonight. I will continue to write. Chapter 225. Dazzling talisman runes circled around her, rearranging themselves behind her delicate body. At the same time, a shocking beast roar suddenly rang out. Ayo! Runes blossomed, and a ferocious and mighty two-headed leopard phantom condensed behind her delicate body. The light was dazzling and surging. Energy rippled and swept across the sky with terrifying might. Not far away, the king-scaled demonic tiger also slightly raised its head at this moment. Its gaze was firmly fixed on the two-headed leopard phantom. Walala! At the same time, the aura around the figure who was sitting cross-legged rose in a spurt of energy. A dazzling light enveloped the mountain peak, as if the moon had descended and illuminated half the sky. Roar! Woo! In the depths of the mountain range, the roars of ferocious birds and beasts rose and fell one after another. Looking at the unusual movement on the mountain peak, there was an endless commotion. This aura fluctuation only gradually calmed down at dawn. The first rays of dawn brought along a faint radiance as they spread across the mountain range. Hoo! Behind the figure who was sitting cross-legged, the two-headed leopard phantom turned into runes and dissipated. The halo around her body also gradually disappeared. As the hand seals disappeared, her long eyelashes trembled slightly. Her eyes opened, and a mouthful of turbid air spurted out from her red lips. Feeling all the changes in her body, a trace of joy flashed across the woman's face. Then she slowly stood up. The woman looked to be 21 or 22 years old. She had a peerless appearance and was dressed in a sexy manner. Without a doubt, she was an absolute beauty. And this woman, other than Ouyang Shuang, could not be anyone else. Taking so long to break through is the right thing to do. The Xiantian realm and pulsating realm are the key to the foundation. In the future, you will be able to break through freely. A faint voice rang out, and a middle-aged man silently appeared behind Ouyang Shuang. His figure was slender, and his fair hands held a white fan. The corners of his mouth were slightly hooked, and his eyes were like water. His face was exquisite, and he could be described as flirtatious or frivolous. What a handsome man! Although he was middle-aged, it did not affect his handsomeness at all. Instead, it made him even more charming. Ouyang Shuang looked at the middle-aged man and said softly, "If I don't break through soon, I'm afraid my ranking on the martial ranking will be kicked down. In the past few months, they have improved a lot. You've also made progress. The cultivation method you're practicing doesn't have an advantage in the beginning. Instead, it's a little slow. However, you'll have a lot of advantages towards the end. Instead, it'll become faster and faster. This is also the reason why your father wants you to practice that cultivation method." The middle-aged man fanned himself before looking at Ouyang Shuang and saying softly, "We can return now. The members of the Black Fiend sect shouldn't be lying. The lad you are looking for has already escaped. We've been searching the area for 2 days, but we couldn't find the aura on your emblem. Perhaps that lad has already arrived at Tianwu Academy. Uncle Shi, even if he were to enter Tianwu Academy now, he has already passed the freshman examination. I'm afraid that he won't be able to enter the academy. Will you be able to think of a solution for that lad?" Ouyang Shuang looked at the handsome middle-aged man and asked. Hearing this, the handsome middle-aged man closed his fan and his gaze changed slightly. "This has nothing to do with me. If not for you, I wouldn't have come looking for that lad. I will definitely not help the son of that shameless Du Tingxian, so don't come looking for me. It's best if that lad can't enter the academy so that I won't feel vexed when I see him. That lad isn't much stronger than that shameless father of his, so at least he won't bring harm to the academy. Uncle Shi, were you very close to my father and Uncle Du back then?" Ouyang Shuang looked at the handsome middle-aged man, and her large eyes blinked. She smiled and asked, "Could it be that Uncle She was defeated by Uncle Du back then?" Hearing this, the handsome middle-aged man's eyes twitched, and he said, "That shameless Du Tingxian is indeed quite strong and was slightly stronger than me back then. However, a broad-minded person like me wouldn't mind such a matter. It's just that Du Tingxian is too shameless, and his son definitely isn't any better. That shameless bastard actually dared to send his son to Tianwu Academy. Could it be that he has forgotten that the person ranked second on the bounty board is still him? All right, let's not talk about that father and son anymore. Let's return first. You have just broken through to the Pulse Spirit Realm. After we return, go into seclusion in the Tianwu Talisman Realm for a period of time. Firstly, comprehend the beast energy of the Crimson Firmament Two-Headed Leopard, and secondly, consolidate your cultivation. Ouyang Shuang nodded her head. Her rosy lips parted slightly as she muttered, "I hope that lad has already entered Tianwu Academy." Roar! A moment later, the king-scaled demonic tiger flapped its wings and flew into the air. The two of them and the tiger gradually disappeared from the mountain peak. Early in the morning, the light of dawn lifted the veil of night, and the mountain range was enveloped in a rosy glow. Swoosh, swoosh! In front of the cliff of a canyon, figures covered in morning dew landed one after another as powerful auras descended. Woo! In the air above the canyon, several flying demonic beasts with powerful auras flapped their wings and screeched. Many young men and women also landed one after another. Swoosh, swoosh! In a short moment, 20 to 30 people had gathered. Powerful auras shook the air as numerous gazes landed on the cliff in front of them. If one took a closer look, one would be able to see that there was a small, natural cave on the cliff. However, the entrance was blocked by a huge rock. If one did not take a closer look, one would not be able to see it. That lad is quite good at hiding. He even knows how to block the entrance. It's really not easy to find him. Among the crowd, a young man in his 20s was looking at the cave on the cliff with a faint smile on his face. However, the aura around his body was fierce and fierce. His cultivation was definitely not below Tai Hu's. He could only be stronger than Tai Hu. However, that lad is still too inexperienced. He doesn't know that the academy badge on him has a special aura. As long as one is from the academy, they will be able to sense it within a certain distance. A rookie will always be a rookie. This time, he won't be able to escape. He's like a turtle in a jar. Another young man laughed. On his handsome face, there was a smile on his lips. He wore a loose robe and his hair was draped over his shoulders. He looked extremely carefree. Soldier Qin Lang, Tai Hu is no longer a match for him. What are your chances of winning? I heard that the lad is also a talisman master. He won't be easy to deal with. A sexy and enchanting tall lady walked out. Her figure was so beautiful that the surrounding men could not help but steal glances at her. However, they did not dare to look directly into her watery eyes. To be able to defeat Tai Hu, that lad's strength is definitely not weak. However, I'm afraid that lad is about the same. This time he won't be able to escape. The young man with a fierce aura looked at the sexy and enchanting lady and said with a smile, "There are so many of us. I don't believe that lad will be able to escape. No matter how bad we are, we still have senior due. Don't flatter me. I'm not on the martial roll." The sexy and enchanting lady looked at the cave on the cliff. There was a slight fluctuation in her watery eyes. Her red lips slightly parted as she said, "The aura is inside. Someone go and ask the person to come out." Find the person. The handsome young man with a smile on his lips said to a young man in tight clothes beside him. "Yes, Senior Qin Lang." The young man in tight clothes nodded. He took a few steps forward, raised his head, and shouted towards the cave. "The lad inside, come out quickly. You won't be able to escape." As the voice sounded out, everyone's gazes landed on the stone wall, waiting for the legendary young man to appear. Exactly what kind of savage young man was he, to be able to do such lawless things in the academy, causing all the law enforcement units to surround and arrest him? However, under the numerous gazes, there was no movement at the entrance of the cave. There was no sound at all. "Do you think that you will be fine if you hide? What a fool! Come out." Seeing this, the fierce young man raised his eyebrows. He stomped on the ground and profound qi gushed out from the soles of his feet. Borrowing the momentum, his body immediately swept across the sky and instantly arrived at the entrance of the cave. A palm print shot out from his hand, and an energy light directly bombarded the rock that blocked the entrance of the cave. Rumble! Under the bombardment of energy, the rock was instantly shattered, turning into gravel that scattered down. "Be careful! Don't let that lad escape!" The handsome young man called Qin Lang shouted. At this moment, the surrounding gazes were completely focused on the entrance of the cave. Waves of aura were released in an instant, afraid that the legendary perverted young man would take the opportunity to escape from the cave. If others were to know that the young man had escaped under the encirclement of several enforcement teams, the enforcement teams would definitely lose a lot of face. The hot and enchanting tall lady's gaze was also fixed on the entrance of the cave. There were some fluctuations in her eyes. However, under the numerous gazes, the interior of the cave was still calm. There was no movement and no figure that rushed out. "Still not coming out? Then I'll drag you out." The fierce young man's eyes moved and his expression darkened. The profound qi light around his body was like a halo that enveloped his body. After which, he directly rushed into the cave. "Soldier, 1,000 miles, be careful of any tricks. That lad is not simple," Qin Lang warned. He was not the slightest bit careless. As his voice rang out, the fierce young man called Soldier 8,000 Miles had already rushed into the cave. As Soldier 8,000 Miles rushed into the cave, the gazes below became increasingly vigilant. Profound chi rippled and shook the space. A dazzling light burst forth and enveloped the entire valley. At this moment, with dozens of people on standby, even a fly would not be able to escape from the cave. "Bastard, little bastard, you're pissing me off!" While everyone was waiting for the battle, Bing Qian Li's loud roar suddenly came from within the cave. No one knew what Bing Qian Li had experienced that made him so furious. What's going on? Could it be a trap? The people below looked at each other. Several pulse spirit stage practitioners immediately rose into the air. Enveloped in profound chi light, they immediately rushed into the cave.